vehicles that are gonna make it to the top 25. Because each vehicle that you voted for that makes it to the top turns that one vote into 5. So potentially you could have 250 ballots instead of 50 towards the prizes that you chose. But wait, there's more! So if the judge picks the winner and you voted for it, it's worth an extra 20 points. So you really want to go and see what the judges are looking for and pick the car that they're more likely to pick, because that benefits you.
What?
What's up, guys and gals? It is March 13th, and I am here because last year they did the International Quarantine Car Show, and I thought it was the coolest thing since sliced bread. But I didn't have a vehicle to enter at the time. I had an old truck that I had bought that I had done a few things to, but I didn't think it was worthy, and also I didn't take the time to upload it, which I kind of regret that I didn't, because I know I probably wouldn't have won anything, but it would have been fun just to do. So I've actually got a truck that I like, that I'm going to put up, that still I'm sure it's not going to win, but I like it. I wanted to share it with y'all because it's my work truck, and I've learned a lot about it from watching the guys that are judging this show, and then of course other people on YouTube as well, and then just figuring out as I go. So I guess without further ado, let me just show you my truck. All right, so this is my 1984 Ford F350 crew cab long bed single rear wheel. So this popped up on the Facebook marketplace last year. I had a extended cab 91 with a short bed.
Check.
Okay, so the point of our voting is to narrow down each category to the top 25. From there, each respective YouTuber will pick their favorite from that 25. I think Vice Grip Garage has over 800 submissions, so we need to narrow that down for him. And it's in your best interest to pick the best vehicles out of that category. So this year, we're giving you guys a chance to win over $7,000 worth of prizes. We've got tools, we've got gift cards, we've got car parts, and a pile of other stuff. So you get 50 votes, and each one of those votes is a ballot to all the giveaways that you've picked. Still vote for your buddy, but you really want to spend those other votes on vehicles that are gonna make it to the top 25. Because each vehicle that you voted for that makes it to the top turns that one vote into 5. So potentially you could have 250 ballots instead of 50 towards the prizes that you chose. But wait, there's more! So if the judge picks the winner and you voted for it, it's worth an extra 20 points. So you really want to go and see what the judges are looking for and pick the car that they're more likely to pick, because that benefits you.
What?
What's up, guys and gals? It is March 13th, and I am here because last year they did the International Quarantine Car Show, and I thought it was the coolest thing since sliced bread. But I didn't have a vehicle to enter at the time. I had an old truck that I had bought that I had done a few things to, but I didn't think it was worthy, and also I didn't take the time to upload it, which I kind of regret that I didn't, because I know I probably wouldn't have won anything, but it would have been fun just to do. So I've actually got a truck that I like, that I'm going to put up, that still I'm sure it's not going to win, but I like it. I wanted to share it with y'all because it's my work truck, and I've learned a lot about it from watching the guys that are judging this show, and then of course other people on YouTube as well, and then just figuring out as I go. So I guess without further ado, let me just show you my truck. All right, so this is my 1984 Ford F350 crew cab long bed single rear wheel. So this popped up on the Facebook marketplace last year. I had a extended cab 91 with a short bed, and I liked it. It was 4-wheel drive. As you can see, this one is just 2-wheel drive, but I wanted something with more space to haul more tools and whatnot. And obviously with the long bed I can do that, and I've got my ladder rack on it. This I had on my previous truck, and it's been great to me, but I'll show you later. It's got some defects itself. Basically what this truck was used for, it was a one-owner truck. They bought it back in the day because they had a roofing business, and they bought it to run the roofing business out of. And the business had continued up, and they're still doing it now. It's been just passed down in the family. I'll let you know what we have on the inside of this. It is a manual. It's a 4-speed with a granny gear low. It's got 410 gears in it, so it screams 3,500 at 72.5 miles per hour, but it'll do that all day without complaints. And under the hood, it's got the 300 straight 6 in it, and it came with a carburetor that had an electric choke on it, and I have since put a new carburetor on it, so it would run a little better, and I put a manual choke on it because I didn't want to have to worry about if the choke was fully closed or not, and it runs great like that. Another upgrade I did is I took out the old distributor, and I put in a HEI distributor, and I know some people have feelings about them that are not the best, and some other people love them. I have so far have loved it. It's been great. as y'all can imagine, my wife doesn't really like this truck much to begin with, but she hated it even more when she would get in and the screws would scratch her hands and arms. So I went and I just took a 2x4, cut it down, cut out a hole here for my handle, and screwed it to the thing, and it's just fine. I did it on the other side too, because that's of course where she would ride, and it would bother her. So the other thing I did was, this had an old seat in it, and you can see it's got another old seat in it, but this one is from earlier, or a newer truck, and by newer I mean 87 to 91. But yeah, I think now that is actually it for my truck. Thank y'all for watching, and I'm looking forward to seeing some of y'all's uploads too.
Hello everybody, and this is for the D-Boss International 2021 car show on the net. So this is the categories I entered it for. Vice Grip Garage, Derek from Vice Grip Garage. Oh, we've got Junkyard Digs and Welkers, and I guess D-Bodge. Whoever sees this video, welcome. Like I said, this is for the car show. So this is my 1980 C30 Chevy Custom Deluxe. So she's fancy. Dually with the 350 factory state bed. And this is the one from the factory. She's not homemade as I thought. But I'm just gonna take you around the truck here a little bit and show you everything on this stock besides the carb and the plugs and wires, obviously, and the exhaust system, and then soon to be Summit headers and whatever else I got to put on her. She's just got everything. So starting off here on the interior, we got the old, oh, she's nice, not factory. The old seat's a little warm, but I've got another one to go on there. So everything in this is original. Even this choke cable for the quadrant that came on this. So it's the 4-speed, so it's got the granddaddy low and then 1, 2, 3. The old CB. Yeah, she's great. I use it all the time. Not really. She's not even hooked up right now. It's got the dual tanks, washer with the wipers, well, headlights, the old high beam. You know, there's no safety brakes or anything, so just pull this out. It's got the cut, everything. Just, it's great. Ashtray with, you know, cigarette still in it. It's great. Like I said, 1980 C30 original bed. My uncle bought this in 08, and he has a big farm, decent size, and you know, back in the day he still does, but he worked for the co-op, and he would haul a I don't know, 1,500 to 2,000 gallon nurse tank and take fertilizer out to the farmers who bought it. He used this. He always complained it was sluggish. Well, the carb on it was pretty junk when we took it off, so that was it. Alright, so here's your 350, 305. Yeah, it really don't matter. Same thing. One's just got a bigger bore. Custom air breather. The old Brawler. Rebuilt, but basically brand new. Everything else, you know, it's fine. Everything else is fine. But other than that, this engine has no issues with it. I gotta replace on the old pipeline there, but she's fine. Horn doesn't work. The blower motor's out of it. Well, basically, it only works on low. It's got the old jack in it though, which is nice because that's actually factory. And for this year, you see these, all the cuts and everything and them beads, whatever, they're different on each firewall. That's how they came from the factory on this year, the 80, 79, whatever. Also, no more of this, you know, the heat stuff, but that's fine. You know, we tried using hose clamps. That didn't work, but we just, just around there, and she's fine. Just that way, too. Yeah. She's fired right up. So, you know she's good. She fires right up. No issues. I'll blow a guy's eardrums out. But, yeah. And like I said, there's not a bad rust like anywhere. For being the 80s truck and living in Michigan, she's low on the old weight reduction list. Come on. Yep. Like I said, I'll vacuum later. Dog.
This is my submission to the 2021 International Car Show hosted by DeBoss Garage. The vehicle I am providing for you today is my 1995 Ford F-150 XL. So the backstory on the truck, my stepdad bought it with 93,000 miles on it, and I bought it from him with 178,500 miles on it. I have put roughly 1,200 miles on it in the month and a couple days that I've had it. Basically what this truck was for a while was a daily driver. I got daily driven for a year or two, I think, and after that, it became a trash truck. So it moved from its resting place and went about 4 miles, 4 to 6 miles, and then went back to where it sat. And it moved once a week, maybe every 2 weeks. And he just didn't take care of it after he got a different truck and started driving that. So instead of letting this thing sit and kill itself, and him being involved and doing all that, I figured, well, it's got a good drivetrain in it. Why not get it? I know he wouldn't want too much for it, so why not get it? Plus, they're moving to a different house. So this would be a good opportunity for me to snag something that I could use for a long time and get it off of his hands for whenever they move. My mom and stepdad. So, picked it up. $600. And we've put roughly 1,000 into it. Something like that. I don't know. I don't know exact numbers. But, it is it's a Ford 300 inline 6, fuel injected, paired up to a Mazda 5 speed. The second revision of it. Otherwise known as the M50D R2. And this engine is supposed to hold about 5.5 quarts. So that tells you that if the oil pressure was dropping off, it had about half a quart in it. But luckily, no bearing material, no metal shavings in it. However the hell that happened, I don't know. Don't care. It works. And it didn't kill itself. So I'm happy with that. But I took it to my uncle's house. And it spent 9 days there getting a refresh on the oil pan, cleaned out everything, as well as the oil pump, put on a new gasket, changed the oil, flushed out the radiator, did that, changed out the transmission fluid, and changed out motor mounts, because it being a Ford, they love to break their motor mounts. There's the tank switcher there, and it is completely out of its hole, because at some point that got broken out. And that entire piece there moves, and it really shouldn't, but it does. You know, horns in it don't work at all. Well-worn bench seat. The only adjustment you have is moving it back and forth for your legs. If you look carefully here, you can tell where everyone's feet sat in this thing, and where they will continue to sit until I fix it. It's got a really worn out clutch. It has that much movement before any sort of engagement. And then you go from there to there. And that's your engagement. And then past that, there's nothing. Got a parking brake. Brake release on it works. Don't have the hood latch trim piece like you're supposed to. Instead, I have a bolt with wire wrapped around it. Like I said, it is a 5-speed, and I am going to be getting a new shift knob for it because I just like it whenever it has the numbers on it. It looks clean. Aftermarket radio, that was in there when I bought it. Cigarette tray just kind of, falls out of it. There's a light in there that works sometimes. Still got the cigarette lighter in it. Put a mini console in, seat belts on it work, and it has, in my opinion, the good belts, the buckles. Got the power point in it, instead of having to use the ashtray lighter. Oh yeah, the bumper also sags a good bit, and I'm gonna just take off the valence under it. Don't want it. Overspray on it, because that was one of the first things I did was paint the bumpers. So I got a bit of overspray in the piece under the grill. Yeah. Thank you for watching, and hopefully you guys enjoyed it.
So what I got here is an Oliver 1850. It's kind of a mongrel between two tractors and a combine. This tractor started life in 1968 as an Oliver 1850 gasoline tractor. I acquired it after it had been in a barn for a number of years. Got it home, kind of got it running, but the engine really needed a rebuild. And the gasoline engines aren't very economical to run nowadays because they consume so much fuel. So I got the idea to swap the engine and the tub, the frame, the front frame here. After I found a white 285 tractor on an online auction. The tractor had been salvaged for a bad hydraulic pump, and the pump would cost more than the tractor is worth. I acquired that tractor for $2,000, took it all apart when I got it home, and I took the 1850 all apart, and I bolted the front frame to the back half of the Oliver, and then stuffed in the engine, the clutch from the 285, and stuck it to the 1850 over-under auxiliary transmission. It all bolted up pretty good. I ran that setup for a number of years before the Perkins 6354 that was in the white 285 spun a main bearing. There's a crack in the main journal, so what I did is I went and found a combine engine out of Massey Ferguson Combine. It was a 6372, so it's 372 cubic inches opposed from the 354 cubic inches of the white tractor. Same engine on the outside, just a bigger bore, and they only used that engine for a few years in the Massey Ferguson Combines. So I used the fuel tank, the auxiliary fuel tank from the white 285. I had to put spacers on it. Originally it was bolted to those bolts and flushed with the frame, but I had to make room to clear the brake pedals. And I made a bracket on the back to bolt to the rear axle. I ran a vinyl line for the fuel line going up to the keg. Originally the fuel tank that I had wouldn't work on this setup. The diesel tank had a different dash that wouldn't bolt in all the way. And the gasoline tank came up and over the engine. And the 285 manifold, the exhaust pipe came up about here. And there wasn't room for the gasoline engine to fit over that without modifying it. I found a keg in the old scrap pile, and it fit in there quite beautifully. And I welded the output line and the filler neck along with the suction line for the bottom tank and the return from the hydraulic injection pump. So that fit in there quite well. I was quite happy with that. I used ratchet straps to hold it in place, along with some custom made straps that I put on the bottom. I used the old fuel tank frame and welded it together to make a nice frame and hold the sheet metal for the Oliver sheet metal. I used the bell housing and the clutch cover from the 285 and used the 285 flywheel on the combine engine. I had to move the cover plate over from the 285 engine, so I had the oil fill. I used the Oliver 1850 auxiliary transmission. It's called an over-under. It's got 3 speeds so you can shift without clutching. Kind of a goofy shift pattern, but you get 2 neutrals. So you have top neutral and a bottom neutral. done yet. I do the shift pattern. So if I went 4, top neutral, bottom neutral, top neutral, over and down. And I have the over under for shifting on the 5. We'll start and under. No clutch into over. So you can make quite a sharp turn. I mostly use this on the round baler and the bale wagon. I like it. It's a nice, easy tractor to drive. It's comfortable and I can get on and off through the side quite easily. A little smoky, not much. I did check the fuel a little bit while I was in there monkeying around with the springs and the government. Anyway, that's the Oliver mongrel.
Hi, internet people, judges. I'm me, and I'm going to be showing you my truck, because it's a truck, and I'm going to take some videos of it moving. It's quite the thing, so I'm just going to go ahead and get in. It's going to be fun, I know it is, because this thing... I did the intelligent thing and I locked it, right? And, well, yeah, it's unlocking. So we're going to go over to the other side. Oh, yeah, so here's the truck. It's very straight. It doesn't have the head. It has one of the head grills. I think it's that side one. Where's that side one? I don't know. It's one of them. Anyways, it's kind of wet right now because it's supposed to be snowing right now. We're actually supposed to be like a foot deep in snow. But as you can tell, we are 100% a foot deep in snow. Anyways, it's got some very nice things. You know, it's got one of them C enhancers. Very sturdy on there. It's got one of them toolboxes with stuff in it. Got some extra variable size tires, you know, in case you just want to switch it up. Just on one of them, though. An extra tailgate. Dry lube, which, as you can tell, did not work. Got some of them dabblages with one of them headlights. I have a question on how that headlight didn't get damaged when the rest of that did, but well, I'm not complaining. Let's see. Got a gas tank. It's got a nice long scratch. Very nice. Oh, yeah. Got some weight reduction right there. Very minimal weight reduction, actually. Got one of them. That was a lot louder than I thought it'd be. Some more weight reduction. I thought there was a lot. Oh, yeah. There's more. Right there. You can't see it. It's got the worst transmission leak in the world. And, yeah. Oh, it's also got, I can't believe this. It actually has, like, the most solid bed I've ever seen. Come on. Yes, I know. Huh. I mean, it's cold as shit out, so I'm not really... Dang it. Brakes on this work great, which is really the only thing you want. The gauges all work, which is kind of nice. You really just can't see a damn thing. It's really bad. Oh my god, you just can't see shit. got one of them really nice automatic. Oh, that's good sounds. So now I'm going to hand you off to a different person so they can take videos of the outside. Eventually. Someday. You don't know when. Is it any warmer? No.
You need to get some for sale signs for this too.
I will.
But after you change your locks out, so somebody doesn't just get in, start it, and drive away.
Yes. Can you take a video of the exhaust?
It's not a good thing, you know.
What? The sound.
Is it going?
Alrighty, this is attempt number 2 at this. Fucked up the first one, but here's my project for the COVID cover, whatever it's called. Category Revive and Drive, I believe. 79 F-150. Nothing really all that special. Looks a lot better far away than up close. Really doesn't appear like any rust, but when you get up into it, you know, lots of Bondo and, you know, dents and rust, and this tailgate doesn't even really work. Not to mention the bed barely hangs on, so that's fun. Yeah. You can really kind of tell over here, you know, not the best looker. No crazy mods or anything under the hood. Just an air cleaner. That's a stock carb. Rat's nest of wiring. It did have a bypass of the Duraspark box. And then when we had to revive it, the wiring was such a mess we couldn't figure out when we did the motor swap what the where everything went for this. So we went back to a Duraspark, had to swap that out. It's not the original motor, although it is one that would come in this truck. It is a 400M. It had a 351M that was rebuilt. And then I blew it up as a young, dumb teenager, as they say, and swapped this one in. My youngest uncle had a truck that this came with, this motor was in, that basically the rest of it was completely gone, rotted out just from sitting, and he didn't want to waste the motor, so he very graciously lent it to me, and here we are. It is on the road once again. See that weight reduction. Probably the coolest thing about it is this fuel cell back here, which wouldn't be cool if it was like a super nice truck, but because it's kind of a ratty truck, it's kind of nice having a big old fuel cell like this. It goes the complete length of the bed. I've got a bunch of crap on it right now just because I don't have a lot of space for things. So when I daily drive things, I put stuff in there. It's the most of the depth and width of the bed. Gauges are me. The oil gauge does work. The rest of them aren't hooked up yet. That's a thing I plan to do. Maybe even today. We'll see. Tack did work. Doesn't right now. I don't have the right distributor. I think I needed a one wire distributor. Another video, I had to fire it up. It takes a minute to warm up, but once it's warmed up, it's pretty easy. Key does work, but the wiring's kind of funky, so you have to turn the key on, and then we rigged up this switch here. And it's warm, so now it will fire right up, but got a cherry bomb dumped right under the cab. Some old rusty pipes. Nothing particularly great or fancy. I plan to take most of that off anyway here soon. So yeah, nothing special. Just good old Ford. but I don't know. Something about these old Fords, man. They're not fast. Certainly not rust-free or anything, but I single one of them, so. Especially these years, I like these dent sides quite a bit. Just something about the trim and overall look, and especially the front end of these things. That's the big one there.
Hey guys, it's BW and we're back out in the garage. This video is going to be our entry into the 2021 InterNEtional DBoss Virtual Car Show. We're only going to enter in one category this time. We're going to do the factory one. I'd love to have Derek take a look at our car and tell us what he thinks. I'm going to walk around the car and explain it to him and the rest of you folks as well. As we go around the car, you'll notice it's all brand new sheet metal. This was a quartered car. We started basically from scratch and we built this body coach up from nothing. It's got a brand new full floor with braces. It's got a brand new trunk pan, brand new rocker panels, brand new inside quarters, brand new outside quarters, brand new package tray, new splash pan, new firewall, new doors. Start off with the meat and potatoes of this project. This here is a 468 big block Chevy. It's got domed pistons. It's got aluminum heads on it. It's a pretty good engine. We had it put on an engine stand. It made maximum horsepower of 500 at 5,700 RPMs. Then the valve started floating open. Our maximum torque came in at 510 foot-pounds, and that was at 4,100 RPMs. So it's a pretty hefty engine. We also got a nice cam on top, and it's the kind of cam where you got a little mini Alex Van Halen sitting on top of it playing Hot for Teacher on the drums. Take a listen. Pretty good beat, huh guys? Not bad. If you look up underneath here, we got it married up to a TKO 600 5-speed transmission. Raring to go. All right. So that's able to hold up to 600 horsepower. So we're well safe with what we have. We got a Lakewood bell housing there, you guys can see. All right. You see that hose hanging out of there? That gives it away. We got a hydraulic clutch in there. We've got this subframe package that we got from Nicky's, John Teinberg and the guys. All right, so we got a straight axle on here. We went ahead and took a Sawzall and a grinder and we cut the front frame right off of this thing. And we went ahead and we welded this package on there, a nice straight axle, old school. All right, so there's that job. All right, we got that under there. We've got a leaf springs straight axle car, factory. That is my homemade sliding tilt nose made of steel that I did myself. It comes out a full 1.5 feet, as you can see, where a fella can get right inside and stand in front of that radiator and get some work done. Our tires are 28 615s. Got nice skinny tires up front. We're gonna go plenty fast, straight, but we ain't turning nowhere in a hurry. We got the opposite in the back. We got some nice fat tires back here. We got some 30-inch tall, 12-inch wide, 15s on the back. Mickey Thompsons. There you go. All right. And like I say, you guys can notice we got all brand new sheet metal all the way around. New quarters, new doors, new rockers. Now the sheet metal on front here, it's old, but we had it in here during this pandemic, so we started playing around, and that's when we invented and made our very own sliding tilt nose. All right, you'll notice the exact same thing. Brand new sheet metal all the way around her. All right, the trunk lid's old. We got some stuff in the trunk, sorry about the mess, but that's gonna be our grill. We got some moldings in here. You can notice brand new trunk pan, right? You'll notice brand new inside quarters, all right? Both sides. We made these factory brackets ourselves for our mini tubs. You know, nice and neat, clean job right into the hinges on both sides. Really nice, clean, neat job. We got the idea because we looked at convertible style and we looked at a picture and said, why can't we make those for our mini tubs? So that's what we did. All right. Nice new splash pan on here. New transition pieces. There's our brand new firewall. Our brand new floor. You see how we got everything welded in nice and tight the whole way up through there? It's really cool to look up underneath here and see that straight axle.
So we've designed merch around the car show, and the point for that is to have 100% of the proceeds go to the charity All Hands and Hearts. We got the link down below if you want to check them out. If you take your ICS 2021 order number and enter it in the dashboard, you get an extra 100 ballots towards the prizes that you chose. All right, so again, we really want to thank all of the brands that we worked with that are sponsoring the show. So definitely check out everything that they have to offer. We've got massive companies and we've got local companies, so that's really, really cool. Some of these companies don't ship globally, even though this is a global contest, but they've made exceptions or are working with us to make that happen. We will get you your prize.
My name is Sam Bachman. I'm 17 years old, and this is my 1986 GMC Caballero. Well, to start here, I think I'll fire it up for you, and might want to take the garage door down if I don't want to, you know, hyper suffocate in here. You know the deal.
As you can see, she's got that factory high idle option on her, you know, just to get her up to operating temperature sooner so you can run her on the dyno. That's factory. All right, now that the old hot rod is kind of simmered down a little bit, we'll just shoot her right out here in the yard so I can look at her in the sun. Here we go. So the interior on the old girl, she's good. I mean, this is nice. Of course, you got the 22 caliber there, floor mats, and the cheapest dice I could find on the Amazon. And she's a automatic selector there. But do the gauges work? Yes. Yeah. Yes. I don't. Yes. Let's just go ahead and say it's got that much oil pressure. Sure, it's cold. That's just fine. Then you got the old Hank Williams selector there. Now that does anything. You don't need that. It's a race car. You don't need the heat. And then of course, you know, you got the feature that's, you know, kind of standard with these units. And you got the room back here, and then you got the jack and everything back there, and that's supposed to be an ignition kill switch. With the guy I bought it from told me to turn it off if I was ever at a car show, but she does not much. It's even got most of a headliner in it. I'll be damned. I mean, this beauty she's meant doesn't leak anything. Never been run hard. The body straight as an arrow. Yeah, well, yeah. So again, she's the Caballero. This isn't an El Camino. Kind of a rare model. So you got, this is her good side. This is the going to town side. And of course, it's got some stories to tell in there. You don't need to worry about that. Oh, and about these tires. In 2018, when my uncle purchased this car for me, God bless his soul, he said to me, you need to get new tires right now. So a guy went ahead and did the right thing, and they're still on there. See, she comes down a little bit. You got the dual pipes there. Once again, she's the 6-cylinder variety. And I imagine sometime between Reagan and Obama, she got a little sassy there in a Walmart parking lot. and then the water gets in here, and yeah. That scratch is gonna stay there because that's from a dog that ain't around anymore. Unrelated now, okay? Wheels are a little dirty. She's got the beauty rings in her, you know, she's good. A little bit of Bondo crackage in there, but that's aerodynamic. You see the air gets in the crack and it pushes down because, you know, it doesn't have much weight in the back except for the 4-H dinosaur target and the MIG wire over there, but you don't need to worry about that. Front's good though. You don't need to worry about that little guy. You don't need that trim piece. You see, anybody that's ever raced one of these cars knows that they like to pick that side up. So this bumper, it's got, you know, that little kick out and little bend in it. So when the air comes across it, it pushes it down, you know. So you're not picking up that tire as bad. Quite the machine. Now let's take a little look there under the ranch, eh? He runs like a grandma's sewing machine once she gets a little heat in her. I'm gonna shut her off though for the examination. Hey, big ol' dog, come here. Come here, buddy. Oh, hello, Jack. Oh, good boy. This is actually some false advertising. No, it's not a 3.8. She's a 4.4. Because there's a tag somewhere on that side that tells you it was bored out 30 over.
Here's my 1969 Volkswagen Squareback project. And there's a door, and there's some of the other body parts. This car is a little bit interesting. I bought it with the tube frame, which was not finished. It was not fully welded. It was only tacked together. It had no floors, had no engine, had no suspension, no brakes. Now there's no back from an EK hatch. Base model engine with no VTEC. Very simple, very straightforward, and over twice the horsepower of the original engine. So in stock form, it should still be pretty quick. I handmade, all on my own, these headers, going into a 4-in-1 collector, into a V-banded exhaust, which will route down and loop around back straight under the car, just to have room for a cat and resonator and muffler. Now the back of the car is missing because making the entire engine wiring harness was quite difficult through the tiny windows, being that this thing was chopped before I got it. So I figured the best way to reach in there and see everything I was doing was if the body wasn't on there. But I had already welded it to the frame, so the simplest solution was to cut it off straight on the back and come up with a system which isn't fully completed yet, where it slips on. I have these locating hooks here. I can set up, grab onto the backside, and click it down in place and lock in. It's got a receiving end here with the hook on the back, and the tube slides into the center, so it's all lined up. Back's a nice place. I won't be able to put anything in the back though. It's not the family wagon it once was. In fact, there are only 2 seats because of this scaffolding coming down and tapering to the center. And like I said, it wasn't complete. It ended right above where the axles are, or where they are now, because there weren't any before. So I built all of this rear end, reused some here, and created engine mounts to mount the Honda longitudinally, which it hadn't been before. It was a transverse layout only engine. I have an adapter plate from Kennedy Engineering, bringing it up to the Volkswagen transaxle, which I figured would fit up fine. I could use stock axles off the shelf whenever these ones need to be replaced, because I still have a stock torsion housing. So it's a torsion beam suspension going across the front into the end here. That's where the original springs are. So these coil springs are just holding the extra weight of this whole engine setup that I have. I've also converted the rears to disc brakes instead of the original drums. which the fronts on this model were disc brakes as well, but I'm going to convert these, which I don't have them yet, they're in the mail, some Willwood 2-pot calipers up in the front. Like I said, those aren't finished yet. Inside here, I have the seats. Only one of them is in the car at the moment, so I can have space to build my electrical harness. But this seat is out of a first-gen Dodge Cummins because they're really, really comfortable and they have some good bolsters, and they were available. I also have part of the original tunnel so that the shifter will line up straight and work, which I've had to build to and put into the car with these plates on the bottom and all of these different bolts going through it to secure it in place. I have a standalone ECU. This one is the ECU Master EMU Classic. I figured their entry model was plenty to power a car that's 20 years old and doesn't have anything crazy going on.
So here's a quick F250 tour build. So kind of big, so I stand back a bit here. So she's an 87 F250 service truck, as you can see. Let's see here. I installed a 2-inch suspension kit, and I'm sitting on 30-inch tires. See if you can see back here. Look. Yeah. It did have fuel tanks, but in that one video, how not to drop a gas tank or failing to drop a gas tank, whatever it's called, I tried getting rid of it, and I was successful. So I only have the front tank currently, and that has been replaced, as you can see. All the doors do work, open and close as they should. I kind of gotta slam them. Alright, here's the back of it. I installed this DMI bumper here because I think it looks pretty good on there. Passenger side, a lot better rust-wise, I should say. These hubcaps are off a 3/4 ton van. So, kind of a mess. Let me clean this up real quick. Sorry about that. So here's the interior. I know it is a custom. It is the base model, and it has the wood grain. As I bought that aftermarket, or not aftermarket, off of eBay. Got a hat hanging up there. 4-wheel drive, 4-speed manual, 302, 5.0 liter. Oh. Go ahead and pop the hood here. Here's all 5 liters, 302 cubic inches of engine. Yes, that is a old carburetor air cleaner that is mounted to a fuel injection. It's not actually hooked up to anything, it's just kind of mounted there for aesthetics, I guess you could say. Got the performance spark plug wires. So you got aftermarket spark plug wires. It runs like a beast. Yeah, that's the engine, I guess. Alright, so let's hear her fire up, I guess. It is 5 degrees out, so it should be kind of a cold start, and she's a trooper, so she always fires up. Alright. Fired right up. Always does. Besides when it doesn't. She does have a glass pack. That there. Runs pretty good for having a crap ton of unknown miles. Alright, let's go for a little drive. Alright. Oh. Wish it was warmer out. Just wanted to thank you guys for the support and checking out this video. Hope to see you on the next one.
This is my Jedi ABA Turbo. The clutch started slipping last year, so I put a sprung 6-puck disc in it, you know, with the ceramic shoes or whatever, the grabbier material. I don't know if it's machined wrong or doesn't fit the spline of the transmission or what, but it doesn't disengage. It's always engaged. I can't, if it's car's running, I can't get it into gear. If I put it into gear and try to start the car with the clutch down, it still rolls forward. The clutch is constantly engaged. I've checked every avenue otherwise. It's got to be down to clutch parts. You guys ever just put your car and your life in the hands of something that could fail horribly? Oh no, it's just me? Okay, folks. Get you in the light here. I think I found the issue. Here's the disc out of it. You can see that. My camera will focus, but it's hitting the flywheel. Like every other puck smashing into the flywheel. Oh, that one's every one. So I'm wondering if I can't just grind that down. What do you guys think? This is why I love my old lady. So found that problem with the clutch, like I said, and I was thinking I've already had this tranny out 3 times to diagnose this fucking problem with this trans. So I text her, I'm like, hey, what do you think? Should I just throw the stock one back in and have to do this all over again in a couple of months, you know, once I get sick of it slipping again, you know, or turn the power down and not have any fun, or just grind down the pucks on the Chinesium clutch and say fuck it and just give her all the way? Trisha says grind it down. I love her. But I did take it for a pretty good long drive to try to break that clutch in a little bit. I can definitely smell it, so I was doing something, but didn't have to turn the boost down at all. It holds the boost just fine at about 12-13 pounds. Before the stock clutch was just walking right through that. But yeah, like I said, I'll finish this video after I do this transmission that came in. Knock that out quick before we go have some fun, but we'll go drive it around and I'll show you guys. We got it here in Minnesota. We got regular winter, then you got your fake spring, then you got second winter, then you got real spring. And I was an idiot and pulled the car out during fake spring there, so still can't drive it, as I said. Oh man, look at this guy. But yeah, you know, we're not driving it, so I guess I'll just talk about it. We'll put this video up for now, and hopefully before voting starts I can clean it up and drive it.
So this is my 1991 Mazda B2200. It is small block Chevy 350 swapped. I originally got it about 1.5 years ago. It was already swapped, had the 350 in it, but it was an 80s smog motor that had heads. It ran really bad, it leaked oil, had a bunch of miles, just didn't run all that great. It also had a turbo 350 automatic that I didn't really like. And since then, I've pulled the original motor, I rebuilt it, and I put in a flat tappet cam, which I don't know if I messed it up or something along those lines, but I went through a couple cams, had to do an in-frame on the second cam, and I forgot to torque a rod cap, and I windowed that original block, unfortunately. So this isn't the same block, but I found another one, rebuilt it as well, went with roller cam, haven't had a problem since. I also swapped the transmission to a T56 out of a Camaro, and it is a lot more fun. The rear end is a Ford 8.8 with 373 gears, disc brakes. The tires are Nittos 275 50 17s. I redid the rear, the tail, or sorry, the bed with bed liner, fuel cell, because the 8.8 pumpkin was offset, so the drive shaft would have hit the stock fuel tank. The origin of the truck is that it was originally a lowrider. Like, this thing was scraping tires and stupid low, and it also had a roll pan with a fixed tailgate with a purposely offset license plate that I didn't really like. So I redid that. You'll see some better photos of it. The motor dynoed at 285 horsepower, like, I think it was like a little over $5,000. You'll see the dyno sheet, and then 334 foot-pounds of torque at like $3,000, I believe. The internals are all stock except for the cam and the intake. The heads are Vortec heads out of like a 98 Suburban. They got like an Alex Parts valve spring kit to get a little bit more lift out of them. The cam is a Comp Cam's Thumper, because I just wanted it to sound. I wasn't really caring about performance at the time. I just wanted the truck to run because I'd already gone through those flat tappets and I was kind of burnt out of the process, to be honest with you. Other than that, I get about 18 miles to the gallon on the highway. I put about 4,000 miles on the motor, driving it as much as I can and just enjoying it. I've got big plans for it in the future. I want to cage it, 4-point cage. I also want to mega squirt it, just so that way I can do twin turbos, one here and one right where the battery is, relocate the battery to the bed. I'd also kind of like to do airbags, but that's not really in the works right now. It's mostly just mega squirt right now on the cage. And I also want to dip it and try a different color. So, hope you enjoyed the running videos and better photos. So a couple things I forgot to touch on earlier is the budget for the truck. I have kept track of every single expense, and so far I am a little over $6,000 for everything except for tires and the original purchase cost, which kind of is hard to calculate because I traded for this truck. Another thing is, it doesn't have power steering, hydraulic power steering that is. It's got electric power steering, which I thought was pretty cool. It's out of a 2008 Nissan Versa, and I welded it in line with the steering column and then the control box right under there. That way I don't have to sacrifice any engine bay room for turbos. But yeah, the electric power steering it's really great. I love it. So I hope you enjoy the videos.
Okay, so the point of our voting is to narrow down each category to the top 25. From there, each respective YouTuber will pick their favorite from that 25. I think Vice Grip Garage has over 800 submissions, so we need to narrow that down for him and it's in your best interest to pick the best vehicles out of that category. So this year, we're giving you guys a chance to win over $7,000 worth of prizes. We've got tools, we've got gift cards, we've got car parts, and a pile of other stuff. So you get 50 votes, and each one of those votes is a ballot to all the giveaways that you've picked. Still vote for your buddy, but you really want to spend those other votes on vehicles that are gonna make it to the top 25. Because each vehicle that you voted for that makes it to the top turns that one vote into 5. So potentially you could have 250 ballots instead of 50 towards the prizes that you chose. But wait, there's more! So if the judge picks the winner and you voted for it, it's worth an extra 20 points. So you really want to go and see what the judges are looking for and pick the car that they're more likely to pick, because that benefits you.
What?
I got this body from a buddy of mine, actually just say 3 buddies of mine. It came out of a field in Kansas. When we first got it, it literally had no floor in it, no firewall. The doors barely hung on it. The roof structure wasn't there. When you open the trunk, the whole thing would just flop around. So we beefed it up, put a structure under it, made it good and solid, and then welded it to the frame. We got a 4-link in the rear. We built this build in 5 weeks here at Ryan's shop. Most of the parts, like I said, were donated. I did have to, buy a few, save a few. Took a while to save up for these parts. Luckily, when we got the motor, it was pretty solid. Wrong. Scratch that. Edit that out, Bob. So I heard this motor at Atomic Blast a year ago. No, not even a year ago.
In October.
In October. So we freshened it up, put new bearings, got a new cam thanks to Bob, my brother Bob. Thanks, Bob. Got this motor freshened up. Like I said, I got a lot of parts donated to me. If it wasn't for my friends in the hot rodding community, this build wouldn't even happen. The headlight buckets and grill shell came out of Louisiana from my buddy Crab. Thanks, Crab. The wheels, the body, the seat, the steering column, that's thanks to Ryan Hopkins, Jeremy Rosenkrantz, and Braxton Reynolds. My buddy Corey Dunn out of Iowa gave me the shifter, which is now my brake lever, and he gave me the floor-mounted master. We'll show you videos or clips of that and how that works. Got the coilovers from my buddy Brian Young down in Texas. It's got a Mustang 2 front end, rack and pinion. This is an actual Essex grill, 1927, which is like mind-boggling because it was just a gift that he's like, if you're gonna use it, you can have it, but if you're not gonna use it, I can't give it to you. We got some outdated seat belts that Ryan donated. We put a roll bar in it for safety. We ended up doing the floor-mounted master. If you can see that master cylinder, that was donated from a buddy of mine down in Iowa, Corey. He also donated the shifter that I turned into my brake lever. Up here is the brake lever off of an old 10-speed, and we turned into the throttle lever. Down here, the shifter is a set of old wrenches, and we turned into the shifter. There's a removable steering wheel, like the old school race car that it is. You take that off, set it up there. Back here, get this out of the way. You see the battery, fuse block, roll bars in there. Got this old speed limit sign from you know where. Just kidding. Bought that off the internet. My gauge cluster here is actually a piece of Bob's old hood out of his Viper. Thanks, Bob. Old school sun pack, you know, gotta have that. These old taillights came from a buddy of mine in Montana, Brian.
These taillights are super, super bright.
These pistons are actually set up here to hold my wheelchair for when I got a passenger. They can just throw the wheelchair up there, throw this pin in it. Gas tank is out of an old Chevy pickup. Short box. A whole bunch of garbage in here, don't worry about that.
This is a Volvo 144S 1971. It is turbo swapped, B230 FT. That was done by a local shop, 4-Star Motors here in Edmonton. They're a great shop with very talented individuals. And when I bought this car, it had a B20 that was basically on its last legs. And it was decided at the time to give it a little bit more horsepower. I wasn't quite sure what I was going to do with it or what its purpose would be. And it ended up being a philosophy lesson. Old Volvos, they don't die. They are permanent fixtures in an impermanent world. And that's what I love about this car. Sure, a few things have changed. It's a little bit faster. It's a little bit more rowdy. But you look at it, and the spirit of the designer is in every curve. It's pre-240. It's pre-sterility. It is Scandinavian sensuality, in a way. And it's very real. You can sense this car. Even when you don't see it, you feel it. And I'm very lucky to be its caretaker, and hopefully I'll be able to give it to my kids one day. It'll be a while before I have those, given this economy and whatnot. And it's just something to wake up for. And everyone needs something to wake up for, whether it's a car, whether it's a purpose, whether it's your son or daughter, a job. There's always something to wake up for. In that case, or in this case, the 144 is kind of that thing for me. It's, I don't know, it's just special. And I love it. And I was asked to kind of put a little bit of footage together, so that's what I've done. Some of it's not very good, but it's there. And I just wanted to pass this on. So, yeah.
Hey guys, this is my video for the International Online Car Show, and I'm putting it in the back, I think it's called the Back from the Dead trophy. And this is my 1969 Buick Electra 225. I got this car about 2 years ago, and over the last 2 years I've done quite a lot of work to it to get it where it is today. When I got it, it was all primered, the interior's in pretty sad shape, would barely run. It was really a glorified parts car. But looking at it, the one perfect thing about this car is that the body got no rot on it. Like, the worst part is the battery tray. But let's do a walk around and show you everything I did. I'll start with the first thing I did to it was the engine. I had to get it running, and I did. I put a even though it says 350 there, it's actually a 430. The engine, I had to put a Holly on it because the Quadrajet was not helping me out there. And I did some other things, like I put a Champion radiator in it, 3-row, new water pump, clutch fan, and a few other things. And you notice the whole thing's kind of shiny. The whole engine's kind of shiny. Because the front main seal is leaking pretty bad, so I gotta deal with that next. But there's the engine. The next thing I ended up doing was the rear shocks of this thing had had Monroe air shocks on them, and the lines weren't hooked up or nothing, and it was just so bad driving down the road with basically no shocks. So I took them out and put Gabriel Hijacker air shocks in it, because that's all me and my buddies use, so why not stick with the same company. And I set them about 80 psi, and it's right now I think they're a little low, but it'll rake the car up a little bit. But when it had nothing in it, that hubcap was almost down to the skirt. Next thing I did to it was I did two things at the same time. But I went to paint this car, and this car was all primer, and they did a really bad job doing the primer on it. Primer up all on the bumpers, primer in all the trim, primer in every little one of these vents. So I took almost all the chrome off this car and hand sanded and steel wooled every piece of chrome to get all the primer off, and then I taped it and sprayed it with or I DA'd it and down to the factory color, and taped and sprayed it with a semi-gloss black. You can kind of see here where this right here is where we stopped doing the roof and started doing the quarter. That's where you can tell where you skipped, because we did the roof, then we did the other side, then this side, so that dried separately from that. But you can actually see the factory color in right here. It was a champagne originally, and then the next thing I did was I worked on the interior and sound system and whatever. Pulled all the carpet out, pulled the seats out. Full true dual exhaust system, no H-pipe, with Cherry Bomb Vortex mufflers. And I'll start it for you. Sounds pretty good. It's relatively quiet driving around, but once you really get on it, it opens up and gets real throaty. Car runs good. I've driven it out to Indiana, PA, which is about a 200-mile trip. Drove it out there, drove it around, drove it back, and car had no problems.
I'm Ryan Shevlin. This is my Chevy van, Holy Diver. It's 1990.
It's a 146-inch wheelbase, factory 1-ton van. Still got the mostly stock 350 in it, turbo 400 trans. Built up the engine a little bit. We got a roller cam conversion. High output 305 heads I ported and polished, cleaned them up a bit. It's got a YN stealth intake manifold I ported and polished, port matched. Everything's nice and flowing. Edelbrock carb, K&N intake, nice and, pushing out a little bit of torque, good low end. Most of the van it's original red. All the doors have been replaced from rust and stuff, but everything else has been done with spray paint. This webbing comes out of a can like this. It's copper and silver. There's a couple different variants of Rust-Oleum. And the van has been named Holy Diver for Ronnie James Dio and his album, which is awesome. I had the van like 6-8 months and driving it home one night, and a song came on the radio, and it's like, yeah, this is just, it feels right. So she was Holy Diver.
You got the NorCal wing on the top?
Yeah, we got the Odyssey wing up there. Yep. This is one of the old Cal Custom vinyl stickers. We got a vent roof in the back. There's a split sunroof in the front. This van used to be, this guy had a company in Chicago where he would run power he used to run power at night for lighting for film crews. And it used to have a generator in it. So it would be left on the side of the road at night for filming. It would just run the generator, run the power and lights and stuff. So there used to be a gas filler here, and way in the back in this corner of the roof, there was a giant vent for the exhaust of the generator. So that's been filled. A little bit of body work, She's a good girl. Up front, we got a push bar and some KC lights. We got the factory steel hood with one of Kirk at CustomVan.com's fiberglass scoops. I did the louvers and the cowl here because I love the look of the shaved, but I like the airflow. It feels good on your feet. Okay. Wheels and tires, they're 15x8 in the front with 2.5-inch back spacing, so they fit the 8-lug brakes. 15x10 in the rear. I got two 55/60s in the front, two 65/70s in the rear. We get a little bit of a rake out of it. I think it looks pretty good. Got fiberglass flares on it. We got the old sun visor style. Got the gull wing door. I actually had to cut the door down because it's a steel sliding door with hinges that I made. I had to chop 3/16 of an inch off of each edge to make it fit the 60/40 door opening. Because they made the B pillar a little bit wider for the door hinges. Yep. Yep. The flares in the back to cover them up. These were old running boards. I cut them down and shaped them up a little bit. You can tell in the front, I got a couple car seats. I got some young kids, so everything is kind of on a low budget. I got the center console I made. It's all oak plywood put together. Plexiglass that were pieces that I found. Got the Cal Custom wood wheel. Shift knob is something that I found that was actually part of the divider wall in the back. Overhead console is made by me. Got a radio, plays CDs, DVDs and stuff, connected to the TV in the back. Put the sunroof in. Sunroof is great. Upholstered all the headliner. Made this. This was an old closet door. Knocked it out, put LED lights in there. So we got the bar, the old barrel bar, which is awesome to see. Got the fridge. You need a fridge. Traveling. You got kids. Bench seat. Of course, we got the seat belts, everything for the car seats. Everybody's nice and safe. Yep, we got a bed in the back. It's actually a full bed because I took the two vertical ribs in the back, so it goes wall to wall on the inside. Those dividers were actually a headboard I found and split it, put them up. Wood floor is all 1x4. It's all been routed, burnt, cleared. Door panels are all pallet wood.
Good morning, everybody. It is cold out on the plains of Colorado today. So, I caught wind that DeBoss Garage is doing an international car show again, and I didn't get to play last year. And why is that? Because I didn't have a car to play with. But this year I do. So I think I sent you almost 70 photos, and I wrote down literally everything I can remember. So I appreciate you guys looking at my entry, and I appreciate you guys giving the car community something to do, because there's a lot of us that are struggling right now, because I'm still sitting at home from COVID. So, alright y'all, let's check this bad boy out. This is my 1996 Ford Crown Victoria that I swapped a 460 cubic inch big block into with a custom made front cross member, custom made motor mounts, custom made power steering lines, custom radiator hoses, full custom wiring, everything. All from scratch, all by me. Nobody that doesn't live on this property, which would be my wife and I, has ever touched this car and can take any credit for it. It is completely her and I. And all I have to say is we're happy that it's done, man. So, for everybody watching, get out there and wrench on something. There's still projects out there. They just turn out to be a little weird like this one. I got tired of the 4.6 and I wanted more horsepower. I wanted more cubic inches. I wanted everything more. And I had listened to my dad my entire childhood tell me how they took motorhome motors and stuck them in cars. So that's what I wanted. This is my tribute to all the old school guys. Keep the carb alive. Have a good day and God bless. Bye!
Hey guys, Woods Farm here. This is one of our submissions to the 2021 Quarantine Car Show. This is my son's 1990 GMC 5000. This is going to be entering into the Revive and Drive category. We're going to do a cold start. This truck's been sitting all winter, and when we parked it here in the fall last year, it wasn't running either. So we're going to see if we can get it started. So we're going to turn this into a tow vehicle eventually. It's going to be our war rig, and we're going to use it to tow a trailer. It's going to have a flat deck on the back eventually, and we're going to do this up Mad Max style. It's got a 350 in it, and as you can see, it needs a lot of work. Body's in relatively good condition. It's all ready for a flat deck. We've already done a little bit of work on this. One of the reasons the previous owner got rid of it is the fuel tank was smashed up and leaking. So we've swapped out the fuel tank, put an electric fuel pump on it. That might be part of the reason why it's not running. We got to get that dialed in. Another reason we were able to get this vehicle for a good deal is the power takeoff pump was exploded and was leaking all over the place. So we pulled that off and made a cover, and we stopped the leak. Okay, so welcome to Canada. She was froze right in. Had to pull out the tractor, give it a little nudge, but there's no weight in the back, so we're still stuck. Come on! Like first gear? Almost feels like it, eh? Just weird. Definitely a lumber an old beast, that's for sure. That Allison doesn't get up to speed real quick. Doing anything? You gotta attempt. Watch that, just see if it goes up. Yeah. Oil pressure's pretty good. 13 volts. Temp's still getting up there. I gotta figure out what's up with the fuel sender because that should work. It's new. It's probably something in my shoddy wiring. Let's see if we can turn this big old blower around. Okay, so I'd say that was a pretty successful road test. And went up to the neighbor's driveway a couple kilometers down the road, turned around. Definitely needs a lot of work, but this is one of the projects that's keeping us busy on the Woods Farm. And this is our submission to the 2021 International Quarantine Car Show Revive and Drive. Definitely give us a vote if you like this truck. And if you're interested in seeing more videos from the Woods Farm, head over to our YouTube channel and check out some of our other build videos. Thanks for watching. Hey guys, my name is John Woods and I'm from the Woods Farm. We're going to be entering a couple of our vehicles into the 2021 International Quarantine Car Show put on by D-Boss Garage. This video is about my replica Volkswagen Kubelwagen, which is completely built by myself here in my home garage. It's based on the chassis of a Volkswagen 181 Thing and is the replica of a World War II military vehicle. And this year we're going to be entering it into two categories. First, we're going to be entering it into the tribute category, and we're also going to enter it into the revive and drive category. So for the tribute category, the reason I'm entering this category with the Kübelwagen is that this vehicle is really kind of my tribute to the classic vintage Volkswagen Beetle. Believe it or not, the Kübelwagen shares a long history with the Beetle. In fact, the Kübelwagen was actually designed by Porsche at the beginning of World War II. Basically, at that time, Porsche already had the design for the Beetle, and there was a few prototypes floating around, and the war was coming. He was asked by the German army to come up with a light utility vehicle, so he took the Beetle chassis and he basically turned it into an off-road Jeep. And that's really one of the cool things about Volkswagen and the Beetle is it's kind of the ultimate kit car. You can really turn it into just about anything. There's a lot of different ways that you can modify Beetles and upgrade them. And really the genius of Volkswagen is the fact that they have so many different vehicles based on one chassis. The reason I'm entering the Kübelwagen into the Revive and Drive category is because when I started this project 3 years ago, I was looking for some sort of build, and just by chance I came across an old Volkswagen Type 181 Thing. It had been sitting out in a field for at least 20 years and had basically almost rusted away to nothing. It was buried right in the dirt. So I got a hold of that for a great deal, and I decided to pull it out. I trailered it home. We got it home and we got right to work on tearing it down and repairing the chassis. So basically this vehicle I built right from the ground up. There was so much work to do on it, and really most sane people would have written it off, but I decided to just piece it back together, and slowly but surely over time the chassis came back around. I stripped the engine down, cleaned it, and amazingly the engine kind of fired right up with no difficulties. And once I had a running chassis, that's when I decided to, instead of doing a restoration on the 181 Thing, I decided it might be way cooler to build a replica of a Kübelwagen. So this is my version of a Revive and Drive. I basically brought this thing back to life from the dead, and now we're driving it around, and it's a great vehicle. So this was a 3-year project, and it was really my first attempt at doing a major car restoration or resto mod. Basically taught myself how to weld building this car, and rebuilt it really with limited resources and with basic hand tools, essentially. Just one problem at a time, and eventually, you know, a car started to take shape. This project was really challenging, but it was also rewarding, and I enjoyed it in the sense that it was kind of like building a full-scale model. You had to do a lot of research. It was a lot of looking at photographs and trying to replicate that with whatever means I could. And then once the vehicle started to take shape, and we started to get more of the body panels and stuff, and it actually started to look like a Kübelwagen. And then you had to look at the detail work. So it was looking at things like the tow hooks, hinges. You had to make custom hinges, latches.
So we've designed merch around the car show, and the point from that is to have 100% of the proceeds go to the charity All Hands and Hearts. We've got the link down below if you want to check them out. If you take your ICS 2021 order number and enter it in the dashboard, you get an extra 100 ballots towards the prizes that you chose. All right, so again, we really want to thank all of the brands that we worked with that are sponsoring the show. So definitely check out everything that they have to offer. We've got massive companies and we've got local companies, so that's really, really cool. Some of these companies don't ship globally, even though this is a global contest, but they've made exceptions or are working with us to make that happen. We will get you your prize.
Simple, we've got a cowl induction hood on it. We'll just walk down the side here, and we'll pop the trunk. Here's a have a look inside the trunk. Again, I keep Irish Spring in here for the winter to keep the mice out of it, and it does a really good job. There's a look at the trunk. The jacking instructions. Again, the new bumper that's installed. Have a walk around this side. And we'll get the hood open for you here. Again, she's a plain old 6-cylinder, all original. I've got some work to do underneath the hood this year, but we'll get that done. You have a look, the original 71 plate. These gauges and stuff are coming out. It's going to end up with a Dakota digital dash. All original inside. I know the light's pretty bright out here, so I'm trying to get as best as I can. Gives you a little bit better look. The car's pretty original. And again, I recovered the seat this winter. And there we go.
Alright guys, what I have for you is a 1984 Dodge Omni GLH. I bought it off the original owner last year around February, and it was in non-running condition. I hadn't really been driven for 14 years, and the brakes were completely seized up on it. They're really the worst brakes I've ever seen. Complete rust. Everything fell apart when I took them apart. So me and my brother picked it up pretty cheap. It sat from the original owner, like I said, and hadn't been driven in 14 years. And we got it to run on starting fluid. We filled the tank with some premium gas and some Berryman's, and let it run on that stuff, and actually ran pretty good on the bad gas. There was very little bad gas still in the tank. Fixed the brakes, I've cleaned the rims up, did all the tune-up stuff, coil, spark plugs, spark plug wires, air filter, oil change, etc., etc. Cleaned the paint up. The paint was all chalky when I got it, and now it actually has a reflection, even though I haven't even waxed it this year. Interior looks pretty good still. I don't use it as a car show type of car. I drive it, but I will take it to car shows just so people can see something fun and exotic, because nobody sees these things anymore. This is the headliner I put in. See that? Got some fabric from like Joanne Fabrics or something, Hobby Lobby maybe, and put the headliner back in and use those metal braces to keep it up because it was sagging, and that metal I put in keeps it from sagging. So that turned out pretty good. 5-speed manual, 2.2 liter. Got a higher output cam than the normal Omnis because it's a GLH model. No, non-turbo. The 84s didn't have turbo. I made this louver out of aluminum soffit from a hardware store, and mocked it up and made it, painted it, and you can't buy those anymore. You can only find those louvers used, and they're pretty tough to find. So I made one. It turned out pretty good. First time I've ever had to do something like that, but it turned out pretty good. And the side skirts, 84 didn't have side skirts on it. Some of the other ones, you'll see other Omnis, they'll have this side skirt and it says like turbo or Omni turbo, I can't remember, right there, and it has like a red stripe. And I made that this is made out of garden edging, and I riveted it up there. So it's a 2.2 liter non-turbo engine. You can tell it's a GLH because the GLHs came with this aluminum valve cover. And I took off the emission stuff, and I got a different carburetor that doesn't require emissions. So this is like a Weber carb that a lot of people suggested works for it. And my factory air cleaner assembly and everything works. So I have this stock kind of look, but it's not quite stock with the carburetor that's on there, and it's missing some smog emissions stuff here and a lot of vacuum lines that would have been over here. So it makes the engine bay a lot cleaner and drops some weight too. I did put all new shocks all the way around. I think just front springs, so I couldn't find rear springs. It's really hard to find parts of this car. But it's coming along pretty good. It drives good. I can take it to work. I take it to the store. I take it to car shows, and it gets a lot of looks. I get people that stop me at traffic lights and tell me they love the car because they haven't seen one, and since they're like, you know, in their teens. Idle's up a little bit because the choke's on. But all the gauges work, speedometer works, everything works. The heat works. It's only got like a factory AM/FM stereo, which it works. I put new speakers in it too. The speakers are burning. There's the horn. Runs pretty good, like I said. Pretty quiet. Doesn't really smoke. 160-some thousand miles on it.
This is my 1993 Mercedes 300D. It originally had a 2.5 liter inline 5-cylinder diesel, engine code OM602. Now it has a 3 liter inline 6, engine code OM606. It originally had a 4-speed vacuum controlled automatic transmission. Now it has a 5-speed electronically controlled transmission known as the 722.6, or in Dodge cars the NAG1. It also has a Tiptronic shifter from a CLK Mercedes that fits in the original shifter surround, so it still looks factory. And the engine is also electronically controlled, and I've wired in a check engine light and a glow plug light. The car also has 434,000 miles on it. The current engine has 270,000. Everything that came in this car originally still works. The climate control still works, and I have air conditioning, which most people who do the swap don't have air conditioning. The cruise control still works and utilizes the original lever. The tach works, the speedometer works, the oil pressure gauge works, the temperature gauge works, the fuel sender works, and I have added the glow plug and check engine light, but otherwise all the other lights are stock and they all still work. This is the ECU. It's hidden behind a kick plate in the floorboard. Since it isn't waterproof, it has to be inside of the car. It's made by a guy in Iceland, and it's a custom ECU specifically for this engine. And I built this wiring harness. He doesn't supply you with one. It utilizes a GM manifold air pressure sensor, a Mercedes CDI throttle position sensor, and a glow plug relay, which is from the original car that this engine came in, which is also electronically controlled. It has a big electric fan, which I just added. This came from a 2009 Mercedes E320. And it is also controlled by the ECU through PWM. It has a Cummins HY35 turbo on it. This one is a knockoff. It's not a genuine whole set, but it was a lot cheaper. That is the Bosch injection pump inside there. It's kind of hard to see. I polished this intake manifold, and I painted this valve cover and injector cover. They have real automotive paint on them. I actually had to move the engine back a few inches to fit that fan because there is such little clearance, and believe it or not, it actually doesn't hit. It has a Mishimoto oil cooler and a Mishimoto intercooler. The crash bar had to get notched for these to fit. It's starting to rust a little bit, probably needs repainted. It uses AN lines from the feed and return at the back of the block. There's a guy who makes custom adapters to go from that fitting to a 10AN. Sportline seats and suspension. Sportline was a factory sports package by Mercedes back in the 90s, which you couldn't get on the diesel, so you could only get that on the gas cars. But I bought a donor car and took all the pieces off of them, painted them, put them on here, so it has bigger sway bars, stiffer springs, and then a quicker steering ratio too. The car I got the interior from had memory seats, which mine did not, so I had to cut the wiring harness out of that car and add it to this one. Also, it had a electronically adjustable steering column.
Hi there. My name's John Woods from the Woods Farm YouTube channel, and this is one of our submissions to this year's International Quarantine Car Show put on by D-Boss Garage. This is our build project of an SD KFZ 222 armored scout car. The goal of this project for us here at the Woods Farm is to create a running, driving replica of the scout car on a budget. This year for the car show, we're entering the scout car into 3 categories. We're going to enter it into bracketry, we're going to enter it into ingenuity, and we're also going to enter it into the revive and drive category. So for this project, our plan is to have it done in about 3 years, and we're into year 1, and our goal was to have a running, driving chassis that we could build the replica body on top of. So we've succeeded in that goal. We now have a chassis that runs on its own power, it turns and stops. And to get there, we basically spent the last year building nothing but brackets. The steering system is completely custom made to suit this application. In fact, it actually utilizes parts from an ATV gearbox, and also we built the steering wheel using a basketball hoop. A lot of other custom work and fabrication went into this, things like mounting the master cylinder, building a shifter mechanism. We had to build brackets to move the alternator into a more favorable position, and we had to build custom brackets and mounts to put in the transfer case. So the reason we're entering into the ingenuity category is because, well, aside from having Chevy small block 350, the real reason is the fact that the engine is actually mounted in the rear of the vehicle. Now, we did this to actually follow the original design of the SD KFZ 222. It was originally designed with the rear engine, and the reason for that is it's so the driver can actually sit a little further forward, and we needed to replicate that so we could actually better copy the proper body lines and shape of the car. So a lot of creativity had to go into designing the chassis and making the rear engine work. But right now we have forward gears, reverse gears, and everything works like it should. So the reason we're entering into the revive and drive category is because this vehicle is a true Frankenstein, literally pieced together from dozens of junkyard parts from several different makes and models of vehicle. The transmission is a Power Glide that goes into an MP205 transfer case, which best I can tell probably came out of a Ford. The axles came out of a 3/4 ton Dodge from the 80s, and the front axle is a Dana 44. The rear axle is a Chrysler 9¼ inch, and all of that is linked together with homemade drive shafts that I pieced together here in the garage. And ultimately we ended up with a running driving chassis. So now that we've got a running and driving chassis, the next step is to start building the body, and that is our project for next year. The plan is to build the main part of the body next year, and then year 3 we're going to work on the gun turret and finish off all the detail work. So we're really excited to be entering the Scout Car in this year's International Quarantine Car Show. I just want to say thanks to D-Boss Garage for putting on this awesome international car show where all kinds of unique builders can get together and show off their vehicles. Good luck to everybody entering the car show this year. If you're interested in the Scout Car, you can go over to the Woods Farm YouTube channel and you can see the full build there. We're up to episode 15, and this build is going to be going on for a few more years, so you can see us progress on the YouTube channel. As always, thanks for watching.
Alright, so this is my submission for the D-Boss Garage Internet Car Show thing. It's my 72 Cortina Canadian spec. These differ from the UK ones with these marker lights that are shared only on Panteras. And we got headrests. Back seat's red. It's definitely supposed to be like that. I made that shifter knob, but let's do a little start on her here. Sometimes that reads empty, sometimes it reads full, sometimes it reads half. Whatever it is, it does not relate to how much gas is in the tank. That's not 101,000 miles, or that's not 1,000 miles, that's 101,000 miles. Tape deck, but it's got a 10-disc changer in the back. Two-barrel Weber, got a Burton cam in it, adjustable pulley. This is actually a Chevette radiator. I was running it as it was, but I found it wasn't quite keeping up, so I had a wider core put in it. The original is, I think, 12. This is a 16 now. 2-row, 3/4 inch tube, dimples, whatever that means. This is from a 91 or 2 Ranger. This is original to the car, but it doesn't work. Heat works sometimes.
That's a Jaguar alternator. Spare parts. That starter's from a Ford tractor. Got some mini light style wheels, original disc brakes back there, not that you can see. These are disc brakes back here. They're from an 03-ish Mercury Cougar. I made some brackets myself. Another unique part of the Canadian Cortinas is these reverse lights that, as far as I know, aren't shared on anything. Good luck finding those. These are UK spec Cortina Mark III tail lights that I tinted the centers red. The Canadian ones are fully red, but they're flat. They don't have this peak, they're just flat. Unfortunately, both of mine are broken. So, yeah, I made that lower valence because it was rusted out. I made this lower quarter and the arch, same on the other side. I made that. I made that. Mainly just this area here. And I made that. So anyway, hope you like this thing. Check out the photos and the story in my submission. I forget what category. I think I put it under Revive and Drive. It was a revival. It took about 12 years total, but it was technically a revival. So anyway, thank you for checking out my submission and my crappy little English car. This is where the horn button would be, if I had a horn. Oh, and this is the wipers. They're not super helpful. And this isn't supposed to be the way it is, but it works. Anyway, thanks.
Okay, so the point of our voting is to narrow down each category to the top 25. From there, each respective YouTuber will pick their favorite from that 25. I think Vice Grip Garage has over 800 submissions, so we need to narrow that down for him. And it's in your best interest to pick the best vehicles out of that category. So this year, we're giving you guys a chance to win over $7,000 worth of prizes. We've got tools, we've got gift cards, we've got car parts, and a pile of other stuff. So you get 50 votes, and each one of those votes is a ballot to all the giveaways that you've picked. Still vote for your buddy, but you really want to spend those other votes on vehicles that are gonna make it to the top 25. Because each vehicle that you voted for that makes it to the top turns that one vote into 5. So potentially you could have 250 ballots instead of 50 towards the prizes that you chose. But wait, there's more! So if the judge picks the winner and you voted for it, it's worth an extra 20 points. So you really want to go and see what the judges are looking for and pick the car that they're more likely to pick, because that benefits you.
What? This is my 1992 Mustang GT. I bought it from my sister. She has had it since 2004. It was running like a dog. The paint was flaking off. I'll add photos in too. But I rebuilt the engine, top end, bottom end was fine, had a blown head gasket. It's got all new gaskets, new studs. I put a new radiator, new fan. Did the smog pump delete. It's got all new shocks and struts. You know, just the basic stuff for the engine. I just wanted to keep it stock. But I have sanded it, gotten it ready for paint. Even did my first Bondo, fixed a big dent, big hail dent. You'll notice the kangaroo stickers. I grew up in Australia,
And if you look at the Ford Falcon GT, look for the Subaru edition. And I got my cousin to send me a couple of stickers for it. But it's getting ready for paint now. I know most people are going to go, well, what color are you painting it? It's going to be the factory colors, except in Raptor liner. It's getting done hopefully this weekend. It's got the original pullover cover for the back. I have replaced every screw you could think of, every bolt. I've gone through it, changed speakers, got the radio working. Unfortunately, it is an auto, but it's got a new ignition, new fuel pump, new starter, new solenoid, new everything. I mean, I have pages and pages of what I've done to this car. And I've had a little bit of help. My brother helped me get some of the heads off to do the work, but I even rebuilt the heads myself. Here's just a list of some of the things that I've done. Of course, this doesn't include everything because I always forget. And then I have a stack of receipts for all of it. I mean, some of this is just basic, you know, hey, you need to fix this, but, had a rear end leak in the diff, did that. The heads, though, that's the first time I've ever done a head job, like actually pulled it apart and did it with a handheld spring compressor. But it's been fun. I mean, she runs and drives. I can start it up. It's registered. The door panels are in the garage, but and I fixed the AC and heater, so have AC and heat. There's my new speakers working. And turn it on. I mean, I have worked my butt off, and I've only had the car for maybe 8 months now, I think. But it was sitting under an awning where our parents kept their camper. And so it just got rained on and got sun on it, and I mean, it just got beat up left and right. But I am fixing everything I can possibly fix, and I was gonna paint it myself, but a guy offered, who actually does paint and body, to do it for $200, and I'm gonna let him do it so I don't wreck it. But anyways, that's it. That's my 92 GT, and I mean, she's on the road again. I can't remember the last time it was actually street legal. Heck, even the tires look brand new, but those are probably 7 or 8 years old. You can see how bad the alignment was when I got it. It was just ripping chunks out of the car. But, I mean, I have found door bezels. I found all kinds of stuff. I've fixed window motors, door locks, you name it. But hopefully this will get me in, and, you know, maybe I can win something. Appreciate it, everybody.
Hello and welcome to the finer details of this really nice 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle. Now, sorry I'm doing this in a cramped garage, but down here in Galveston it is cold, it is raining, it is dark, so I just go ahead and get her done, and sometimes you just gotta rock what you got. So, background on this car is long story, and I'll shorten it as best I can. Main thing is this was my brother's car, and unfortunately our family lost him in March of 2019. So it's been rather my privilege to continue the legacy of this car. It's been really strange working on this car by myself, but you know, you do what you gotta do. So he bought this car in about 1988, and it's been his pride and joy ever since. He's had lots of cars over the years. This is the one he always kept. This car has over 400,000 miles on it. He dailied this thing off and on, been rebuilt several times. This last iteration, he was pretty well through it and then got sick, and I got the car. It was great, but it was a pile of parts. It was a struggle to figure out what he had done, what he hadn't done, where he was going with it, and trying to get it all back together. It's been a struggle, but I've gotten a lot of it done. Some of the little touches. You have to really know these cars to notice some of the things that he did. This body seam's filled. Body seam up here is filled. Down here where it would normally be along the trunk, that's all filled. All the trim is gone. This is originally a Malibu. All the badging is gone. It had a vinyl roof. That rust grower is gone. So all that trim that would have come around here, that's all shaved. This would have had the trim that ran all down the side of the car. That's all shaved off. Of course, you can tell it's a Malibu. Now the bench seat doesn't automatically make it Malibu. I have seen build sheet SS's with bench seats rather than buckets. But, of course, it does say Malibu on the steering wheel and on the door panels. Because while I'm in here, this car needs a complete interior. The dashboard's actually good. I got all that back together. Everything works, everything's good. But that's kind of where it ends. The rest of this is just a complete redo. So you can tell it's got a lot of work ahead of me, but it's nothing too terrible that I can get it done. Of course, what motivates this is still the original transmission. The original engine blew up a long time ago, but now we've got a small block 400 with a little extra motivation and air conditioning. So this is roughly, I want to say at the crank, it's around 550 horsepower. And it's just a riot to drive. And you can daily drive this car. This is meant to be driven. Still needs a few mechanicals and of course the interior. Otherwise, this thing is about ready to rock. And of course, we got us do a startup. That's the reason why I left the garage door open just a little bit. So this is literally going to be a cold start. I haven't started in about 2 weeks and it is cold outside. So let's hear it. There we go. And they just, I'd say purrs like a kitten, but no, it roars like a lion. Here, before I make the neighbors too mad. Anyway, that's the very short story. Obviously, I can go a lot longer about what's going on with this car, but that's where I'll leave it from here. Y'all have a good one.
Welcome to the main event. This is my buddy Justin Kramer's Volvo. I don't know the year. A couple of you are going to totally freak out about that. Anyway, 6-liter LS, JFR 218 camshaft. It's completely stock long block other than valve springs, obviously. It has a Borg Warner S369 T4 with the 73 turbine. It has a 480E with the budget Circle D converter. It has an Explorer rear shaved down with the Volvo brackets on it. And it's running the 210-pound injectors, twin 450s in the tank, a flex fuel sensor, and a stock GM truck computer. Alright, here at the end is just some pictures I took quick for you to get a nice overview. Check out that third row seating with the gremlin or the mogwai or whatever in the back. You 80s kids know what I'm talking about. Bob Ross, custom vinyl, badass. On 6 pounds it made 475 horsepower, and on 14 pounds it made 620 unlocked.
Damn! Looks like some folks from its old putters are participating in the D-Boss Garage 2021 International Car Show. Hell, I can do that. I can do that.
Come on down to Putters Parker and Market. We're always putting money in our pocket and putting junk in your driveway. This time we don't have a car for sale. It ain't a normal situation. We have the 2021 International Car Show that requires our participation. I'm so damn excited about this, I started doing lunges. She ain't really for sale, but let me sell it to some judges. If you like a ride to Look Factory, well, hot damn, Edna looks like a good one to me. If you like a revive and drive, well, here you have it. I jumped on this build like a coked out rabbit. If you like the power trip, hell, that's Edna's middle name. Just set cruise control and stay in your own damn lane. If you like bracketry, that sounds good to me. This suspension didn't build itself. Yeah, bring some carrots and potatoes. If you want to roast me, I'll bring a 30 packs of rolls and a thing of gravy. She's got a full custom chassis with custom suspension, but making her look just like a lower Travelall was my mission. This greenhouse on wheels was set up to haul kids, haul cars, haul ass, and haul some Goldie Coldies down the roadie. Underneath the hood, we got 4.8 liters of roundhouse. We kept her simple and clean for factory sheen. The sheet metal and the engine sure looks good. Looks like GM and International did the hunky-punky under this hood. Cause damn, look at this baby. Set of eBay manifolds and a tune will do for me. This thing puts rubber to the ground and does the Pot County boogie. Behind this grill, we've got all the damn coolers. Transmission cooler, yeah baby. Power steering cooler, right here. Radiator, aluminum. And a damn condenser that's got more square footage than my single wide. Speaking of transmissions, this baby has the 4L60E. Most folks don't know it, but the 4L60E name is actually a hint of how long that damn thing will last. For like 60 seconds. Full disc brakes helps this baby stop on a dime. The flip-up hitch accents this baby sweet behind. The front suspension's from a 2003 Silverado. People want to know why I went that way, but hell if I know. No leaf springs on this baby, she's got all the features. Let's do the grease lightning and shimmy underneath her. DOM for life and in quarter-inch we trust is my motto. 4-link, panhard bar, sway bar, coil springs, helper bags. Hot damn, I'm shocked. Everywhere gussets, 1/4 inch thick. Everywhere's brackets, 1/4 inch thick. Everywhere there's plates. Hot damn, everything's 1/4 inch thick. Everything's hand cut to fit. Luckily, I don't weld like shit. It's overbuilt, I'm underpaid. I don't believe in kits, so I built the damn thing. They don't build kits for these anyhow. She's got a tank sink tank and a full box hitch. This baby hauls booty and toes like a son of a bitch. The 6-lug Chevy wheels sure look good on this unit, especially painted white with the International caps glued to it. Don't ask me if I'm gonna paint it. Hell, have you seen her? This baby's the definition of sweet potato. Inside could still use some rubbing, some scrubbing, and a little bit of loving. I've got her on the books to get some new stitchings, but we can take a slight glance. Hell, just a quickin'. Consoles are ugly, and so is all the modern day crap. So I combined them and come up with that. Charge ports. I've got it. Bluetooth radio. No problem. Cruise control. You can Elsa it and let it go. Front and rear, heat and air. Hot damn, get out of here. I got rid of the plywood out back and built a custom floor. Lizard skin on this baby makes sure she don't rattle no more. A little elbow grease and this baby cleans right up. Some folks say she's slicker than slug butt. She drinks Get Her Done 91 and she really puts it down, and she'll do the boot scoop boogie all around town. Normally I'd tell you don't forget, if someone got a deal and it's a good one, chances are they dealt with pudding. Here at Puddin's Park It and Market. But if you're reaching for your wallet, you can stop it, cause hell, she ain't for sale. So slam a beer, grab a gear, you just gotta get the hell on out of here. You gotta go. I said get on out of here. Bulldoze it down. Bulldoze it down. Bulldoze it down. Bulldoze it down. Bulldoze it down.
Alright, just wanted to show you guys my 03 Z06. It does have a power sunroof in it. Probably the only one I've ever seen. So here's the controls. One opens up. Not quite all the way. It is one of the spoiler style sunroofs. Then the vent, and fully closed. One thing I do like about how they installed this sunroof, the trim is real nice. Clean look. Also, when you take the key out, it automatically closes, so you never have to worry about leaving it open or any rain getting in or anything like that. I'll go ahead and show you the rest of the car.
Hey everyone, Sammy here, the master of disasters. So here we got the 62 Ford Galaxy. I got this back when I was in grade 10 back in 2008, so that was a minute or two ago. Bought it for $700, my very first paycheck, working at good old Timmy Hortons. And if you read my description, I learned that my uncle had a 61. Almost identical, 61 just had a little bit more fins in the back. But you know, this car is sentimental. Me and my dad, we worked on this. Taught me how to do some body welding. You can tell where I may have done work. We won't look at that. You can look at the pictures and you can make a decision on your own. Anyways, the old 352 was getting pretty tired, so we put in a 390. But I learned quickly that push rod length is very important on these non-adjustable rockers. Yeah, I learned that the hard way. Definitely, I wiped out the cam lobe on, you know, cylinder 1, so that's great. Anyways, we're taking this thing out. I got a buddy of mine, my buddy John. He's a gem. He's actually got a replacement, good running 390 that I can take this out, slap that in just to get it running while I give this thing the whole once over. So obviously I need all the help I can get when it comes to building an engine, because I want to go roller rockers and roller cam and adjustable rockers. Anyways, let's take a look inside. Here's my passenger. That's Montana. So converted it to 4-speed, but you know, I didn't finish putting the pedal. There's the trans. Like, it's ready to go. It's ready to come out. All I got to do is pop the hood off, and yeah, white looks nice as long as you look at it quickly and from far away. So I got a tri-power that I'm working on getting going for this. It needs a little bit of repair. I mean, what? This car's 60 years old. I mean, come on. Anyways, this is my girl. This is my project. There it is. So, well, for me, I'm just a young, dumb electrician who doesn't know what he's doing, and gonna make a series out of this. I might actually, you know, follow through with one of my YouTube goals, kind of thing. I'm a growing boy, but yeah, there's too much. There's too much to talk about in this car. She needs some love, but it was a damn cool car to have going to high school. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, blow up a couple transmissions trying to show off to girls. Anyways, big thanks to DeBoss Garage and all the amazing judges that are judging this, making this all possible. So make sure you vote. Until next time.
So we've designed merch around the car show, and the point for that is to have 100% of the proceeds go to the charity All Hands and Hearts. We got the link down below if you want to check them out. If you take your ICS 2021 order number and enter it in the dashboard, you get an extra 100 ballots towards the prizes that you chose. All right, so again, we really want to thank all of the brands that we worked with that are sponsoring the show. So definitely check out everything that they have to offer. We've got massive companies and we've got local companies, so that's really, really cool. Some of these companies don't ship globally, even though this is a global contest, but they've made exceptions or are working with us to make that happen. We will get you your prize.
Hey guys, my name's Ian. I'm going to show you guys my entry to the ICS 2021 International Car Show. This is my 1972 Gran Torino Sport. She's factory. She started life as a 400 C6 automatic car. I converted her to a 429 with a 4-speed top loader. She was my daily driver for many, many years. Done a lot of body work and other work to this car. It's got a rear disc brake conversion using parts off of a 79 Lincoln. 9-inch rear end, 31 spline Mosier axles, 350 gears for the spool. Pretty clean up in here. Done a lot of work to this thing over the years. I had to park her because she started getting a lifter collapsing above 4,000 RPM. So I parked her for 5 years, and honestly, watching all you guys on YouTube inspired me to get out here and start wrenching again. Forgive my garage is a bit of a mess. I do more than just this type of project in here. So she's being brought back to life, revived, if you will, for a second time. Here's my 429 4-bolt main, all disassembled and cleaned up. My bottom end was still really good. She's got 30 over forged aluminum flat tops, stock connecting rod, stock crank. It had D3 VE heads on it. When I got the motor used, I actually traded it for some 351 Cleveland parts I had. So I'm gonna go, I ordered some Trick Flow Specialties heads. I'm gonna go with a Lunati Voodoo cam, adding a windage tray, new intake, new carb, all that fun stuff. So there's the motor. She needs a trip to the machine shop to get hot tanked and cleaned up a little bit. I'm gonna do all the assembly work myself. The transmission is a close ratio 4-speed top loader. I also traded parts and labor for that. Most of this car has been bartered for. In fact, I got the car. I built a 77 F-150 that had a 351 modified in it. The engine was sitting for a while. Here's the interior. It's actually in good shape except for the seats. So the truck was sitting for a while, had 3 bent push rods in it because the previous owner tried dry starting it. So I built the 351 modified, put it back in the truck. The truck's body was perfect, interior's perfect. And I traded it for this. And then I traded other car parts, some labor and other stuff for the 429 and the 4-speed. Look at that headliner, my goodness. It's a survivor. So anyways, this car has many, many hours of blood, sweat, and tears for me into it. Not as much cash into it. These new engine parts that I'm ordering, that's the bulk of the expense so far. But I hope you guys love her. She's my pride and joy. And thanks for watching.
So I guess I'm entering into the factory competition for factory vehicle. Yeah, so I guess I'm just gonna give you guys a bunch of pictures, maybe a couple of short videos, and I guess that'll do her. I hope. It's very bright outside. I mean, the paint is just it's good. It's white. That's my God. I can't tell if it's my phone or the paint. Anyways, I don't know about you guys, but I personally love brick nose Fords. The headlights are so big, and they don't have to have little side markers on the side to let people know. Like, the fenders are just really clean because the blinker's all the way down the side already. So that's pretty cool about brick noses. Arrow noses are the same, but you know, there's that. 91 classic Fords usually all get the rust up in here. This is solid metal still, which is pretty cool. Rear tank doesn't work, that's fine. A little bit of weight reduction down there, that's fine. Ooh, a decal. Ford in painted red there. In the back, which is, I think, only specific to custom models, because this is an F-150 custom. On this side, we're getting a little bit of the reduction here, but it's not that bad. And always in these cab corners, it's always really bad. Things I've done to it are, I've got a new striker for this side, and I did an oil change to it recently. The steering gearbox needs to be replaced. The interior matches the canopy, believe it or not, which is pretty cool. Also added a tape deck, which is gotta have a tape deck. You just can't go wrong with a tape deck. Need those. I got another one down there, 2 just in case. She's got 133,000 kilometers on it. I just had an alignment, you can tell because the steering wheel is straight. Very unusual for a Ford, very unusual. And the interior is just, you just can't get much better than that. I mean, come on, look at that. Original seat cover, dirty as hell. I probably should have cleaned this before doing this, but you know, it's factory. It's totally fine. I'm just gonna put that back. Oh yeah, I should pop the hood for you guys now. That'd be good. And here she is running, running very well. She still has all the original stickers, which proves the low kilometers of it, because usually these would have been disintegrated, or even sometimes this whole black top plastic panel is just gone. She was in a little fender bender, and she sat in a field for a couple of years because of it, but she was put back on the road by the previous owner. I am currently the 3rd owner of it, although technically it's family owned, so it's not really, I'm technically the 2nd owner, but on paper I'm the 3rd. Yeah, I love this truck a lot. I hope you guys like it too. Even that sticker's still there. Yeah. Yep. Oh, she's quiet.
2004 Chevy Silverado. I bought it for $500, put $600 worth of tires on it. It's got a 5-tree non-diesel. It actually makes more power than the 350 of the same year. And I put the tires on it, I put toolbox on it. That's it. If anyone knows what that is, I'm missing a piece right here. But you know what's inside. I put tow mirrors on it too, put that toolbox on it, just turn the seat down. But it's for CB. Put that in it. There's a bunch of stuff in the back seat, parts and stuff. We had to change that rear shackle, all new front brake lines. We swapped the tailgate around, and this tailgate opens. The old one didn't. That's frozen shut. Put a hitch on it. I think it's getting colder out. Yeah. I think it's more like that cold now. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's the Edelbrock bed delete kit I put on it. The rockers are brand new though. I'll show y'all some clips of us working on it right now. But I'll see y'all in the next video. Peace.
Alright, good afternoon y'all. This is my submission for the 2021 InterNEtional car show. This is my 1980 something or other. I never found out exactly what year it is, but it's a, we'll call it an 85 Ford 2810 tractor. I know this is a car show, but I'm going with the anything with wheels option, or anything with a throttle option. So what we have here is a, as some might say, we'll call it some minty power steering linkages right here, held on with zip ties and band clamps, of course. We've got some homemade wobble pop holders. We've got all kinds of fresh seating, and you know, this thing's obviously been restored to pretty much near perfection, I have to say. Coming around back here, everything's looking pretty normal. You know, make sure we've got a bolt holding the drag link in, or the center link rather, because we're too cool to use the actual pin there. That and the bushing for the center link isn't big enough for that pin. We have the optional sweat rag installed, along with a custom set of light bar holder deals there for you know, when you're running off to the store and it's all dark out and you can see where you're going. Everything's pretty much factory over here as well. As you can tell, everything's pretty much held on with a wing and a prayer. Everything's dry underneath it, so that's a good start. At least it's empty, or maybe it's not leaking. I don't know. It is an old Ford, so either way, both is probable. But got the upgraded headlight edition up right here, and the exhaust stack is at least still black. It's not rust anymore. So you know, that's an option that somebody went with. Now we did most of this work ourselves. This thing was pretty rough when it started out, and this is just our small little farm tractor. We don't have a you know, cornfields everywhere, but you know, it's all basically just for hauling logs and, you know, moving gravel and stuff like that all around. So anyhow, this is our submission, and appreciate y'all taking a look at it. Have a good one. Bye.
G'day there, it's Adam. This is my submission for DeBoss Garage's International Car Show. I missed out on the first one because the car wasn't quite ready, but this time it's painted and it's good to go. So we'll start with the obvious. That's a 52-inch quad stack light bar as the front headlight. Then the wheels are 15-inch rally tyres. I've cut a shitload out of the wheel arches to make them fit. In behind there is some shocks that are meant for a Mark II Golf and some braided brake lines, wheel spikes because reasons, and mud flaps because I have to have them to race. Some of my favourite shows are on the stickers. We'll just not worry about that one. That's fine. This is a Perspex window that I made myself on both sides, just because race car and I needed something to put in my race numbers. Yeah, I've got custom tail lights that I've made from emoji lights that do weird and wonderful things. I can control them from my phone and get them to do pretty much whatever I like. This wing is made from old real estate signs. I got a load of them off Facebook Marketplace for nothing, so cut them up and yeah, made the wing on the back. This exhaust spins around. It's meant for motorbikes, but I made it fit the car just for shits and giggles, basically. Yeah, more stickers and stuff. It's got a full 6-point roll cage in there made by Automotive. It meets all the requirements for the race series that I do, which is Beverley Off-Road Motorsports Association in Beverley in Western Australia. I've got a hydraulic brake that is a shifter for a Honda Civic that I made work in the car. Fire extinguisher because got to have them. Custom dash with all my gauges. All my fun switches. That one that's on is a fake turbo, which works even when the car's not. repainted all my dash and stuff like that. Got my shift light. That's a big race mirror because reasons. These are plumbing fixtures that I made as the internal roof vents, and obviously the vents on the top. These are all my race times. So I raced for the first time last year. These are all the races and the times that I did, so I know what to beat this year. Yeah, I guess that about does it. So, yeah, all runs, all drives, not street registered, obviously. But, yeah, try and race it at least once a month, maybe even more. Okay, thanks for watching and hope I win. Cheers, bye.
I'm John from Mad Scientist Garage, and this is my 75 Firebird that Rich DeBoss blew up last summer.
Just the requisite, yeah, exactly. We'll get some Aussie going.
Get you some of that!
That was pretty cool.
It does get run out. Oh my god, Oh, that's impressive for this car, actually.
Can you get both tires going?
Yeah, that's both of them, dude. What we have here is only the finest $1,000 car I could find from a total stranger in Southern California. I flew out, met a couple friends from the internet who helped me paint this on the hood and fix the car, which I drove home with the stock 350 and a slipping transmission about 2,000 miles to Iowa. This was in the winter with no heat, so that was super pleasant. Since I let Rich drive it, after we put a 4-barrel and a little bit better trans in it, it's made kind of a concerning ticking noise. So now I am building this, a 455, along with the 4-speed back there are going in it from a 76 Trans Am. I just could not live with this car without a TA spoiler, so I bought one off of Craigslist for like 30 bucks, and my buddy Matt actually lettered the thing right next to the drag strip at the 75th anniversary of Hot Rod Magazine, where the car actually won an award for the story. Car overall is pretty clean. Got your standard issue 1970s Bondo flaking off, and pretty much no rust anywhere under the car, due in part to being from California and due in part to the fact that it leaks every fluid known to man. On the interior here, got your standard blown out vinyl seats. They look like hell, but they're actually pretty dang comfy. We did power tour in this thing last year with 3 people in the car and all of our gear. Got some road trip supplies, cheetah print duct tape, fire extinguisher. All pretty standard stuff for an old car. It is an automatic, so I'm gonna have to probably sawzall that console. And since someone already ruined the dash for me, we put in a CD player, because you gotta jam to some Van Halen while you cruise this thing with your mullet. I think my Pontiac here, the Surfin' Bird, is more than award worthy, because we take this thing out and beat on it like it's stolen every time it's out, and it only rewards us. It's no trailer queen, it's not perfect, but she's mint.
Blue Beach entry on the International Car Show. 77 Buick Regal, 350, Auto Magic. It's my grandma's car. Well, it's my great grandma's car, and then I inherited it, and it smells just ripe inside. So, she's got all the ponies, all 350 cubic inches of Buick ponies. Gotta run. You got an ATI. You can't get an ATI. So post-war shenanigans. You're gonna learn them right now. That's not spinning. Oh, that engine's not happy.
Something broke.
Oh, I bet you the fuel line came undone.
Did it?
I think.
I heard something snap back here.
No, the fuel pump wire may or may not have came off. We're gonna take a gander. Or it sucks the can dry. We're out of fuel.
What? Took up that much fuel?
We're out of fuel. 350 cubic inches of Buick power. You know, Buick's had the awfully mounted front oil pump that lost oil pressure. Yet this one has not have. She knocks at high RPMs when you're getting through burn skis, but other than that, she's burnout ready. Oh, shit. Fuel pump action. Hooked to the taillight, you know. Got the fuel hose as the gas line too. They're hot, bitches. They're hot. But you know, no, if we don't win this is where it's at. Look at all the pizza toppings. We almost killed the Tahoe, for Christ's sake. We had her chained to the Tahoe. Oh, there's your entry.
All right, scowling old Chevy pickup. It was buried in the snow pretty good, but came through and plowed it a bit. She's deep. She's real deep. I got the old thing on life support right now. It's been currently negative 10 Celsius. Looks like we're good. Let's disconnect this. Come on, you son of a bitch. All right. You can see there's frost on the engine block. Currently negative 10. It was about negative 30 this morning Celsius. I just want to see if that thing will fire up. So let's go in there and see what she'll do. Key here. There's the key ignition. The door's unlocked. There's no point in locking it up here. I'm breaking all the icicles off. So, give one Uno pump of the gas and see what she'll do. Well, she fired. There she goes. Scowling over. Clear her out a little bit. Oh, you look at the icicles hanging off of her, eh? Always rely on your old small block Chevrolet anyways. I think I'll put her back on charge for a little while. Let her get a little charge into her. Gonna rig a jig and away she went, eh? Hey, good old girl. I'm gonna let it warm up for a while.
Hey guys, I'm just sitting here in the El Camino and thought now would be a good time to do this video. I get a lot of questions from people asking what the exhaust setup is in this car because it's really loud. But I got true dual exhaust, so there's no X pipe, no H pipe, but what makes it so loud is that I'm actually running Granatelli Motorsports cutouts to my side pipes. So this thing can really go from mild to wild just by flipping a switch, and I'll show you that right now. All right, so I'm just gonna get this thing fired up, make sure it's in neutral there, and we'll go. So this is what it sounds like with them closed. It's nice and quiet. And this is open. So yeah, major difference.
What's up, guys, and welcome to Lang's Speed and Cycle. Behind me, I got my little hot rod truck, Old Blue. Why don't I fire it up and show it to you guys? you can't tell already, this isn't just any stock Dodge Dakota. This did start its life with a 5.2 liter Magnum V8 automatic transmission and a 392 posse differential. And the differential's all that's left. Under the hood, I swapped in a 5.3 liter V8 and a 4L60E out of a 99 Silverado. This was my first engine swap done in this garage. Oh, there's my V-Star. My wife loves that. But anyways, I put an LS1 cam in this truck. It's got shorty S10 LS swap headers, and I'm a rat rodder at heart. So I kept it cheap and under a budget. And this truck has more than enough power to get itself around. Let's give it a few quick revs and let you know how it sounds. This has a Cherry Bomb Vortex muffler. Sounds pretty good. I actually love the sound of this truck. In the interior, I made a custom gauge cluster with all different gauges. I'll go more in depth with that if you would like. I also have a TCI floor shifter that I'm not really a huge fan of. I'll do a love-hate review on that. But again, thank you for watching Lang Speed and Cycle. Feel free to leave a comment below. And remember, find them, fix them, and drive them.
Okay, so the point of our voting is to narrow down each category to the top 25. From there, each respective YouTuber will pick their favorite from that 25. I think Vice Grip Garage has over 800 submissions, so we need to narrow that down for him. And it's in your best interest to pick the best vehicles out of that category. So this year, we're giving you guys a chance to win over $7,000 worth of prizes. We've got tools, we've got gift cards, we've got car parts, and a pile of other stuff. So you get 50 votes, and each one of those votes is a ballot to all the giveaways that you've picked. Still vote for your buddy, but you really want to spend those other votes on vehicles that are gonna make it to the top 25. Because each vehicle that you voted for that makes it to the top turns that one vote into 5. So potentially you could have 250 ballots instead of 50 towards the prizes that you chose. But wait, there's more! So if the judge picks the winner and you voted for it, it's worth an extra 20 points. So you really want to go and see what the judges are looking for and pick the car that they're more likely to pick, because that benefits you.
What? There she blows. 1976 Itch Dodge Power Wagon W100. Got a nice little V. I don't really have anything for it right now because, well, I don't really have the keys to show you the interior. But this is now my first truck. It's a big old tank, W100, but nice little interior. It's got the 4-wheel drive though. However, if I show you underneath, there's the front differential sitting without the thing. Currently the shaft is sitting inside the back of the bed. However, the thing's a bit of a fixer-upper, has a bunch of issues. Doesn't got a bed. Well, got the tire, got the gas, cause the fuel gauge don't work, and it also seems, if I'm correct, the fuel gauge, the oil temperature gauge don't work either, so the thing has a bit of an overheating issue. But other than that, it's not a bad truck. Not the best fuel economically, because, well, one, it's a V6, though it don't seem to be original. But yeah, that's about all I got.
I'm gonna be submitting my truck for the 2021 DeBoss Garage Car Show, roast me category, the one that Mr. Regular's doing. I mean, because it's a regular truck, it's not modified at all. Well, I mean, it kind of is. It's got the ZR2 package, where it came from the factory with the bigger 31-inch tires and lift kit and all that stuff, 4-wheel drive, but it's still stock. I got a toolbox in the back, as you do, you know, when it's a pickup truck. these fenders back here, actually, I saw that video that D-Boss Garage did, where he took the blowtorch to that bumper, the minivan, and made it plastic come back. I'm sure if I was more patient I could have done a better job, but I actually kind of burned it all up in these spots and then gave up. Interior is in surprisingly good shape for a 99. My other car I had before this was a 98 Eldorado. The seats were all torn up. Back here, you know, find a lever. There we go. I got oil, toolbox, beach ball, battery cables, you know, all the usual stuff. I was always wondering what these little buttons do in the center console. I don't know, somebody in the comments could tell me what the heck those are for. But yeah, it's a good truck, so I tried out. It's got these fuzzy dice up in the mirror. I won these at a Chuck E. Cheese when I was like, I don't know, 10 or something. So I could keep them for my first car. And speaking of my first car, that Eldorado, the previous owner was an old lady named Linda. And so she had this vanity plate put on it. And I called that car Linda. And then when I sold it, I kept the plate and I put a mailbox number 2 on it and I put it on the truck. And now I call the truck Linda 2. I don't know, sentimental value, I guess. But yeah, that's the end of it. There it is. Good luck with all your submissions. Can't wait to see them, and yeah.
name is Blake Beal. We're from Seattle, Washington, and what I have for you guys is what's left of a 1958 Chevy wagon. So, I got this car when I was 13, and it was in the back of a car lot. I'd been sitting there for 20 plus years. And, well, I did what any 13-year-old would do. And first, I started building the motor up. And then the years kind of passed by. I kind of moved on to different projects. Well, I recently revisited this with fresh eyes, and I did a lot of crazy things. Like in the pictures you'll see, big tires, turbocharger, dual quads that I kind of fabric-cobbled together. Does pretty good. Goes as fast as the factory body will really let it go. That's really all that's different about this, except for just the body is the only thing factory on it. Everything that you see on the body is what it came with in 1958. Even the roof rack, I had that laying around in my dad's garage. And now that I have a garage, that would be a good time to work on it. So hope you guys enjoy the car that I have presented to you today. I drove this car in high school. It used to be my daily driver, and kind of grew into a point where I could actually have time to work on it and money. But it's definitely under a budget, that's for sure. But it'll definitely surprise you on the road. That's also for sure. So hope you guys enjoy.
Alright, gonna do a walk around my 1973 Toyota Hilux RN22. Has a 22R hybrid, so it's a 82 22R bottom end with a 77 20R head. The cam is a .430 lift at 270. See, it has Weber DCO E40s. It has a Flowtech head. DUI Dizzy. Still don't have the rev limiter in there yet. Got Badlands exhaust. that's just my little walk around.
Alright, here's a cold start video of my 89 GMC with a built 355. It's got a built 700 R4. True duals, high flow cats. Speed FX 8-inch glass packs with dual wall tips. B&M ratchet shifter, yeah. Mint.
Hello, this is my entry for the 2021 InterNEtional Car Show Revive and Drive category. This is my 1967 Chevy C50 that I revived. It had been parked since the early 2000s. It was on the 2-ton frame, and I did a frame swap. I put it on a 67 C20 frame. I just like the look of it. Gonna keep it rough just like it is, with the dents and scratches and everything. Still under construction. Gonna put a flatbed on it, but runs and drives great. And got a 327 in it out of another grain truck. Let me pop the hood here quick if I can. So not a lot of modifications other than just fitting it in there. Yeah, need to get a couple more hubcaps yet, but glad to bring this thing back from the dead. Got it at an auction for $90 and saved it from the scrapyard. So thanks.
So this is a late 80s Toyota MR2. It's got the supercharger on it, so I think that's 145 horsepower. It's been sitting for the last 10-ish years. I think the owner said that there was an electrical fire, but before that, it was all tuned up. So we'll see about that. Inside, interior, pretty clean, actually. I don't really see any issues. It does have, let's see, 268,000 miles, so it's ran. But yeah, we'll go ahead and give it a good wash today, and we'll go from there.
Znači, popravili smo kontić, svjećice i pomerem vrata.
This is a 1950 Chevy 3100, nicknamed Daisy. Sitting on 20x8 Detroit steel wheels wrapped in Diamondback white wall tires all the way around. Powered by a small block Chevy 327, backed by a TKO 600 transmission. Factory frame, IFS, 4-link out back.
So we've designed merch around the car show, and the point for that is to have 100% of the proceeds go to the charity All Hands and Hearts. We've got the link down below if you want to check them out. If you take your ICS 2021 order number and enter it in the dashboard, you get an extra 100 ballots towards the prizes that you chose. All right, so again, we really want to thank all of the brands that we worked with that are sponsoring the show. So definitely check out everything that they have to offer. We've got massive companies and we've got local companies, so that's really, really cool. Some of these companies don't ship globally, even though this is a global contest, but they've made exceptions or are working with us to make that happen. We will get you your prize.
99 Scout. I'd like to thank my cousins for helping me drain the gas and get it where it can do this.
Hey Derek and Kevin, my name is Richard Gibson from Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm in my garage because it was a little windy out this morning and I decided to do it in the garage. And I'm showing you my entry into the factory category and the revive and drive. It's a car that came off the assembly line the same year I was born, 1961, but it's a 62 model. Now don't get scared, Derek. Chevrolet Corvette. Now it looks like it's got all kinds of shine dripping on it, but it didn't look that way when we first got it. I didn't do any like body work or anything. Well, I did a little bit. I didn't do it. I had somebody do it. But I'm going to show you some of the factory things we had to do. It came with a factory cracked windshield right here. Factory crack. That was a bear to find. And then the seats weren't any good. I went and got some new seat covers and had those replaced off a guy I found off Craigslist. Bought the seat covers off of one of them Zip Corvettes or Corvette Central. You know, they give you the Corvette tax of 50% higher than any other part. In the trunk, I noticed this when I went to change my mufflers because they were 10-foot long Midas mufflers, and I saw Derek cutting off a exhaust pipe. I said, you know, I could do that, and I could put something on it. And I went down to the store and I got myself some Thrush glass packs because, well, they were red and they matched the car, but they were the cheapest. Anyway, let's see what we got in here. We got Pittsburgh. This is what was used to open the hood release. We got 1, 2, 3 shifters. I ended up buying a brand new shifter because I had to put a Muncie 4-speed in it, and I bought one off Craigslist, and I had a shop put it in for me, and all the gears were backwards. Like it was like 1, 2, 3, 4, and reverse. Forget about it. And I put a new shifter in. Mwah. So I was underneath there and I saw that the shocks were air shocks in the back. They had no air in them the whole time I owned the car. So, well, I ripped those things out. I hate air shocks. And then, because, well, I was like looking for the filler thing and where'd that go? Where'd my cardboard? Oh, here it is. It was hidden behind this thing. Cardboard. Painted red cardboard. And I thought, what were they? That can't be. Well, maybe it's factory because I was underneath the dash and the heater box is made of cardboard. Anyway, and then I was looking, decided I'd check out the spare. Haven't looked at it once since I got the car. So, you know, I'll check out the spare. Oh, look. Fancy. Wood. And no spare, of course. Oh, boy. What else did we have? We had the alternator bracket over here. I went to get one of those fancy Summit alternator brackets to make it shine like the rest of the little pieces I got on the engine. And I went to take the old one off. I think it was the old generator bracket. It was welded to the headers. Welded! Anyway, she'd been sitting in the garage for 30 years. My wife's cousin was a collector, kind of a hoarder, I think they call them nowadays, of stuff that's going to be worth money someday. And this thing was covered literally in mint and box Star Wars toys. He turned to 50 and had his first kid and wasn't working. His wife said, all that stuff that's going to be worth money someday, today's the day. And my wife had wanted it since she was a little girl, so we gave her first shot at it. And she bought it, and she doesn't drive it. She likes riding in it with me. And she got that one originally because she thought she would never get that one. She'd seen that one her whole life and she wanted it. And she thought, well, I'll settle for something like that. So now we got 2 in the garage. His and hers. But anyway, thanks for your consideration, and I love your show. Kevin, your buddy Thunder, whatever, 289, he helped me put that HEI distributor in just by watching his videos. I used to work on cars when I was a teenager, and it was, you know, you had your Haynes manual, and the guy down the street who smoked around gasoline too much, he thought he was going to blow up his garage one day while you were in it. And that was about it. But now we've got all these YouTube videos, and whoo! So thanks for your consideration. Give a little look at the engine. Maybe I'll start it up for you guys real quick. It used to sound like nothing before, but I put those Thrush on there. Who knows? Might have got a couple more horsepower out of those 1-inch exhaust pipes. He's got 4 in the back end now. I went down there and I counted it. Not too fun on the freeway, but boy, it goes fast. Tell you what, dangerous almost, especially with that 1940s steering stuff that probably was built in 1960. All right, thanks guys.
So I was watching the YouTubes last night and tuned into my boy BW's channel. I saw he's putting an entry into the DeBoss Garage InterNEtional car show. And I said, you know what? I got a lot of junk around here. I probably got something that qualifies for something. So why not? So as I was walking around the shop, I realized I got a few things that could easily fit into the factory and the revival. This might work, but it don't run. Pull this out of the field, way too new. This thing sat forever and I had to rebuild the whole thing. Too new. Then we came across this guy. She sat in the field for 6-ish years. Not probably longer because the guy admitted to 6. But I'll put a picture of her right over here. Filled with moss, under the tree, flat tires, falling into the dirt, all that kind of stuff. She's got herself a little weight reduction right here. Now I was a little worried about it. Then I cruised on over to the other side and realized it's a matching set. So we're good. So that falls into a little bit up the front, you know, because you don't want it to be even. You don't want just out back to be lighter. You need it all the way around. Keep the traction good, you know. And you open her up here. We haven't gotten in here yet. She's a little ripe, a little offensive. But she started life here. She was blue, and then brown, and back to blue. I don't know why we do all this stuff, but I'm knowing this though. That gear shifter's got to double the value of what I paid for it, and I'm not sure what's going on with the bungee cords there. But I am afraid if I take them off that wheel will fall down. So they're going to stay right there for a while. So coming over here, we got the living room rug, which I'm also not mad at. We're going to keep that for a little while. And I'm not sure what the extension cord goes to, but that's fine. And easier to change the fuses when, you know, they move towards you. So look at this, huh? Nice little fancy steering wheel cover. You really can't beat it. That's not quite a solid. Don't. Yeah, we got her. Yeah, we got her now. So we got here under the old powerhouse. Nothing says full-size truck like a slant 6. 1 barrel carb. Yeah, it's can't beat it. And what do you do when you only have a side mount battery? You get some bolts and some washers, and you make it work. And if this one's melted from a past project that went wrong, you incorporate the bungee cord. It's just what you do. Pretty flawless. Well, let me put you here on the old tripod, and we'll show you how she runs. Listen to that baby purr. Not bad for a couple hours worth of work. I had to sit in for 10-ish years. It might blow up. I'm not sure what that is, but an hour and a half with a pressure washer and a little bit of time dumping some fuel and whatnot. There you go. She survived. And she just ran out of gas. That's the downside of the Craftsman fuel tank. Now we're going to shut this fuel pump off, so let's take care of that right quick. Well, there you have it. The Puglisi Speed Shop 2021 DeBoss Garage InterNEtional Car Show entry. Hopefully Derek likes the old factory options the D100 has to offer. And hopefully Kevin and Mook like the fact that she was sitting for a while and we got her going. Thanks for watching, guys.
Okay, so the point of our voting is to narrow down each category to the top 25. From there, each respective YouTuber will pick their favorite from that 25. I think Vice Grip Garage has over 800 submissions, so we need to narrow that down for him. And it's in your best interest to pick the best vehicles out of that category. So this year, we're giving you guys a chance to win over $7,000 worth of prizes. We've got tools, we've got gift cards, we've got car parts, and a pile of other stuff. So you get 50 votes, and each one of those votes is a ballot to all the giveaways that you've picked. Still vote for your buddy, but you really want to spend those other votes on vehicles that are gonna make it to the top 25. Because each vehicle that you voted for that makes it to the top turns that one vote into 5. So potentially you could have 250 ballots instead of 50 towards the prizes that you chose. But wait, there's more! So if the judge picks the winner and you voted for it, it's worth an extra 20 points. So you really want to go and see what the judges are looking for and pick the car that they're more likely to pick, because that benefits you.
What?
Hi, my name is Jessie, and this is my car collection. I have a full body style collection of the Saturn S series. So that's all 6 coupe models and all 3 sedans and all 3 wagons throughout the 3 generations that they had. Many of these were saved from auction, saved from dealership trade-ins, and just saved from sitting in yards. It's my Miata that I restored. I have a 91 S10 that was also an auction vehicle. And I have 2 more of my Saturns chilling back here. And then I have 1 more car. She sits in my garage. And she was saved out of a hoarder's house. My 1980 Camaro. She currently has 42,000 miles and is all original, aside from the carpet and the front lower grille. So this is my 90 Miata, my 91 S10. In the back was my 99 SW2, and behind her was the 01 SC2, 91 SC, 95 SL2, 95 SC2, 98 SC2, 2000 SC2, 2002 SL2, 95 SC2, redone to have the SC1 body style, 94 SW2, 2001 SW2, and my 2001 SC2. This one has a complete engine transmission swap and interior swap. 99 SL2, 99 SL2, but this one is also the homecoming edition. This one was auctioned, so was the purple one. 97 SL2, 2000 SWP, she's a postal, so she's right-hand drive. This white one is also a gold edition. She has the snow white paint, and the gold badges, and a leather interior. She was auctioned. This one I actually saved out of the woods. So that is my full collection.
Hey guys, Chaz from Puglisi Speed Shop again. After looking around the shop, I realized I have one more entry for the 2021 DeBoss Garage InterNETional Car Show. It gets easier to say every time you say it, I promise. Also for the Revival and Factory categories is my 1977 Pontiac Le Mans. This car was not bought with any of that in mind of being factory or being a revival or anything. But when you buy a car strictly on emotion, it never turns out good. So from a distance, she looks like a pretty solid late 70s A-body. I mean, she's an 8. You know, from 8 feet away at 8 o'clock at night. Sure. As you get a little closer, you realize this might be getting a little dry. Now the vinyl top's not doing so good, but we keep her on there. She's still there. I mean, we need something to, if you listen, hold all that weight reduction in there. It's the only way to do it. So speaking of weight reduction, the quarters are doing a pretty solid job of it too. Not bad. And the best part, we got those nice shiny chrome wheels that just distract you from all of that stuff. So you still get the advantages of the weight reduction, but the style of the chrome. Speaking of weight reduction, look at his doors. They are heavy. So, why not take a little weight off the corners? I mean, any way you can save a little weight helps you at the track. And does it get any classier than a full white interior? I don't think it does. Well, unless it's covered in mold. We'll put that picture right around here. Pretty sweet. We're cleaning her up. Wife says she's about to come down and help me out, so I'm looking forward to that because I'm tired of it. So, speaking of weight reduction, see, these cars are big. These 70s cars, you know. So, if you can swap out your floorboards for some good old-fashioned, well, it's like a magnetic sign. Solid choice. And you just slide this bad dog over like that. She factory. Can't beat that. Let me show you what's going on under this hood. Here we've got the mighty 301. Everything you want in Pontiac performance for the late 70s. Not only did she have about 100 horsepower, she also got 8 miles to the gallon with the demanding 2-barrel car. And whenever you go ahead and put in a new wiper motor, that's always how you want to install your fuses. You can never have too many fuses. So, and what is this giant thing, you ask? Oh, you're about to find out. As we continue with scandalous wiring, this is how you want to do your connections. Just shove everything in there and make sure you leave as many things hanging as possible. Especially some speaker wire. And leave your connectors out, so this way they can short out nice and easy. It's the only way to do it. You're going to do it. Let's do it right. And, whoa. I wonder what this little guy does here. I don't know. Oh, is that a auga horn? Yeah. You know why, right? Because this one don't work. Classy, guys. Classy. Have you ever found yourself at a disadvantage? You got a muffler to put on, but no muffler clamps. Not a problem. Just use a hose clamp. He seems to hold on pretty good. I was being sarcastic for no reason. She actually runs really good. And for a 301, she don't sound half bad either. Like I said, 8 feet away, 8 o'clock at night, solid 8 all day long. There you have it. The second and final submission for Puglisi Speed Shop for the 2021 DeBoss Garage InterNETional Car Show.
Howdy from Wisconsin. Got a 1967 Chevy C10 pick-em-up truck. She's a little rough around the edges on the outside. Got the sat in a barn for 25 years at this dude's dad's house. He got it taken away. The fun part about this truck is, the story goes, he picked it up when he was 15 years old. He dropped a 305 with a turbo 350, turbo 350 behind her within a week of owning it. Pulled the inline 6 out, took the 3 on the tree, took that transmission out, threw that 305 with turbo 350 in it. Well, apparently he was like a normal kid, and his dad got upset with him causing too much trouble, so it made him park it like the first year he had it. Sat in that same barn for 25 years. As you can see, they painted that barn in the last 25 years. Made a nice little red stripe on the back of the tailgate. So, pretty funny about this thing sat for 25 years. He pulled it out, and I had to go pick it up. Fun part is, I spent last winter doing the interior, put a lot of new floor in, did the sound deadening, fixed the cab corners, fixed the doors where they latch. The rockers are all paint matching. This is the bad side. I did the passenger side way better. You gotta have your gas pedal and your high beams. Everything works. Got some seats out of a mid-70s car. Had to clean those up when I was doing the interior. Put all the gauges in. I built this little lever thing because the stock plastic one snapped off. You know, that's how you do it. And then you got pretty much stock interior. Got the one visor, sweet seats. But what do you think? What do you think this thing has in it for an engine? Let's fire her up. See what you think. I think you guys like this. Take a wild guess what this is. B is for Bopin. Oh yeah. A is for Aod. And she's quiet again. Did you guess yet? You know what she's got under the hood? This is what I built this last winter. 454. A 92. Carbureted and everything. Then I threw a turbo or a 700 R4 behind it. He was a tight fit. If you look at that bottom member there, you know, I just had to I had to clearance it so it didn't self-clear. And got a little exhaust tick because I had to beat into the header to make it fit. There you go, that's the angle. Got the four-core radiator. Had the truck for about 2 years. And absolutely love it. Just keep continuing working on it. Next thing's gonna just be drive it. Little things here and there. That's I'm Lucas from Wisconsin, and this is my submission for the International Car Show. Thank you, and good luck to the rest of you guys out there.
Didn't think I was gonna end it without a burnout, did you?
All right, so here's my entry into the 2021 International Car Show for the factory category, judged by Derek over there at Vice Grip Garage. This is my 1985 Ford F-250 dump truck named Lil Bruiser, and that name was on it when I got it, and don't know how it came to be, but it came with the truck. I'm actually the second owner of this rig. Originally belonged to a friend of my grandfather who was a doctor and owned a farm that he just used to go play out on. That was his way of unwinding. His truck actually has less than 33,000 original miles on it. But it lived in a barn for a lot of its life and lived outside for as long as I've had it. And you eagle-eyed viewers will notice that it's got clear coat peeling on it. And 1985 Ford trucks didn't even have clear coat, but truck does have all its original metal in it with a little bit of holes fixed on, just because I had to get it to pass inspection last year, because Pennsylvania is one of those states. But those days are over for this truck, because it's going to get classic plates and means the inspection goes away. Got a one mirror held on with electrical tape, so I think that's kind of what you're looking for, Derek. Stuff like this, because the glass fell out on me once and that's all I had handy. We'll get to the deleted mirror on the passenger side in a minute. The interior of this truck is awesome, because you name a surface and it's blue. That water leak I led onto earlier was cause for deleting the original rubber floor mat, because it was just holding moisture, and took me a while to kind of track that thing down and fix it. So like I was saying, this truck has an honest to goodness 32,338 original miles on it. And these are all the original pedal pads to back that up. And the steering wheel's not all sticky. It is filthy, but I mean, the door panels armrests aren't all split. I mean, the seat's split, but that's been like that as long as we've had it. And my grandfather actually stitched that up with an old shoelace years ago. It's got the typical 80s Ford speaker grille, not there anymore. Rear view mirror, non-existent, which can't see through the dump bed anyway. Do got a Sun Pro tack and a Kenwood cassette deck, because this truck had an AM radio in it that didn't work when we got it. No AC truck, basically a no option truck other than being a 460 and four-wheel drive. You go ahead and get under the hood here. Like I mentioned, this is a factory 460 4-speed four-wheel drive. And there it is. I mean, I don't care where your brand loyalty lies. Big blocks are great. Basically all original under here, except I did delete the smog pumps last year when I put a water pump and overhauled the cooling system, because it does get maintained. I mean, as evidenced by the service loop in the heater core. But But this is one of those vehicles that out of all the stuff I own, I only fix what complains when it complains. Wheels and tires, those are actually the original wheels, because we did put a set of 4 tires on this truck when we got it. See, I'm not 100% sure, but I do believe this dump box is original to the truck. It's got a 84 build date. I know Doc bought it this way or bought it shortly thereafter, because as long as I've known this truck, which has been most of my 30 years, it's never had a pickup box on it. The sideboards are actually the old ceiling joists out of my parents' garage when they redid it. So there's that. I mean, it is what it is. Strobe light doesn't work, doesn't have any wires to it. That was put up as a joke about 10 years ago and it stuck. This might be the kind of thing you're looking for, Derek. This receiver hitch came with the truck. And this is some heavy duty stuff. Just C-channel. And if you'll notice, you get the right angle, it does have a little bit of a bow to it. So, and it is hands down the most loyal vehicle I own. And the thing is too, is it's basically like driving a muscle car. It's got a big block with a Holley 4-barrel on it, 4 speeds, does not stop or steer, gets 7 miles to the gallon, and I love every second of it. I think actually we'll go ahead and I'll throw the bed up in the air here. She's electric. It's basically just a snowplow pump because it's not a super heavy duty truck, you know, it's not a dually. Yeah, it's got this little scissor lift guy in it. There's actually some stuff that probably helped to get a good look at the little hoist here. I mean, she's not good for a lot of weight, but this thing sure beats a wheelbarrow. Factory dual tanks. Another one of those factorized things you might be looking for is I actually welded this exhaust up probably about 10 years ago. The original muffler was a 2-into-1 deal and had like a big 3.5 inch or 3-inch tailpipe that went out the back like it would, and both of the rear hangers broke. So I just went ahead and winged that off, got a pair of Thrush chambered mufflers, made up my own tailpipes and stuff, picked up some factory locations to hang them, and this is where we're at. This thing just is screaming to me to be an 80s fairground pounder. It really is. And like I said, it's just such a good old truck, and it's so neat. And here in Pennsylvania, we don't really see a lot of these because the salt just tore them all up. And like this one was Z-barred when it was new, which helped a little bit. It's not pristine. It's a lot better than a lot of other ones, though. And the fact that it is a factory 460 truck, it's pretty cool.
Hey, what is going on, everyone? Welcome to the channel. This is my submission for the 2021 International Car Show. This here is my 1981 Chevy C10 long bed pickup. Now, how I got this truck is my father's a mechanic, and one day someone dropped off for him to work on an older truck like this one. And I hopped in it, fired it up, moved it up to shop door to get it ready. And by the time I had driven the thing up there and hopped out, it was like a spark was lit inside of me to own a truck just like this one here. Starting up from the back and working forward, the most noticeable thing is going to be these wheels. These are Moto Metal 20x12s. These are 51mm offset. Coming in the back here, this is the original bed. Most of the parts on this truck is still here from 81. Right here, rear brake lights are the original. Same way with majority of the chrome pieces. These wheel well trim pieces are the same. We have new rock guards on here. These are chrome. I think it goes along well with the trim here. In the bed, We rhino lined this, and the whole reason for that was just to put a nice protective coating on it. Suspension wise with these wheels, I know a lot of people have asked me everything that I did to make these wheels fit. I did have to do a little bit of trimming up front, nothing major. I wanted to preserve everything as much as I could. I did install cool spacers in the front, put new shocks on it, went through the whole suspension to make sure everything was good. I also went through the brakes to make sure they were in good shape as well, especially with these bigger tires. You want to make sure you have good stopping power. This is the original grille and headlights. We took the time to take this apart, strip it down to the bare plastic and put a new coating on it, make it match. We redid the center Chevy symbol. I painted this yellow to match the side emblems right here, but I think this whole front end looks very sleek though. Now moving on into the interior, I took a lot of time to make this in here as nice as I could. These door panels are original. We changed out a few little pieces like all these little chrome add-ons, these door handle covers and all that. One thing I did do, same way with the headliner, we reupholstered these lower door panels. In here is the seat. I'm super happy with how this thing looks. It's awesome. Here's the headliner here. I hope you guys can see it. It's kind of hard with the sun shining. Now coming over to the driver's side, for the steering column and dash, we put a new layer of paint over here to give it a nice glossy finish. I think it came out super well. Everything looks super clean. So under the hood here, we have a completely bone stock 305 Chevy small block. I think this thing will be a pretty good match for the truck. I did have plans on putting a 350 in here. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I'm pretty sure there's a few small little details I forgot, but I'm gonna be planning on doing a lot more videos with this truck, like I said earlier, with the engine and engine bay. But if you guys enjoyed content like this and want to see more, make sure you guys subscribe. I have plans on doing another build, hopefully for next year, with a Corvette powered truck. Hopefully something more like this, maybe a K10, do something 4-wheel drive, lift it up in the air, put big wheels on it. I'm looking for a set of 24x14s to put on the truck. So if you guys enjoy big trucks like that, make sure you subscribe. If you guys are interested in voting for this truck for the 2021 International Car Show.
So we've designed merch around the car show, and the point for that is to have 100% of the proceeds go to the charity All Hands and Hearts. We've got the link down below if you want to check them out. If you take your ICS 2021 order number and enter it in the dashboard, you get an extra 100 ballots towards the prizes that you chose. All right, so again, we really want to thank all of the brands that we worked with that are sponsoring the show. So definitely check out everything that they have to offer. We've got massive companies and we've got local companies, so that's really, really cool. Some of these companies don't ship globally, even though this is a global contest, but they've made exceptions or are working with us to make that happen. We will get you your prize.
All right, so this is my 1964 Chevrolet C60. It started life in '64 with a lumber company on the Ileana State Line, and it had a hard life there. When the lumber company went out of business, it ended up at the family farm. From there, it was picked up in the late 2010s by a classic car restorer not too far from me here. But as with much of us, too many irons in the fire, he never got around to it. And so that's when I found it. I bought this farm in 2018. I've been slowly building it up into what I want. And not too long ago, I came to the conclusion that my 1 ton and my half ton weren't going to do it anymore. I needed something a little bit bigger. And so I started looking around, and the goal was not actually to get something of this vintage. It was to get something that hopefully wasn't going to take too much work, that I could just run as is. But the more I looked at it, the more I liked it. I showed up, it was running when I checked it, but it had no brakes anywhere on it. So the buyer and I, or the seller and I, worked out a deal. A couple weeks later, I had it on the lowboy. We hauled it back to the farm back east, and that's pretty much where the saga begins. It was bought as a runner, but very quickly it was a not runner. It would not start to get off the lowboy. Couldn't get it moved, so I managed to get it pushed into the shop there. And as I was grabbing spark plug wires, they just fell apart in my hand. So it took me about a week and a half working with the old 292. So it's a 292 with an SM420. It's got a 2-speed rear axle, but the spark plug wires were falling apart. The distributor was shot. I mean, it was just a laundry list of problems. So I patched up the brake line that was blown out, got the engine running, got her on the road, and the goal was to basically just rip the bed off, put a new bed on it, and call it good. But it was eating a quart of oil every 20 miles. And when I crawled up under, I saw the oil leaking out of the bell housing, which told me the rear main was bad. And so at that point, with all the other laundry list of problems with the engine, I figured we might as well just pull it. And so over the winter of 2019 into early 2020 is when I started on it. Had the engine and trans pulled out pretty much in no time. And as I had the engine on the stand after we split them, you could spin the balancer by hand, and there was basically no compression in the engine anymore. And that was verified when I popped the cylinder head off. And sure enough, you know, typically there's a wear ring if it's a well-used engine, and you can just kind of nick the wear ring with your fingernail. Well, the wear ring on this engine was every bit of 2,000ths. So that indicates that the odometer only reads about 50,000 miles on her, but that indicates that this truck has definitely turned over that odometer at least twice, if not more. So at that point, that was pretty much up a creek. The only option was to rebuild. So bit the bullet and started just buying all the parts that I needed. The engine, or rather the crank and the block and the head, went off to the local machine shop. They got done. I dropped the trans off at the local big rig shop, and they had to bring the old guy out of the back who knew how to work on these. So while those were off getting freshened up, I ripped out every last bit of brake line everywhere in here. I bought just reels of stainless steel line and started bending and flaring all of my own brake lines. Every square inch of this is 100% stainless steel, all custom bent and fabbed up, so I don't have to worry about brake lines rotting or having any kind of problems. These old trucks are single line master, so if any point in your system, your brake system fails, you no longer have brakes. So I figured with the amount of weight that's going to be on this, I might as well just go ahead and redo it all. All right, so the cab is still pretty much all original. Believe it or not, every single thing on the dash still works. The only thing that doesn't is our charge indicator here. I have another Blue Sea system set up here, which is a whole station. Basically, you click it on, and you can monitor your voltage here, which you know it's charging because that'll spike up into the 14 range when you're running. These right now are his accessory switches. This one is wired up for the blower motor for the heater because this whole system up here is just buggered beyond belief, and a lot of the cables that are attached to these levers that control the stuff are seized up, and I haven't had a chance to get those unseized yet. This is the PTO cable that is currently seized and won't go anywhere. I'm still working on fixing it. It will turn the pump on or off, and then this is the one that will actually engage the PTO with the transmission. This one works fine, and believe it or not, I'll be damned, the windshield wipers all original still work.
This old blister's a 1946 J3-65 Cub out of Pennsylvania, and I inherited it 18 years ago from my father-in-law. He bought it in 1965. This was his second or third one, and they put an 85 horse in it instead of the 65. She's got 4,000 hours on it, and the engine's got about 1,100 now. And 700 or so I put on. And that's about it. She's good for a paint job. Just had 1930. Pretty good shape for being that old. Older than me. There's the serial numbers on there. And about every 2 or 3 years, you just put a coat of everything on her, sand her down, maybe a new set of decals. She
That's a good shot.
When she gets down to there, you got about 1 hour left. So they say.
Hey guys, this is Glenn for GMP Custom Fabrications. This is my second entry to the InterNETional car show put on by DeVos Garage. I did another entry. Hope you enjoyed it. My truck rat dually, and this is my rat rod Sketchy. Sketchy kind of started out life as a 24 Dodge 4-door touring sedan. As you can see, it's now a 2-door sedan. It's sitting on a homemade chassis made out of 2 by 3 inch, 1/4 inch wall box tubing. The engine is out of a 73 motorhome. It's a Dodge 440. Edelbrock Pro Performer intake on it with a Holley 750 that's been modified following the Hanger 18 blow-through guide, or GMP custom bonnet. Running a couple eBay turbos. They're marked M14s. I don't know exactly what size. I don't know what size turbos they are. I got them on Facebook Marketplace for $150 for the pair. Nothing's been done to the, well, I take it back. The engine has a comp cam, thumper cam in it. I have not gapped the rings on it, so I'm being very conservative on my boost. I've only got one spring in there. I'm hoping, yeah, that doesn't let me get over 5 to 8 pounds of boost. The front end is out of the RV. It's been slightly modified to increase the Ackerman angle to steer a little better. The springs up front are from a Honda 750 motorcycle to help out with the to give some shock and a little support to the quarter elliptical springs off of my dad's 41 Ford. The front leaf spring cut in half off of it and put on here. The rear end is a Dana 70 HD. It's been welded posi. Tail lights made from electrical insulators with red LED lights on the inside. Gas tank is from the RV. It's been cut down to fit. Those are not my normal tires to run on it. They're currently at the tire shop. I have some Hoosiers mounted on some self-modified tires or wheels. I have some Hoosiers. They'll be going on it. I'll have of the pictures that you'll see, that's the tires that are on it. They're currently being remounted in the shop. See the interior. Get that. Ooh. Seat is out of a back seat of a 3rd generation Camaro, but due to leg spacing, I always take the back cushion out for me to drive it. But steering wheel I made, have a video up on that. It's removable, make it a little easier to get in and out. Shifter gauges. The dash is actually a step from a truck kit, or it's a running board off of a pickup truck kit, and the door panels are from the same kit, the tailgate cover. Inside you see what I believe is one of the largest speed limit signs I ever saw. I'll go ahead and do a quick startup. This is my boost gauge. It's actually a tire gauge, but because right here is the 10 pounds on it, or no, that's 5, that's 10 there. Because of the scale of it, I figured it would work good for a boost gauge. So that was my thought process on that. And right now I've got it, I don't have any computerized control to it. It's all direct line pressure, boost pressure to the wastegates. And let's see if I can get her to start. Nope, I disconnected the battery. Get the battery hooked back up. I originally had the battery located behind the passenger seat, but I was trying to get some of the weight. I originally had the battery mounted underneath the passenger seat, or I originally had the battery mounted behind the passenger seat, but I'm trying to get some of the weight off the back end for doing burnouts. So I went ahead and moved it up here to the front, and it actually fits because I widened the frame. It fits between the frame and the block, and because I'm not running a hood, I'm not concerned about getting hot in that location. I don't believe that's going to be an issue. Maybe doing parades, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Anyway, that's my entry. That's my entry. Thanks for your consideration. And that's it for now. So.
Hello, this is my brother, Dad, and I's project car. It's a 1967 Ford Mustang, but it has a lot of 68 parts, like the GT wheels. We think that the trunk and the deck lid are from a 68, but the fender we know is as well. We're just doing a little upgrades ourselves, possibly turning it into a GT, and we're just having a lot of fun with it.
So, like my brother said, it's just a lot of fun to work on the car. Right now it has a 351 Windsor in it instead of the original 289. And we're just going to do some upgrading to it because currently it's a 2-barrel carburetor, so we're just going to replace that and put on a 4-barrel so that we can get a little bit more speed.
Hello everybody, it is 2021 and it is time for the International Car Show. My name's Jeremy Ensley and this is my ride, and I named it the Plus Deuce. So I wasn't going to sign the Plus Deuce up for the International Car Show again this year because I signed it up last year, but when I found out they had a new category called the Get Her Done, I decided, you know what, that category is made specifically for vehicles like this. Basically, I've always just really liked pickup sprayers. Here on the Plus, you kind of want a lightweight sprayer, or as lightweight as possible. And so doing that cheaply and efficiently, really, a pickup sprayer fits the bill pretty well. And so anyway, I started out by building this sprayer. This sprayer was really cheap to build, and I used it for about 7 years, and I just wanted something that could haul around more solution. This sprayer is only has a 500-gallon tank, so I thought, you know, if I could just get it up to 1,000 gallons and still use, you know, a pickup, engine, transmission, transfer case, you know, I think that would be worth trying. So that's where the Plus Deuce was born. So obviously, to carry another 500 gallons of solution, you need bigger, heavier axles. So being cheap the way I am, I thought, how can I get a hold of some heavier duty axles and not break the bank? So anyway, I started looking into the M35, just military trucks in general, and what I found is that 5-ton trucks and their running gear is just too heavy, at least for here on the Plus. And so I just felt like, you know, the 2.5 ton, it's not too big, but it's still pretty darn heavy duty. So I decided to give it a shot. If I didn't farm here on the Plus with all these big steep hills, I probably would have gone with 5-ton axles. But these 2.5 ton, they weigh almost half as much. And weight is your enemy when you're on these hillsides. The only way to counter big, you know, amounts of weight is lots of tire. Lots of tire equals lots of cost. So, and the other thing with sprayers is, you know, you want to leave as small a track as possible. So my thought was, you know, if I can keep it light, I can keep the tire smaller, cheaper, and do less crop damage. So all in all, I mean, this is a prototype machine. I really didn't know if it would work at all when I started building it. But luckily, it has by far exceeded my expectations. And you know, that alone is something that inspires me to build these pickup spares. Just being able to try something like this and you know, reap the rewards of you know, hard work and trial and error. I mean, is this thing perfect? No. Has it had problems here and there? Yeah, it has, and that's just part of the fun in it. You know, you get to try out something that you've designed and built, and when something does come up, some problem comes up, and you know, you get to go back and try to fix it. And luckily, I've been able to fix every problem that it's had, and it's just been a great experience.
Hey Nick, it's Jeremy. You and Leg Arms and Bob, y'all need to come out here to the Palouse and take this old girl for a test drive. She's one of a kind, and she's awesome.
So I just want to thank everybody for watching my video, and hopefully I inspired a few people, a few farmers maybe, to go ahead and try building something like this. And if this is something that's interesting to you, I encourage anybody and everybody to go to my Facebook group page. I just put together a little while back. You just go to the Facebook groups and then you type in custom built applicators. And yeah, I invite anybody to go there, check it out. If you've got a project like this, please feel free to leave some videos and pictures. Basically what my goal with that page is it's basically like an R&D for people who want to build a spare like this, because you know, all the research and development that I've got into this spare, I've had to do all myself. The things that work, the things that don't, you know, it all takes time. And I would be perfectly happy, you know, sharing what doesn't work and what does, just to help my fellow farmer, you know. And what I was planning with my YouTube channel was to put some build videos of the Palouse Deuce. The problem is I just didn't take very many videos when I was building it. So what I've decided to do is I kind of got addicted to building these. I'll probably start another one in 2022. Thanks again for watching, and take it easy.
Okay, so the point of our voting is to narrow down each category to the top 25. From there, each respective YouTuber will pick their favorite from that 25. I think Vice Grip Garage has over 800 submissions, so we need to narrow that down for him. And it's in your best interest to pick the best vehicles out of that category. So this year, we're giving you guys a chance to win over $7,000 worth of prizes. We've got tools, we've got gift cards, we've got car parts, and a pile of other stuff. So you get 50 votes, and each one of those votes is a ballot to all the giveaways that you've picked. Still vote for your buddy, but you really want to spend those other votes on vehicles that are gonna make it to the top 25. Because each vehicle that you voted for that makes it to the top turns that one vote into 5. So potentially you could have 250 ballots instead of 50 towards the prizes that you chose. But wait, there's more! So if the judge picks the winner and you voted for it, it's worth an extra 20 points. So you really want to go and see what the judges are looking for and pick the car that they're more likely to pick, because that benefits you.
What?
Okay, I just wanted to make this video as a submission to the D-Boss Garage's Revive and Drive, whatever it is. This is my 1970 Cadillac DeVille, affectionately named Bertha. And this car I picked up when I was 15, so about 1.5 years ago, for $500 out of a junkyard in Wyoming. I since then have rebuilt the car, got it running, and just gotten her road ready. She's pretty much original. I mean, I've done a few things like put an electric fuel pump and return on, so that's what this is. That's factory. These wires are also factory. That green one especially is factory. Well, I mean, ooh, it's a screwdriver. But this is her. Other things I've done is I have reupholstered the interior. It used to be blue, all dried. You could see the floor through the seat, which, you know, isn't great for cars when you want to sit on them. I also put new carpeting in and just tried to clean her up. Ignore the roof, that's just rust converter. So yeah, I mean, I pretty much daily her now and drive her around all the time. And I do have bigger plans for her. I got another engine that I'm building to put in her, which is pretty solid, pretty straight. Not half bad for some random 16-year-old working on a 50-year-old car. So, this car, like I said, I pulled out of junkyard, started working on it, got it running within 2 weeks of me pulling it out of the junkyard. Because really all I did is I flushed out the entire fuel system. I rebuilt the carb, just, you know, hit her with a vice grip until she worked, but no, that would have been too easy. But then, got it running. I did have to deal with a abandoned vehicle title, which is kind of annoying here in Colorado, but I mean, oh well, what can we do? And I mean, since then, I've been working on her, fixing her up. I also have a YouTube channel named A Work in Progress, because that's what all of my projects are, because I work on ATVs, I work on Bertha, and I also, I don't know if you saw, but I've got a 75 Eldorado back there I've named Louie, because, you know, someone chopped the top off of it that I've started taking parts out of. And whatever that is. And I mean, I've just been working on it. I've been inspired by all the other YouTubers that make revival videos like Junkyard Digs and Mook and Vice Grip Garage. And they really inspired me to get this car, start working on it. And I really hope one day that I can get her looking pretty and driving well. Because, I mean, she drives well, it just, she's got a knock. And it's not like not a knock that something's trying to find its way out of a block, but it's just a knock that probably a cam lobe or something that's been wiped, or a lifter that's dead. But, oh well. Just look at that hood, it's a mile long. So, that's pretty much it about my car. And, yeah.
Alright, so this is my 1978 F-150, four-wheel drive. It's pretty decent truck, this side at least. It's not real dented. I got it from a scrap guy who picked it up, well, for scrap, of course, because the original owner's family was selling it, I think after he passed away, and it looks like it was parked in a barn in the 80s or 90s, and, well, it looks like the original owner got a little old, and he could not drive the truck anymore, and ran into a post a couple times. But it's a decent truck. It's got 72,000 miles on it, original miles. Original 351 modified with a Holly 2-barrel. I really have not done much to it. It's pretty original. The only thing I've put on it is I put a push rod in it because it's been a push rod, and I've gotten the fuel system reworked, done the ignition system, and yeah, I put the West Coast mirrors on it. But when I got it, it did not run, didn't do anything, and I've pretty much made it a new truck. Running, driving, I put a seat cover on it. The interior's in great shape. Seat cover's mostly just to protect the seat, but I put worn hubs on it and 33s, but it's a decent truck. It's got a dual exhaust I need to fix a little bit. One side hangs lower than the other one. That side's up close to the bed. The brake lights hang on. This side's down low. Original paint. The back glass isn't original. That's aftermarket sliding glass. I put the toolbox on it. I'm the third owner on paperwork. The son of the original owner titled it, and then I put in my name. But 72,000 miles. I have inspection slips. I think the last one I have is 86. And then I think it was used on the farm for a little bit, so I'm thinking probably 95-ish. It got put in the barn and put away. And then the scrap guy bought it. And that's why I got it. He only wanted $600 for the truck, which I think was a great buy. I've had to rebuild the front axle. It was full of water, so it got a limited slip. But I haven't touched the rear. The pinion seal leaks a little bit. But it seems to be okay. It has new gas tank, new shocks, new bunch of things. But the basis I put in, but the truck is pretty much original, besides the floor mat and seat cover and steering wheel. But it's decent shape. I love it. It's got, 72 right on the dot. I've only driven it like 5 miles total because my driveway is only a quarter mile. And that's all I've driven it up until recently. But sounds great. I know these are dogs, but this thing actually runs nice. I like it. It may be a 400 at some point, but I think it'll stay stock for a while. Besides getting some 33 1050s instead of the 12s. These rub the frame pretty bad. But I like the truck. Alrighty. Thanks. I hope this goes over well.
So my name's Daryl. I'm from Rusty Relic Garage, which my wife made me this awesome patch for my hat. So I'd have something for an insignia since I don't have a YouTube channel or anything. But this is for the factory entry for Derek. This is my 1989 GMC Sierra SLE. It's pretty much original, except for the the nice chrome there on the front and some of the nice fading of the paint, many other things. But quick story behind it. Sorry, my dogs are out here and my other animals, my goat. I've serviced this truck for a company I worked with since 1994. Then I bought it, and I've had it ever since. So I pretty much got it from the original owner from the company that bought it for a show vehicle to pull trailers around, since I'm from RV country. Of course, it's got some weight reduction. There you go, Derek. I try to keep it oiled to keep it to a minimum, but it's hard to do around in northern country. It's got a lot of miles on it. It's got some options, plastic side rails, which I think we put on just to hide up the beat up bed sides from hauling campers. It's got the factory wood, which was actually factory. This was a custom unit from the company. Actually has a built-in radar detector, and also it's got the factory keyless ignition system, but built-in radar detector, which I don't think they do anymore. Of course, with an older vehicle like this, you got to have your AAA kit, tow rope, and of course the vice grip in case your exhaust falls off or something. But yeah, it's got the drink tray. Of course, it's the extra deep one now. It kind of bottom fell out, so you can get the extra tall in there. I think the first service record that I did on it was in, don't know if it'll show up, 4/22 and 94 was my first service entry for the company. Well, the other thing is I just put a new factory exhaust on it, which worked at a, I don't know if you can tell here, but I use EMT, electrical conduit, for the exhaust. I use my own bracketry. Well, it's got the factory seat covers on it. It's kind of hiding the well-worn seat, but that keeps you from, well, getting against the metal. I did paint the rims. I think it looked halfway nice. That's pretty much original engine. Did some head work on it. Rebuilt the transmission on it myself. But other than that, the motor hasn't been gotten into. Got 257, which I don't know if it's going to show up here. I don't know if you can see it or not. 256,124. And I think the speedometer broke about 15 years ago. So I'm not sure how many miles it's got on it, but.
G'day everyone, my name is Phil Bennett, owner and operator of Bennett's Garage, which is a panel paint and restoration shop in Lonsdale, South Australia, and also a YouTube channel. And this is my 1989 Mazda 929. Car is a 1989 HC model 929. It's running a factory V6 18 valve engine with an auto. The paint is a custom mixed green that I mixed up myself with a light metallic in it. The car's being built for track use on a budget, so burnouts, drag racing, probably some drifting, whatever. So I've been through the whole car. I've just removed as much weight as I can from it. The underneath of the bonnet's gutted. The underneath of the boot lid's gutted, there's no hinges. The insides of the back doors are all gutted. All the regulators and everything have been cut out. The windows are just bolted in the up position. All the factory wiring, carpet, interior, hood lining, sunroof, everything's all gone. Factory fuel system's gone. We'll walk around the car and have a look at some of the mods. The car's got FC coilovers. They're not a direct bolt in, so it's had the strut tops cut out and custom strut tops made. The wheels are 18-inch Armano, 18x8 on the front and 18x9 on the back. The 205/40 stretched on the front and a 225/45 stretched on the back. It's got the stock diff in it, which is locked. It's got a fuel cell, fuel system, surge tank in the boot. eBay GT35, intercooler, pipework, turbo smart blow-off valve. It's running RX7 550cc injectors, Mega Squirt 3X for the ECU. The dash is all auto meter gauges, but I'm also looking at putting a touch screen in with a Raspberry Pi and running Shadow Dash or Tuner Studio on the Raspberry Pi. It's a track car, so yeah, I might drive it on the street. I think that would be a bit of fun. As yet, it's an unfinished project, so the inside of the car still needs to be painted. I'm intending on caging it, you know, all sorts of things. If you're interested in following the build further, I'm currently doing a build series on my YouTube channel at the moment, so make sure you subscribe and like and comment and all of that stuff. I'm going to enter a few categories today. Definitely ingenuity. I know that the guys are predominantly looking for engine swaps and unique stuff like that. However, nobody does these cars up. So you can't buy anything for this V6 motor. The only other one I've seen with a turbo on it is a a guy that actually gave me the inspiration for this car, who's making 500 horsepower out of a stock engine. So yeah, this is possibly one of 2 in the world that have a turbo on this motor. I've definitely had to use my ingenuity, you know, just making stuff myself, using parts that are laying around. I'm currently halfway through putting a V6 bell housing off the factory electronic controlled trans in these onto a earlier mechanical style Jatco. Definitely entering faster spark. This car is built totally out of secondhand parts, eBay parts, stuff that I had laying around. I've spent as little money as possible, and I'm just definitely trying to make as much power and have as much fun as I can without going too crazy on it with the budget. So yeah, keeping it tight. Hot lap hero, obviously. It's meant for the track, but yeah, I'll probably street it and tune a taste. It's got a bit of a JDM vibe to it, so if you're watching this, chuck us a vote. If you like what you see and you're interested in seeing all kinds of wacky things like me doing silly stuff with cars and painting panels in people's cars with GoPros attached to spray guns and all that kind of stuff, definitely make sure you chuck me a subscribe. Thanks for looking at your car, and if you like it, please vote. Cheers.
Hi, I'm Devin. This is my 1990 Volvo 240.
GL wagon.
DL.
Whatever.
Yeah. Bought the car for $1,000 a few months back and rusted it. So it's fully rusted. Everything's clear coated, so it's all sealed. It'll be like that forever, hopefully. It's on some wire wheels, 13 inches. Haven't finished it yet. There's bullet casings in the doors.
Bullet casings are covering all the trim holes that when we shaved all the trim off of it.
So there's 22 shells. We have 20 gauge shells in the back. A little bit of everything.
Some 9mm or 40 caliber there.
Put a decal on the back window, so it's called the Shaggin' Wagon. Took the back bumper off, completely took it off, and we're gonna do a roll pan. Probably gonna make one, so we're gonna cut this back lip off.
Shave her down smooth.
The bullet casings aren't completely done yet, so.
Yes, not quite finished. Ammo's hard to find.
I'm gonna take the front bumper off completely. Right now the bumper guard's just off, but it's not even. Here's the dice I made. I made this hood ornament machining. Welded it onto the car. But yeah, I mean, it's nice. It's only got 124,000 on it. Bought it with 119. Kind of joke around, so it's been a fun little project. Hopefully gonna have it LS swapped next year.
Hopefully.
It's gonna be nice and fast.
We put a stereo in it, a couple of 12-inch subs, and I think CD player's already in it. And we've tinted the windows. He had a little bit of a cold air intake, and then we stuffed some footballs in the rear springs, a little extra help. Other than that, he just pretty well drives it. We've done some steering stuff rebuilds. It just he rebuilt on his own the rack this week, steering rack, and we got some other stuff we're doing. He put a training fluid and filter in it, tune-ups and odds and ends stuff, and he's driving it to high school. Anyways, this is his submission for the ICS, International Car Show, started by and ran by DeBoss Garage. Thank you.
All right, boys, hook your peepers in on this here. Now this is Delia, or Dee Dee the Dodge. And first thing I want y'all to notice here is, you know, your eyes aren't lying to you. We got a bit of a kind of a hot rod rake going on here, and you know, you can spend an awful lot of money trying to lower one of these first gen Dodges, but I'll tell you what, it's kind of hard to find parts. Most guys don't want to go, you know, they want to go straight up in the air, but you know, that doesn't help your quarter-mile times at the strip. So I went ahead and did this the right way and just waited 30 years for the front suspension to completely collapse, and you know, there she is. That's factory, boys. It's definitely factory. As I said, she's the 250 model, and you know, it's more than 150, so that's good. 2WD though, so you know, that's good for Utah. When it snows, you just throw some sandbags in the back and then, you know, let the tail end come out a little bit and have fun. She's more colors of gray than there are in a dog's rainbow, and I don't really know what's going on with that door. I suppose it must have been replaced at some point. And then here on the hood, we got the real crown feature of this thing. That's some real patina, boys. You can't pay for that. You know, I know Derek had the Independence block faux tinaed. He's been doing some real art with that rattle can. Just but this, you know, this is the real deal. This takes time and dedication and negligence. What else we got in here? Let's bring it on in. Oh boy, we got shiftage. Positively. That's real good. You know, 8's for hot rods, and so obviously 7's for trucks. Because then you just take 7 and you divide it in 2, and then that's 3.5, and it's how many gears you got. Because, you know, granny gear, that's a half gear, that doesn't count. What else we got? There's some more craftsmanship. That's good. That's nice. That's factory. Wonder if this window works. It doesn't. I know for a fact it doesn't. That one's stuck. This one is a hand crank model. You know, you just kind of take your hand and just kind of crank it on down. Just crank it, you know, yeah, like that. Look at that, boys. We got a lid flip. Oh yeah, she's drag strip ready. I bet this is running 15s, 16s in the quarter. No, maybe in the 8th. But that's, you know, bet this thing gets going. Oh, what's this? Here we go. Nice rat buffet. That's good to look at. What does this do? Is that connected? What is this? Is that supposed to be connected? I don't know. What's this for? I don't know. That's all. But, you know, it's quality. What's in there? Hello? Hello? Nothing. Okay. Energizer battery. That's good. They just keep on going. You know, here's a good feature of this truck. With these battery cables, you want to make sure these are just exactly as thin as possible, because then, you know, you turn on the old which way you going indicator and all the lights sort of just beep boop, beep boop. So that's good. That's a safety feature, is what that is. Guess we'll go ahead and fire this thing up and see what she sounds like. What do we got? We got keyage. Do I have keyage? Oh yeah, here we go. There we go. Alright, let's get this thing going. Oh, saw a little ghost wonk by the window there. Interesting. What do these lights say? Brake. Maintenance required. Nah. Anti-lock. Good. That means we got all those, right? No. No, it doesn't. It means they're all broken.
This is my Range Rover Classic build. It's been a year since I've been working on this. So I got this thing late last summer, and the thing was completely rotten out. I didn't realize how bad it was when I bought it, but luckily I had a whole second truck for parts, and so I just started fixing part by part. So the first big step for me was to get a V8 out of a Range Rover Classic. I'd never taken a motor out of a vehicle before, so good thing we have an excavator here, which is kind of our engine hoist around here. Really handy. So that was the first step. So basically everything had to be cut and replaced on this thing. the whole wheel wells, the rear tubs, top trim over the windshield, and then the whole front end had to be made like pretty much custom because it was really rusty. So yeah, big job. It's been a long time coming, but finally I feel like it's getting to a point where it's presentable. And one reason why it's taken so long is that I decided to put a TDI in this thing. So of course nobody makes an adapter for that, which was kind of too bad, but I still decided to go on with that plan and made my own adapter. So I figured out all the dimensions, got it machined flat and everything, started it on the ground. So I got the motor started on the ground to test my wiring, because it was my first time stripping down like a wiring harness and figuring out all the which wire went where, like coming out of the ECU. So that was totally new to me. I only had like basic wiring knowledge, but yeah, so that went really well. Yeah, I'm really excited to get this thing on the road. It's my first big project like that. And story is that, well, my dad has a Range Rover Classic 81, and I really like that truck. Really cool truck. It's right there actually. So and that's also a diesel. I really like the fact that the diesel trucks get good economy. Still young, so I don't have much gas money for a V8, and this is what this thing came with. So decided to make a big project out of it and probably spend more on gas that I will in the next 3 years than I did on this project. So the plan was to get this thing running as soon as I could. So not really modifying the engine too much for now. I did go ahead and like plunk in a big intercooler from a later generation TDI, but other than that, the bigger injectors and maybe bigger turbo will be coming eventually, because I kind of want to get this thing functional and movable to empty the garage out. So that's the plan for now, but definitely going to be trying to modify this thing in the future. It's been a learning process the whole way, so I'm constantly thinking about it and thinking of different ways that I could solve different problems. So it's been a great journey for me to work on this truck. It's funny because it looks good from the outside because it's all aluminum panels mostly, besides these rear quarter panels. Yeah, and the hood. The actual body of it is just, it rots out so bad. So yeah, and then I lifted it up off of the frame and decided to do like a frame off restoration. So I got the frame on a rotisserie, painted all that up, and then obviously started putting it back together. And then I had to make like some engine mounts in the actual truck, which was not a big deal. But now the engine is sitting in the truck and the wiring is all done. So it should be ready to start in the truck like now, pretty much.
Bye.
Jesus, it's awesome. Yeah. Pretty smoky.
So we've designed merch around the car show, and the point for that is to have 100% of the proceeds go to the charity All Hands and Hearts. We've got the link down below if you want to check them out. If you take your ICS 2021 order number and enter it in the dashboard, you get an extra 100 ballots towards the prizes that you chose. All right, so again, we really want to thank all of the brands that we worked with that are sponsoring the show. So definitely check out everything that they have to offer. We've got massive companies and we've got local companies, so that's really, really cool. Some of these companies don't ship globally, even though this is a global contest, but they've made exceptions or are working with us to make that happen. We will get you your prize.
Hello, internet viewers. I'm Dan, and this is my 1998, 8, I think, Kawasaki Mule 2510, and this is my entry for the Quarantine Car Show. Now, you're probably going to wonder why I'm talking about a utility side-by-side for an entry for the car show. And I thought, yeah, there's a lot of other crap I could have put into this car show. I got 9 tractors on the property that are all built before World War II. They have their own limits. I've got my TDI swap Toyota, but everybody's done that. Or I've got my old F-250. But I thought this old girl deserved the most merit, especially because she's helped me move about 11 tons of dirt out of my crawl space. But not only is this about a Kawasaki Mule, this is a very special Kawasaki Mule because it has the inline 4-cylinder sport bike engine out of a Suzuki Bandit 400, also known as a GSF 400. And it's kind of a pretty dumb thing to do, right? I mean, find somebody else who's done a unique swap like this, and probably because it's dumb. But what else is there to do in central Indiana during a pandemic? Nothing. So, may as well have some fun with it and swap out a CVT V-twin for a 6-speed sport bike engine that revs to 16,000 RPM. So I'm going to do a walk around and show a little bit of this thing in action, and we will try to wrap this video up in a cute little bow with a good nasty burnout. So look forward to that. Appreciate you looking through this for the Quarantine Car Show, even though it's not exactly a car, but I'm sure some of you can look past that.
Okay, here is the walk around of the Mule. Like I said, this guy came to me pretty much looking like this, except I did have to raise the bed to fit this extra motor under here. So you'll see that is not a normal Kawasaki Mule engine. Walk over here to how I rigged up the drive line. So it's missing an air filter. You don't need to worry about it. It's right there. It's probably doing something. The CVT that came on this thing, pretty handy. When Kawasaki designed this thing, they had this threaded insert. You can see these cap screws here are everything. This flange is actually the spline section that goes into the transmission. That's why that thing is so long, is I wanted to preserve that in case I ever wanted to put that CVT back on. But I made this adapter to bolt to that spline section so that I could then weld a sprocket to that adapter and make this thing a 6-speed. A little bit of wiring's not my strong suit, so I've got the CDI box just kind of there. It's there, it does the job. Coming into the cab, we've got our heel clutch, foot clutch. You'll notice that's a wrench. That's what I had laying around. I thought that would be a cool clutch pedal. And then our 6-speed shifter, that's for the bike transmission. High-low for the Mule transmission, forward, neutral, reverse. Also the Mule transmission. And then rear differential lock. So you can get in there to see the words. Unlock, lock. And then 4-wheel drive down between the seats, some other stuff, some dirt, chain, stuff that you'll need when you actually use this thing. Cup holders where they don't belong. Check. Those are made out of PVC because I'm cheap and poor. And they even got beer in them. Park brake works. That's kind of a nice feature. You don't see that in things this old very often. Then this cab actually
This is a, get back in there to see the decal. This is a Curtis Tractor Cab Company cab. It was made for this mule, but pretty handy accessory. Really nice for the winter, which, as you know, being March, we're coming out of that here in Indiana. So it'll be time to take these doors and the back part off here soon, but the windshield's still nice to have. That's really about it for the walk around. Oh, I almost forgot. Front hitches. This front bumper got ripped off a couple of times, so had to weld it back on, and while I was attacking it with the welder, I figured I'd add a little toe point there. Kind of kinked the roll cage out there a little bit, but it's fine. No problem.
Okay, this is my 1979 International 1624. It's got a 345 International engine, 4-speed transmission, 2-speed rear end, 2-stage lift on the bed. Does work. Rust. It's got a lot of rust jacking. The headache rack really isn't connected. It's got some old bias ply tires on it. This was an old construction truck that got turned to a farm truck about 16 years ago. And then it was parked after it got an engine rebuild. At 500 miles it was parked. Surprisingly, most of the lights work. There's a couple here and there that don't work. Sorry for the Jeep, it's charging it. It's pretty good on the rust. This side's rockers are good and solid. Don't know if you can see that. See the writing in the door. Yeah. It was an old construction truck. Door handle's a little goofy. Bit of rust in the floorboards here. It's not too bad, still savable. You can't maybe not be able to see it underneath all this mud, but there's a bunch of scratches. Pretty cool paint job if it wasn't so scratched up. Yeah, fiberglass head took a beating. Old farmer probably backed up into, I don't know, a fence or a gate. Took out the whole side of it and bumper. Pretty good patina on the grill here. It's missing some bolts here, which I thought was odd. It's got a Holley 2-barrel on it, 2210, I believe. Needs a radiator. It's got a puncture at the front. It also needs a master cylinder. Brakes are really spongy. But, you know, overall it's not a bad truck. It does have a brake booster. It's hidden underneath the driver's side fenders. Not fenders. Doorstep. And they do work. Doors are pretty basic. It's to be expected. Crank windows work. I think even the locks work. Haven't tested them though. Not been brave enough. It's got some pretty major rust up here in the cab. You can kind of see some daylight out of there. Daylight out of there. The mice were living in between this panel and the roof. And they had a whole nest up in there. Luckily I was able to get it out. Other than this whole front spot here is pretty solid. Like I said, 4-speed here. Reverse all the way over here. It's a bit iffy. First, second, third, fourth. And then here's the 2-speed selector, which does work. This is how you control your bed right here. Pull this, it engages your PTO. Does have most of the stickers. It's got this one here, this one up here for the 2-speed rear end. Does have a heater, but probably won't work. There's mice living in there. Wipers work. Little screechy. Lights work. Most of the gauges work. This one doesn't, but that's heat. This one's iffy. It does move when you put fuel in it. For your vent down here, this big old vent, but it's rusted shut by mice. 116,000 miles. It's rated for 85 miles per hour. You boys think she'll do it? I don't. Let's see. Runs pretty good. It's got the old farmer bungee cord to try and get the throttle to go down, but you press it and see it's high idle, you gotta pull up. Runs pretty good though. A little squeaky.
Hey everyone, I'm Dave Scott, and this is my submission video for the DeBoss InterNETional Car Show 2021. This is my 1936 Chevy Master Deluxe Coupe, or Coupe if you want chickens to live in it. I built this car in 1 year in 2020 on my driveway with whatever I had lying about, because we all know what happened in 2020. So let me give you a quick walk around and I'll show you the modifications I've done underneath. As you can see, there's not really any modifications on the outside. As you can see, Bugsy is an all-steel car, and I intend to keep it that way. As I said before, I have not modified much on the outside, but I'll show you what I have done. Old school tail lights for that vintage look. A pair of vintage style mirrors. Chrome headlight buckets. A pair of cute little front flashers. A pair of vintage style fog lights. Custom grille made from 1/4-inch steel rod. And of course, my country's national animal, the unicorn. So that's the outside. Let me show you what's going on underneath. Under the hood, we have a small block Chevy 350 from a 1975 Camaro, and that's mated up to a TH350 auto transmission. Way down the front, we have a 2003 Crown Victoria independent front suspension system. Now, I had to narrow that cross member by 6 inches to make it fit, because the Crown Vic is obviously really wide. In order to do that, I then had to buy a Mustang 2 steering rack, manual steering rack, so the steering's a bit heavy for now, but I can upgrade to a power steering unit in the future if I so desire. On this side, we have a modern power brake system, big brake booster. We also have long tube headers down there, which lead to a custom exhaust that I made. And I've got a little puke tank over there. Fairly straightforward. Also had to make some fairly elaborate steering linkage down here. I had to use 4 universal joints. It still steers fine, honest. Underneath the car then, we have that custom exhaust system that I made, and I utilised a pair of Scat Pack mid mufflers. That's all that's trying to keep it quiet. It does a half decent job, I'll show you that later. We also have a triangulated 4-link suspension system with coilovers and an aluminum gas tank. Oh, I said it was all steel. It's got some aluminum in it. I think that's all there is for the underside, so I will now show you what's going on inside. Still have some work to do in the interior, but we're getting there. Obviously the door has no original structure. These bars are for side impact protection, and they connect to inserts there to add a bit of rigidity and security. Also, interior-wise, these seats are actually from I think it's a 2003 Grand Prix, which my wife has recovered. Very nice, thank you, dear. She also recovered the steering wheel and the gaiter for the shifter and handbrake. Gauges are a bit of a mishmash, but they'll do for now. Still to panel in the rear section and do some headlining and carpet, which will be coming very soon. For the trunk, I used a garage door handle. Does the job. Still to panel the rest of this in. Batteries in the trunk. And underneath this metal panel, there is my gas tanks under there, out of the way. So what does it sound like? Sounds like that. What does it drive like?
It's a 1953 GMC 2-ton truck, originally a California truck. Somewhere near outside San Francisco, there's Piedmont Lumber and Mill. It's still on the original chassis, but what we've done is we've basically removed everything else, bar the body and the chassis, and we've put in a lot of modern stuff. So biggest thing everybody wants to see is the engine. It's a 5.9 litre Cummins common rail, great engine, far sweeter running than the 6BT that I put in the Defender. This thing runs so much quieter and nicer. A friend of mine in Australia, Murray, is a bit of a guru at mapping them, so we've been working away. We put a bigger turbo on it there. It's got an HE351 turbo off a Dodge Ram. Thanks, Davey. Which we put on, and then it's been mapped up quite a bit. So we're anticipating when we get it on the dyno for aiming in around 350, 400 horsepower at about sort of 3,500 RPM. So it's in, kept the original compressor. This thing's running air brakes, and it runs air suspension as well. So yeah, we custom made a lot of the heater pipe work, bits and pieces, rewired the whole truck. Whole truck's now running on 24 volts, which probably a bit abnormal for American trucks, but here in Europe, a lot of the heavier trucks run 24 volt battery system, which means the thing cranks over like a 1.6 litre friggin' Saxo. It really does help getting them going. So see, we've retrofitted and made adapters to suit 22.5-inch Alcoas with 295/60s on it all round. Adapted the front bumper, fitted a winch on the front, LED headlights, all 24 volt. You can see in here some of the pipeworks, run the 4-inch exhaust. You see the radiator and intercooler there, so we sort of integrated in behind the grille. Yeah, the interior has been completely redone. The better half and her mum recovered the original seat for me. Got a I-did column, and all the gauges are from VDO. They're actually all canvas gauges. It's a great job running the modern engine when you can run all your gauges off 2 wires. You can see the airlift controller there. That runs all the airbags. Doubled in head unit fitted, and then some more gauges down below along with the switches for all the different functions. Got a lot of parts out of the States, headliners, sun visors, we put all new glass in it. Got a night heater in behind the seats, as well as some 6x9s, and the guys at Blackline Performance custom made me some front speaker pods for it. Yeah, so air brakes, handbrake. So coming on back then, it's got a 12-foot by 8-foot bed that we made ourselves. It's made of all aluminium, so it is. We made the fuel tanks, they're 316 stainless. The headache racks, all 316 stainless. It's actually made out of 5-inch 3mm wall, so it's a pretty sturdy unit. It'll definitely work as a headache rack. Yeah, Alcoa's on the rear. Rear suspension's a Z-leaf setup, or a Peterbilt low leaf. See the bed there. We made all that. It's all run on the original chassis, which we then grafted everything onto. See in underneath here. You can see the back end of the Spicer T5X gearbox. It's a 5-speed manual. With 4 separate air systems like a modern lorry, so with 3 sets of redundancy for the foot brake and handbrake and auxiliary air. You can just about see some of the front suspension there. That's all custom made. Very, very difficult to get a narrow enough axle to fit into one of these. So coming around to the back, made the rear bumper. It's pretty stout. You can see the adjustable drop plate there and the towing electrics. Got a wee spot in here for some full length ramps which run up it. So hopefully sooner or later we'll actually be able to get out to a few shows in this thing. And the current plans are anyway to keep working at it. I'm thinking at the minute about making a recovery winch setup for in here. It's a big heavy industrial bit of 6mm wall box I put down in there for the purpose to actually build a recovery winch up onto. And then I'm probably going to make some sort of headache rack or like rear cab plate to protect the back of the cab. Have sort of a few bits drawn up in CAD, but yeah, we've had it out in the road quite a few times now, and had it out in the snow. Had a little bit of an incident with a wall, but it'll be fine. So yeah, I'm just going to keep working on it. In the middle of making some cup holders at the minute, so I'm going to make them out of a bit of 3-inch exhaust pipe and a bit of plate. I haven't quite decided where I'm going to put them yet, but thinking about maybe coming off here, maybe both sides of the gear lever, or potentially maybe a bit higher and having a double cup holder there, but not exactly sure yet. Still letting that one marinate out. But yeah, the truck's going well. It's slowly getting there. It's got way too much power for the lack of seat belts and other things in it, but might have to address that soon because it is pretty quick for what it is.
Yeah, I got the external distributor going on. Got, let's check this out for the gearheads in the crowd. Dual carburetors and a manual choke even. How cool is that? And I painted the whole interior green, and except for the fuel filter, I can't tell if it's dirty or not. Battery, for whatever reason, I can't paint over it. It's got too much acid coming off it. I'm not sure. Got headlight covers. Got the spinning deal in the front. Came from the Tesoro refinery out of the junk pile. Some kind of a fan system. It was sure well made. So I stuck that on there. Let's take a look here. Got the full moon hubcaps, not to be mistaken for baby moon hubcaps, which are about 5 or 6 inches across. Racing hubcaps, they call it. And I do race around with this thing. And just a little sample of the stuff. Got a big spike on there, got a V8 emblem, got safety glasses, a lot of people. I thought those nails kind of looked like bullets, so I put them on there. Got the lights going there, and these do work good. That one, this little guy here, spotlight, those all work good. And here, a solar-powered road reflector, I guess. Had some relatives at the casino, lost enough money to justify stealing a couple of those, and I stole one from him. Some camo going here in case somebody from upstairs is looking down at me. They'll think I'm out in the woods somewhere. We got these. People thought were speakers. They're light reflectors. A light bulb right there. Nice baked on enamel finish. These are good. And then the back we have status anxiety. I suppose the guys my age suffer from that. Not this guy. Just so everyone knows, this is not a toy. Got a big spare tire in the back. Tow straps in case somebody breaks down, I can tow them home. Jumper cables, of course. Got my flag holder when I'm in full parade mode. I can put a big flag on the back. Got some bullet holes. I took it to a county fair and showed it off, and a kid put his finger in there, so you had to gingerly get it out of there, and I put clay over it if I do that again. You can't get in there. Somebody asked if the shovel was real. Well, sure. If you get stuck, you got to have that. And I got horns that are just for show, but this guy, right off a ship, works good. Got the top hat going. That's what we called it when we were kids. Dual vacuum gauges. Vacuometer. I read that vacuum gauges is the only thing that are proven to save gas. If you drive according to the gauge, it saves mileage. If you punch it, it'll show it. So it kind of keeps you from doing that. Got my driving mask. Let's see here. Oh. So, a lot to see. Got searchlight, got radar, and guys all over in cars and toys and flowers, and got the lady here, and got more safety glasses. If you know any electricians or you're an electrician, look at this. Think that fuse will ever blow? The guy from Space City soldered it, made it impossible to blow that fuse. We got the needle and spoon to remember to pray for my junkie friends. Got, oops, shotgun wiring, more switches. Got old CB radio. It's actually more, it's a police radio from when I worked for the state. They were going to throw it out, and I kept it. I wish I would have kept all the guts. I could have used the thing. Now that's just kind of for show. But nice switches that turn the lights on the roof. Actually made with a 22 casing. The old man I got it from soldered those on there. Thought it was pretty original. We got siren. That tells me that the extra radiator fan's working. If you're in traffic or something, hill climbing, you got to have your fan going. Got these lights going. Got these lights going when the key's on. And all this security stuff, that one really works. Let's see if it'll fire up. Yeah, the vacuum gauges, they work good. Yeah, when you punch it, it goes down, so it encourages you to not punch it a lot.
Okay, so the point of our voting is to narrow down each category to the top 25. From there, each respective YouTuber will pick their favorite from that 25. I think Vice Grip Garage has over 800 submissions, so we need to narrow that down for him. And it's in your best interest to pick the best vehicles out of that category. So this year, we're giving you guys a chance to win over $7,000 worth of prizes. We've got tools, we've got gift cards, we've got car parts, and a pile of other stuff. So you get 50 votes, and each one of those votes is a ballot to all the giveaways that you've picked. Still vote for your buddy, but you really want to spend those other votes on vehicles that are gonna make it to the top 25. Because each vehicle that you voted for that makes it to the top turns that one vote into 5. So potentially you could have 250 ballots instead of 50 towards the prizes that you chose. But wait, there's more! So if the judge picks the winner and you voted for it, it's worth an extra 20 points. So you really want to go and see what the judges are looking for and pick the car that they're more likely to pick, because that benefits you.
What?
I'm Travis Jones, and this is my 86 Monte Carlo Super Sport. I've had this car for the last 18 years. I got it whenever I was 15. My dad and I did all the paint and body work, stripped the car down, painted it, got a 350 running after I blew up the 305, and that was my high school car. I drove it every day. Well, at least in the summer. Then I got the autocross bug. Really started to enjoy trying to make an old boat handle, but that 80s suspension didn't really work too well. So I bought a full QA1 performance handling kit. Had coilovers in the front and rear. Rear adjustable upper control arms and boxed lowers. Also put on some 17-inch wheels and some Potenza RE71R tires. But when you start racing, things break. And the old 350, well, it didn't last too long. I broke 2 pistons over revving it. So I replaced it with an LQ4, slapped a Summit Stage 3 cam in it, stainless headers, Trailblazer SS intake, stainless 3-inch exhaust, and it made 421 horsepower at the rear wheels. It was even fast enough to beat a Hellcat once. Though I think that was mostly because he was sleeping at the wheel. If you're going to go fast, you got to upgrade your brakes. I decided that I wanted a manual transmission in the car, so I went with an AR5 out of a Chevy Colorado and a FabBot Fabrication adapter kit. And manual transmissions don't get along well with 10 bolts, so I got an 8/8 out of a 2013 Mustang. I adapted it using some UMI parts. I created a bracket for the third link up top in the middle cross member, and a panhard bar, and the supports on the frame. I was really happy with the way it turned out, and it made a huge difference in the way that the car handled. The last autocross event was at Michigan International Speedway, which I thought was pretty fitting for a car designed to dominate super speedways. This car has been a labor of love for the past 18 years. I really hope you enjoyed seeing everything that I did to it and checking out the car. So please, vote for me. Thanks.
So what you're looking at here, of course you probably ought to know because you're a car guy, but we got a 1993 Chevy K3500. She's the 1-ton, so 4-wheel drive. And this is like, when I think of farm truck, this is what I think of right now. You know, no frills. It gets you from point A to point B. You can pull stuff with it, but you don't have to. You can fit 3 in the cab. I mean, what more do you need? She's got a toolbox. I'll show you the cab real quick. Mint. So the first option that we've got is this is the easy slide seat. Now this is a pretty rare option. You know, it's a low option truck, but it actually does have that. What that does is it kind of lowers that edge of the seat a little bit. It makes for quicker entry and exit. So if you're out in the field and you need a 1/2-inch wrench and you need it yesterday, you can slide right in and out of this thing and you're gone before you even know what you're going to get. Let's hop in here a little bit. She's got 186,000 miles on her, and she's even got some temperature, even though it's been sitting here for 3 weeks. Nice compartment for, you know, holding stuff and things. 5-speed or 4-speed with overdrive and low, whatever you want to call it. I just call it 5-speed. 4-wheel drive. Yeah, that's what we got going on in here. Let's take a look under the hood. Would you get a load of that? Now don't get excited now, it's just a 350. But she's a strong running TBI 350. She has not let me down, except for that one time. But we won't talk about that. It's got a brand new alternator on it. I just put that on a few weeks ago, and boy is she shiny. Look at that thing. Got some new power steering lines and, you know, normal stuff for a truck this old. I know you're a fan of the go handle, so we got the go handle. I wouldn't go without it. Now the air cleaner, it's she's only got 1 nut, because when you need to get this off, you don't have time to be messing around with 2 of them. So we just put the 1 on. Sometimes we'll put this one over here just to change it up a bit. Oh, another rare option. It's got the random eject harness on the old air compressor right here. So what that does is 2 things. For one, it keeps it interesting. You never know when this thing's going to pop off and you're going to lose your air. So that's fun. And 2, when this thing pops off, you can get in here and you can just take a wrench and tap it around and finally just wiggle this a little bit and she'll kick in, and then people think you know what you're talking about. But yeah, she's got the grill that's a little broken right here. That's just because we go too fast with it and it can't handle the wind speed. Poverty caps, running boards, toolbox, speed hole. See, this is when you get too much flex going, your exhaust doesn't pop off. It's got that auto rotating exhaust on there. And it has done some melting. That's fine. Oh, DMI bumper. I probably should blur out that license plate, but she's got more cushion than a lazy boy. We pull a lot of anhydrous tanks with this old girl, and that just makes a real nice ride. Over here on this side, we've got some custom pinstriping down the fender here. I had a wagon parked over yonder, and big old wind came through, blew it right into the side, which was actually fine because my good truck was sitting right on the other side of it. So this old girl saved it. This is a little step here in case you're really short. I'm not, so you can step on that and look how much taller I am now. Got some bricks and some just assorted farm stuff back here. But yeah, this is the truck. I hope you like it. She's got the cab lights on her. I guess I could fire it up for you. I hope it starts. Ooh. We only got 9 volts. I doubt if she starts. Oh yeah. ...1993 Chevy farm truck. That's my entry.
Hey everybody, this is my 1967 Ford F-250 ramp truck. This project started as an attempt to bring back to life an old drag racing hauler from the 60s and 70s. So to give you the quick rundown, the truck was purchased in 2019, hauled down to Florida where I lived, and at that point we started to get into the truck. It had not been modified ever. This truck was built in the 60s and 70s, and it stayed as it was, used until, as far as we can tell, the mid-late 90s. There was a bunch of literature and stuff that we found in the truck from old drag racing teams, from towing companies that had the truck, but for a good 15 to 20 years, it pretty much sat out of commission. There's some reasons for that, you know, it basically just became too old to be usable anymore. This truck was built on what really should not have become a Ram truck. It's a 67 250, which means it wasn't even a camper special, it wasn't anything, it was just a regular 250 that they stretched, made their own custom bed for, and turned it into a ramp truck. So here's what we've done now. Some visual upgrades, mostly just I'm working on removing the old patina look because it's a used truck. It's a truck that I'm proud to use, and therefore I think it should look as though it is a well-maintained vehicle. That is just my stance on the matter. Yours may differ, but we've still got the Dana 60 that it came with. We have upgraded to modern dualies, and that is because this truck has been merged with a 1996 Ford F-350, and with that came a plethora of things that let me modernize this truck while kind of keeping it authentic. It's still Ford. It's still the same F-250 it always was. We didn't change frames or anything. All we've done is given it the heart transplant of a 400,000 mile Ford 7.5 or 460 EFI. So this truck now features the latest, the greatest of OBD1 EFI, and it does really well. We actually managed to buy a truck that the truck was used up, but the engine still ran great, and it had a pretty much brand new 5-speed manual transmission behind it, which was a really big deal for me. That was something that was pretty critically important. I wanted to keep this truck a manual. Every vehicle I've ever owned was, and I didn't see any reason to change that now. So inside, we still got the stick, and I'm very, very happy about that. Making the most of what I've got is pretty much my motto in life. So everything that you see in here that looks new or out of place is only because it's out of the other truck. This radiator, this nice big aluminum radiator, that was from the other truck. Maintained the clutch fan setup from the other truck. The engine, cleaned it up, but it is still running the Ford ECU that has been converted to a standalone system. We're still using the factory style intake, just without the crazy horns inside of it, because horns belong on the outside of the intake. And everything else, it's all just, you know, Ford stuff. And that's the way I like it. I like the simplicity of it. So here, not only can you see we're using the catalytic converter and most of the exhaust off in the 96, I'm also using both fuel tanks out of the 96 with the factory fuel lines out of the 96. So pretty much this entire truck has been drivetrain swapped to a 96. And that has made it immensely more usable. Now, I've done a lot of fixing up on the truck. I've, replaced all suspension bushings. I put all new brake shoes on it and all new brake hardware. However, I still want to go further. So we're going to put disc brakes on the front that is completely unheard of on the 8-lug trucks because this is a twin I-beam front end truck. And if you know your bump sides, if you know your old Fords, pretty much anybody with a brain would put a Crown Vic front end under there to get more modern stuff. We can't do that because we're staying 8-lug. This is a hauler, so we're putting together a package of various parts to put more modern disc brakes on the truck and continue to make it even more usable as a hauler. I know there's going to be some people screaming and yelling that they love the patina. Oh, how much they love the patina. Well, listen, I'm sorry, that ain't me. I'm not a patina fan. I want this truck to look like it's used and loved rather than abused and abandoned. And that's my plan.
This is my little K truck. It's a Daihatsu Hijet. We got the Honda Civic half rad, keep it nice and cool. It's currently going through its 3rd generation of my customizations. Right now I'm trying to make it look a little bit more factory, keep things looking stock. I'm going to daily drive it, so to the unassuming eye I want it to look just like a normal K truck. We've got a few little hidden gauges going on there. And then this is the current modifications engine wise. Look at that. 1.8 Miata Mazda MX-5 engine. Currently running T3 turbo. And that's connected to, believe it or not, the stock truck gearbox. It's obviously got an uprated clutch. We've had to make custom mounts and adaptation bolts for the bell housing. Converted it to hydraulic clutch. Had to extend the cable shift because obviously we've moved the engine back because the original engine used to be under the seat. That's where they are on the K trucks. But see, I got this as just the cab and chassis. It had no rear axle, no engine, no gearbox, no wiring loom. Yeah, I got it from a scrapyard, from a junkyard. Someone had stripped it for all the running gear, and they were about to crush it. And just happened to be right place, right time. And I was like, no way, I'm having that. So I brought it home, and the plan began. What do we do? So initially I had just the Mazda engine stock, no turbo, and I mounted it under the seat in the original engine position. But because the engine's so tall, I had to raise the suspension, and the thing sat really high. And then when I was drifting it, it just spent more time on 2 wheels. It was real scary. You enter a corner and it would just pick it up, and you end up on 2 wheels, and that obviously wasn't any good. But it would do a good burnout without the turbo. I think they're a factory about 140 horsepower, and got a video of it doing a 5th gear burnout. I start in 3rd gear, go straight to 5th gear, have to give it a couple of extra clutch kicks to get it going. And yeah, she spins the back tyres. Speedo was reading 145 miles an hour. And yeah, sent the tyres off really well like that. But that wasn't really what I built it for. I wanted to be able to drift it as well as do burnouts. And so, with a bit of luck, we went into lockdown last year, this time last year. And I had all the time in the world to rebuild it. So I stripped it all down, pulled the engine out, and started working on this configuration where I could fit the engine and the gearbox behind the cab, so then I could bring the ride height down, so hopefully it'd be a bit more stable when drifting. And that all revolved around the gearbox. This is the standard truck gearbox, like I was saying, and this whole project only works with that gearbox because it's so short. I think it's about 20 inches, 22 inches. Whereas the standard Miata gearbox ended up coming back here to the back of the truck. And then you've got to try and get a prop shaft and a back axle to work with that. So I started working on how to make that truck gearbox work with that engine. Got that sorted out on the bench. Yeah, and then dropped the engine in, made some engine mounts, added the turbo, redone all the rear suspension. And every single thing on this truck has been custom made. There's not one thing you can just go, oh yeah, can I get an engine mount to put an MX-5 engine in a K-truck, please? That they don't do one. You have to modify the original and add some new bits.
As I was saying, this is my free boat. As you can see, it's a 15-foot Gator Solutions bass boat. A lot of it'll need to be redone. A lot of it's been pre-loved. I'm debating whether to top coat this or sand it down and just put a complete new glitter coat on it. Metal flake, if those get defended at glitter coat. That's the original. Right here there was a trolling motor, a mini Coda, the normal. Right here was an automatic anchor, and then you can see on there was the switches for it. There was a fish finder right here. There was carpet, which I've already pulled up. As you can see, I broke the bolt off on one of them. I had to pull the carpet back to expose the holes, so this may have been recarpeted at one point in time. Everything will need to be replaced, although I'm hoping to keep the dash as it is. 4 persons are 600 pounds, so as long as I don't eat too many hamburgers, I should be good. Yeah, they're hanging on the rail. I'll get them, don't worry about it. And then I'll probably buff this. These originally were built in Shreveport. This is an 81. So all this carpet will need to be redone. This is to a lot of the internal stuff, which it doesn't have because it was free. There's no motor, which is fine because you need a title here. This is a live well. It's hard to get closed, so I'm not going to open it. So basically this sheet of carpet to that end is just one giant live well. I'll need more of these. Oh my goodness. Well, where are you, Mickey? There's a little jumping spider. Oh, he's so cute. So I'll need covers for this. This looks a little rotten, so I might fill that with some fiberglass. Right there. It'll need some more gel coat back here. These are to the live wells. So basically that's my project boat. This is the other anchor. I couldn't get it off because it's too tight. And then, so yeah, that's basically gonna be my project boat for a while. If you guys do donate though, I'd rather you donate to the house or the kitties, because there's Shasta following me around. So I am eventually going to be working on the car again, but that's my project boat for now. When I start working on it, I might do some filming while I'm working. See you guys later. Subscribe and hit the bell if you want to see more. I forget a lot, so sometimes you get notifications when you do, and sometimes I won't post a video for a month. I could get better at that though. I'll see you laters.
Alright, so this is my 87 300ZX. I got it about 5 months ago. It was sitting for 2 years. I put coilovers on it, wheels. The reason why it was sitting is because quarter panel is dented in. Someone fixed it pretty badly, but let's come later and probably paint
because there's not much left of the paint. Other than that, it's pretty stock. I've done a couple things to it. I put in some new seats, made shift boots. Interior's pretty nice. I made new headliner. That's pretty much the interior. This is the engine bay. I put on the strut bar. I did a emissions delete, so I got down to 3 vacuum lines. Other than that, haven't done much. I did the thermostat. That's about it. And here's it running. Collector's plate because I'm cheap and poor, can't afford tabs on it. I put a muffler on it because the last person cut it off. Yeah, it runs good. I pretty much daily drive it to work every day. Thanks for watching.
Hi, this is my 1983 El Camino. It's been in my family my whole life. It was actually my grandpa's car. I inherited it in 2003 when he passed away, and it's been in my life ever since. It was actually the first car that I got running and driving on the road almost all by myself. There's a lot of things I want to do on this car, a lot of high hopes, you know, for such a, like, basically this is what, you know, a crappy project car looks like. You know, it's going to cost tens of thousands of dollars. This really is a fantastic car. I don't even consider it a project car anymore because it's just so good. There's nothing inherently structurally wrong with this car that I need to go through, which is the reason I've, you know, been so excited to put all the money into it with the rims and the tires, the intake manifold, the carburetor, you know. I've got a, you know, that's kind of my current, you know, mood with the car. I've got a lot of hopes for it, and I don't really want to jump into the money, you know, right now with, you know, going into school. I just don't want to invest all that money into it. And also, I mean, look at my shop. It's dirt shop. It's not really good for working on anything. I don't have power down here either. It's going to cost a good amount of money on my end to get the shop to the good condition where I can work on this thing and work on this thing. It's just that right now I can't, and I'm going to school. I can't afford any of it. So, yeah, I mean, if hopefully if you like the car, then I can put some money into it and, you know, get it back on the road again for the 3rd or 4th time. You know, get some enjoyment out of this thing. I think that's about it. This is my grandpa's car, Freebird. The car that made me, you know, a mechanic of sorts. I mean, I don't know a lot, but everything I do know, I can thank this car for teaching me.
this is my submission into the Gearhead Choice category for the Boss International. What are you doing here, dude? It's not 2020 anymore. They changed the name. It's not, there's no quarantine in the name anymore. I don't know what you're doing here. Why don't you get back in your carriage and just return to whatever freaking time you're from? All right, so this is my 1971 Chevy C10. Honestly, for me, with this truck, it started in 8th grade. It was right after I watched Dazed and Confused, and I knew that I had to have Benny's truck, which was a 72 Chevy C10.
Man, you still need me?
No, man.
All right, cool. I'm gonna go edit video.
Thanks a lot, bro.
Later, bro.
So yeah, after watching that movie, I knew I had to have it. I also ended up buying a Chevelle years before this one. You'll probably guess why. So yeah, let me kind of give you a rundown of what I've done so far and kind of what's on the channel. And I'll show you kind of where I'm at right now with the repairs on the cab corner that I'm doing. And yeah, so let's get this segment started. All right, so the floor is all mocked up and fitted. Let's get started. Let's melt some metal.
There's something feeling, it's deep within my
The taste of Bolt tastes excellent. There is no play in these centers anymore. The first order of business is to remove this windshield. Because without removing this windshield, you are never going to get the access to that window channel. And sadly to say, at the factory, they welded that dashboard to the window channel. You might be asking yourself, what is the best way to remove a windshield out of a 1971 C10 truck? Well, this is probably the most effective. So this is probably 10 minutes into me grinding. All right, so I think the best plan of attack at this point is just to stop and take a small little road trip to that junkyard I was telling you about. Because I think I might need a little bit more than just a cowl section. All right, see you there. We're here. So since we got all of that out of the way, this is where I am sitting. I've been putting in a lot of time on this truck in the last, I would say, month or so. So the cab corner is fitted. I just got to rosette weld this whole area here. I just finished welding the entire floor in. So that's all done. I eliminated some of these holes. I still got some cleanup on, obviously, the cab corner where I made some mistakes. And the B-pillar fits like complete garbage, and that's going to be probably the next thing I do.
Hey guys, my name's Drew, and this is my 1971 Volkswagen bus, Aunt Sheila. Alright, it's a 1600cc dual port, which basically just means that off of the intake, it separates into two and each cylinder gets its own fuel intake. Alright, this motor's air-cooled, which means that there's no water cooling the motor. Air comes in through the side vents on the side windows, and comes down. There's also engine shroud that goes around it. You can access the engine from the top side here, but my fat dog's laying on top of it. He likes riding in the bus. Underneath this mattress, there's a little wooden panel and you can access the engine through that. I got about 4 inches of memory foam on top of here and it's super comfortable to lay on. I do have a spare tire that I keep in here. I don't like to go anywhere without a spare tire. All the woodwork was custom done by the guy I got the Volkswagen from. It's a friend of mine and he did a wonderful job on it. And it's even got cup holders for the best soda ever made. One time on the accelerator, set the choke, turn a key, she'll fire right up. This Volkswagen only gets about 60 horsepower when it's running correctly, but I can get it up to about 65 if I'm on flat ground. Thanks to DeBoss Garage for putting this thing on. Good luck to all the participants, and one more thing.
Alright guys, so we're out here today and I've got my 1972 Chevy C10 pickup here that I bought off my best friend's dad as an unfinished project. So you can see it does have the V8 engine in it, later model, center bolt valve covers, power brakes, and this truck did come out with factory air conditioning, which is cool. It's just hard to find all the parts to make it work though, no matter how cool it is. I did clean up this front end, put a brand new chrome bumper on it, got a grill shell that was pretty decent, straightened out most of the stuff, stripped the anodizing off of it, and got it where it looks nice on the truck. I reversed the filling of the marker lights holes or shaving them, and I put the marker lights back in all the way around the truck. Sport mirrors on it because they look cool, and with the Cheyenne Super option in 72 you get these plastic door panels, which I think are kind of cool. Don't have a nice glove box insert, so it's still just painted blue there. I did get the retro sound radio in it and a nice wooden steering wheel there, aluminum one, because I couldn't come up with anything else. I did put the 60/40 split bench in there with factory style carpet. Got rid of the gas tank behind the seat, which is always nice. I hate that gas smell inside of the truck when you're trying to have a good time driving it down the road. It does have the fuel filler back here inside of the bed because I took and I put a Suburban fuel tank underneath here. One thing that's kind of unique about this truck is it has leaf springs instead of the coil spring trailing arm setup. Put full exhaust on it out here. Done a lot of work to it over the past 5 or 6 years that I've owned it. Really just built it as a fun truck to be able to go out and drive. I just wish my buddy's dad was still alive so he could have seen the truck finished up and on the road. He would be so proud of it, finally getting done. In closing, I just like to thank the Boss Garage and all of the judges for putting this all together and making it happen, and all of the proceeds going to a charity that's helping people out that have suffered during a disaster. And that is truly awesome. It's what we're placed here on this planet to do. So I just thank you so much, and hey, we'll catch you on the YouTube.
Hello, Interwebs World. My name is Chris Osner, and this is our 1972 Chevy Beauville G10 Sport Van. It's hard to get that right, but we picked this thing up a year ago from a guy. I believe they revived it and flipped it to us. They got running well enough. I think they threw looks like a newish fuel pump. They put an aluminum intake on it and some cool SoCal or Cal custom valve covers. So it looked cool. It ran good while we were buying the thing. We only made it 2 miles down the road before the brakes seized up in front of a child daycare center. So imagine being stuck in front of that place in a 70s Chevy van. So yeah, that was a little sketchy, but we got it towed home, and then we tinkered around with it. Brakes were locked up. I got it moving a little bit, but basically it started running, worse to not running at all. The intake was just leaking all over the place. So it got to where, the brakes were stuck, and it pretty much wouldn't start. So it sat around here for, life happened. It sat in our yard for, mostly a year. And then, just kind of coincidentally, this car show, and I was already starting to tinker on it. I ordered to replace the intake gasket. I just ordered a new intake. Edelbrock sells this nice little kit with everything in it. We threw a different carburetor on it, updated a couple things under there, or moved a couple things around to where it's more pleasing to us. And we bought new calipers. Already changed the rubber lines. I still got to change the rubber line in the rear and the wheel cylinders. But the main issue is the front brakes. So the question is, did we revolve and drove it? Yes, she is revoved and drove, and we're stoked. We're gonna do some more driving around the neighborhood next week. Inspection, new tires definitely. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it as much as us. Hopefully we win a prize, but really this is the prize. We're messing around with the cool van, so we're stoked either way. And yeah, that's all. Thank you guys for your time. Bye.
Howdy y'all, you got the Bulldog on the channel. This is my entrance into the Boss Garage International Car Show. First time I've ever done this. What we got here today is my dad's 75 K20 Scottsdale. It's a 350 combo. And as you can see, it's been Hettingerized. We went through doing stuff as needed. Dad bought this truck in '88, and it's got a lot of stories behind it. Her name's Old Mitzi. My dad took out this fender racing with it. He was running a little over 100 when he left the road, and he had to redo this corner back a few years ago, about 25 years ago. This side over here has been done twice. Once when I was in high school, somebody come around a corner, tail in first, and we straightened them back out. And once back when I was 12, Dad was in town. He needed to get a different vehicle home. He told me, jumping on Mitzi and head home. So I got in the truck and headed home. I didn't make it. It's been 7 years this month since we lost Dad. And of course we all had vehicles of our own. This was the farm truck. He had kind of semi-retired, and we just didn't need it anymore. It ended up sitting in a shed for a number of years. And last year, this month, I decided it had sat long enough. And I got it out. It was a pretty easy revival. Just I dropped a battery in it, fresh fuel, got it fired up. And here, I'll show you something. Now, don't worry about this. This hasn't worked since the first Bush was president. This truck has an added feature. It has air. We put that on there back in the early 90s because we're always out where the buffalo rate the chickens, and you've got a flat tire, you've got to get it aired up to get somewhere. So what Dad did was he mounted a York 2-cylinder AC compressor on there and just wired it up. Yeah, we got it kind of Hettingerized. When we got this truck out, basically all I did was top off the fluids and change the oil. Had a power steering hose leaking, my boy put that on.
This is the Green Bean. It's a 75 F100. Custom. It most certainly is custom. It's got all sorts of custom parts. Bluetooth mirrors, phones with holes in them, floors with holes in them. I mean, like all sorts of fun stuff. I daily drove this thing, you know, for the longest of times. And well, it has a blown head gasket, so it would mix the oil and the water and do all sorts of fun stuff, but it would stay running because it's a 300 inline six. You know, this thing is a indestructible motor. I just blew a rear main seal. And so now, instead of the water going into the oil, the water goes through the oil on the ground. So it no longer cools. So I have a 351 Windsor, I don't know if you can see it in there, upside down, ready to get thrown into this truck with a brand new Edelbrock and a little dual plane performer intake. I know for a fact that this little puddle down here means that this motor's trash. So I'm going to send it off the best way possible. Look at that flapper. I'm going to send it off the best way. Hey, Bo. The best way possible by doing a burnout. So we got contestant number A, and we got contestant number B, and we got a whole bunch of other contestants ready to get thrown onto this game show of who's that tire and why the hell is it going to go on this truck. We got plenty of gas. Oh yeah, we got at least half a chain in there. So she's ready to fly. Oh, it smells like ATF. That's not good. Oh yeah, that explains it. Merc on 5? Hey, Merc on 5. Good stuff right there, buddy. I'll just go ahead and fire it up for you guys. Show you what I mean a little bit. I just want to prove to you that this is a cold start. Here's the manifold. And touch all over it. Nice and cold. Nice and cold. All right.
She's alive!
Listen to that kitten purr. Oh. She's wanting to die on me. I ain't gonna let that happen. I'm hearing some kind of knock. Oh, here comes Johnny Law, but you don't have to worry about the knock. This little guy, you're gonna want to go until the valves start to float at $6 grand. Yep. But she's the bolt action variety. 4-speed, 4-wheel drive, nice locking hubs. It's missing an axle nut on that side, but it still somehow locks, which is fine. It's supposed to do that. Oh, she might have gotten a little bit hot. I don't even want to open this valve cover. Oh god, that's dangerous. Hold on. Oh, here she comes. It is. Oh my god. Wow. Listen to that.
So we've designed merch around the car show, and the point for that is to have 100% of the proceeds go to the charity All Hands and Hearts. We've got the link down below if you want to check them out. If you take your ICS 2021 order number and enter it in the dashboard, you get an extra 100 ballots towards the prizes that you chose. All right, so again, we really want to thank all of the brands that we worked with that are sponsoring the show. So definitely check out everything that they have to offer. We've got massive companies and we've got local companies, so that's really, really cool. Some of these companies don't ship globally, even though this is a global contest, but they've made exceptions or are working with us to make that happen. We will get you your prize.
International Car Show. This is my little Corolla, 1975 two-door KE30. Not super common in Australia. There is a few out there, not as common as the four doors. This car was sitting locally behind a big shed with a few trees there hiding away, and I went and asked the local farmer, did he want to get rid of it? He said, yep, not a problem. Ended up getting the car for $300, so I was pretty wrapped with that myself. Nothing special to look at, you know, baby brown, bamboo, whatever they call it. It's got a heap of dents down one side. It's got a couple of dents in the roof. All this stuff you expect from a 40-plus-year-old car. I bought this car purely because I wanted to do an engine conversion. I wanted an all-round stock-looking car, but with something with a bit of performance. It's a 3RZ, 2.7 litre. It comes out in a Toyota Hilux. They do not come with turbos on them. This one has a 3582 on it, just a generic Chinese job. The inlet plenum was custom made. I made that myself out of a pneumatic air ram, and I have grafted an Alice throttle body on it. All the intercooler piping is 2.5 inch, except for the throttle body. The intercooler is just a generic 200x600 off eBay, and that fits through where the bumper mounts to the body. You just have to do a little bit of trimming, no massive holes. Radiator is just an aluminium one off eBay. It suits a lot of cars, it suits a lot of Toyota stuff as well. Celica, K70. Also, I've done a brake upgrade on this car. I'll show you in a minute, but we'll just touch on the master there. That is a master cylinder off a Pajero. Can't remember what model. I think it's like early 90s. That bolts straight on. It gives me enough braking capacity for the brakes that I have on the car. And the master there for the clutch is off a BJ45, which is an old Land Cruiser. And other than that, the rest of the engine bay is bone stock. Bone stock 40-year-old interior. As you can see, the seats are in pretty good nick. Stock, modified fuel tank, original fuel tank, and the good stuff, the flex fuel sensor. So we run both fuels here, 98 and E85 pump. We'll just chuck her up on the hoist now and have a look underneath. Rightio, factory sump. Just got to modify it a little bit, got to take about 30 mil out by memory. Rightio, this is AR5 gearbox. This is a 5-speed gearbox that comes out in a V6 Colorado. I've done this conversion due to the standard Hilux gearboxes not lasting. Quite a cheap conversion. Get the gearboxes very cheap from your pick apart or Jollies or whatever. As you can see, 3-inch exhaust. Come down to a tail shaft. Got a half-decent tail shaft made by our local guys at Super Balance. And we have a Borg Warner M78. These diffs come out standard in R31 Skylines and Commodores and everything else. Only reason I use the Skyline one is because they come factory 4x114, the same as the front. It's just got an LSD out of an old dirty Commodore I had in the paddock. On the standard leaf springs, we put some tramp rods here just so that we can have a bit of fun and not worry about everything axle hopping. We've got a XT130 Corona front strut conversion. These bolt straight in.
Here it is, 2021 International Quarantine Car Show contestant. 1976,
GMC, Shorty. First question people ask me, is that factory? I should be telling them yes. 350 small block, 203 case, chain driven that is. You can tell I did the exhaust with all the clamps. Ural, Popeye. Automatic. This is a remake of a truck that I had when I was 18, and that one was stick shift. I'm happy with this one. Headers, different steering box from my Quigley van, which is OEM, four-wheel drive. Little auxiliary light. Dana 60 front, 456 gears. What we have here is the interior view. Little TV action going on. Picture of the original van, 20 years ago. Small bed in the back, a lot of woodwork. Of course, the refrigerator. The sink is back there. Original mud flap from the first van. This is a floor mat. A lot of switches. A lot of switches. Bracketry. There's some bracketry in there somewhere too. A lot of wood. The entire floor got redone. It's got Cheerios on it now. I believe those holes were from 6x9s that the original owner had in there. But now instead of real wood, it's Pergo. Sunroof, hippie flowers, olive drab bed. That's all welded up onto the unibody of the van to hold the front leaf springs. Bracketry. I enjoy also the wood grain steering wheel that matches the dashboard and the whole rest of the theme of the interior. I put this plastic diamond plate down all over, and I painted some of the interior panels army green and the axles themselves, because the axles came out of a Chevy Army truck from the mid-80s, 1-ton GMC. Making decisions, putting in electric all throughout the van, so when I go to a campground, I could take the van and plug it in and have everything run inside the van off of 110. So I've had that work in the past, and it works well.
This is my submission for the Boss Garage's InterNEtional car show. It's my 1977 Chevrolet Malibu Classic. I've owned this car since 2004, and I bought it without knowing anything about it other than it had been owned by my former teacher from high school who owned it when he was in college. He drove it around for years when he was young, and then he got married and had kids and couldn't tote them around anymore, so it sat in his backyard for several years. I believe he said 7 years. And at that point, I just happened to be at his house and saw it behind a tree in his backyard and said, "Hey, can I buy that car off you?" And he said, "You know what? You give me $100 and you can have it." And I couldn't believe it, and I couldn't get the $100 fast enough, and I bought this car before Roadkill, before Motor Trend and everything, and I've always been in a position where it was either you had enough money and you didn't have time, or you had enough time and you didn't have money. So over the years I've replaced several things. I've replaced both doors, and I got the mirrors too. I went to Rochester, New York, about a 7-hour drive, 6-hour drive each way to replace the doors. I replaced the trunk lid. I've replaced the bench seat. I found it at a pull apart, which I was lucky to do. This is actually a 1974 seat. It has a plug underneath that I didn't know what it went to. But the only modifications that I've done to the motor in 17 years of owning this car aren't even modifications. All I've done is replace a water pump and rebuild the carburetor. The rest of this looks exactly like it did when I bought it 17 years ago. It's not going to win any beauty pageants. I've had this car all over the state of Ohio, and it continues to do what it was built to do. It didn't have hood ornament for years, and I found this one on Facebook from a guy in a group that I'm in, and I paid $75 for just that hood ornament. But she's a runner, and I couldn't be more happy with it. And I didn't want to tear up the dash by cutting a hole in here, so I just mounted this stereo underneath with zip ties, holding this little radio up. And it's just a head unit that has Bluetooth. The dash pad needs replaced, but it runs and drives and stops and steers. Everything you could want. I have no lower door panels. They're actually in the house. They need refiberglassed and cleaned and all that good stuff. I've had a lot of people tell me that this car reminds them of one that their parents owned or they owned years ago. I took it up to Norwalk, Ohio 2 years ago for Power Tour. I got my Roadkill sticker. I'm a part of the Go Drive It community. Tony Angelo, local car group here. And this sticker was actually mounted on this car when I bought it 17 years ago, and it's still here. But there she is. I couldn't tell you how many miles are on it, at least 150,000. But she runs and drives and does everything I ask it to. Thanks for your consideration.
This one's going to be going into 2 categories, boys. First one's going to be the factory version with Vice Grip Garage, and then of course we're going to go for the revival version with Junkyard Digs. So this is a 1977 Chevy Nova, and as I have christened it, the Supernova, because all it wants to do is explode in every aspect whatsoever. Let's go ahead and do a walk around of the car. So like I said, it's the 1977 Nova. Under the hood, we've got the factory 350 and then a 4-speed manual behind it. The odometer reads 49,000. Not exactly sure if that's right or not, highly doubt it is. Let's start with factory, okay? So what factory car looks good, all right? All of them, okay? And this one looks amazing, okay? So we've got coolant passages from an old refrigerator. So that's what my grill is right now. The entire radiator support underneath this battery is, of course, you know, it's Bluetooth. You don't need that. It's fine. You know, you don't need to see the mount just dangling there. And oh, we'll touch on that right quick. So this headlight, which, you know, as you can see, it's perfectly held in there. All these things are held in with the most, I mean, amazing tensile. This one just has one bolt. But the headlight, yeah, of course, the entire thing is held in with zip ties. And actually, this little housing here is made out of electrodes, welding rods, that are just zip tied into a circle. And then, well, the headlight was still pointing upwards, so I just shoved a piece of newspaper in there, and now it points down. So we're good there. Once again, it was a factory 350, and actually it had the factory 4-barrel on it, but it just wasn't doing the job I wanted. The accelerator pump was garbage. It didn't make the power, so I decided to sink some money into it. Of course, running an Edelbrock 600. Oh, the washer fluid sprayers, they work and they spray, but they don't spray the windshield. They spray over the car onto the roof, which is fine. I mean, of course, you need to get the bugs off of there, but you might need that for the actual windshield itself. Now, then, of course, brakes. You know, we can just touch on. We can just touch on that. Ugh. Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay. Just bear. Just all right, we're gonna need some tools here. Okay, just open. Just open. You know you want to open. Are you opening? Are you doing something productive for society? Are you even supposed to open that way? Oh no, I don't think you were supposed to open that way. Uh-oh. Well, let's go back the other way then. See, that might be my problem. It was supposed to open the other way. Anywho, so of course we've got front brakes because those are disc. And that fluid, it just looks amazing. But back brakes, there's no such thing as back brakes. You don't need back brakes. What? You know, it's not mandatory. AC, you know, the compressor doesn't work, so it just blows air. See, and look, when you're going with return springs on the throttle, you're going to want to go with all the spring and have extras just in case. And you're going to want to have all the oil leaks. This thing goes about goes down about a quart a day. Now, the interior on the car is just in cherry shape, okay? Look at this. This is beautiful, okay? Don't mind all the grease stains and the door handles too. Now, you might be wondering, the floor, see, when there's no AC and the compressor doesn't work, you're going to want to have, as iScript Garage calls it, the ankle vent. Now, that right there is actually the floor of the garage. And that right there is just frame. So yeah, this side was pretty advanced. So the guy just took rattle can black and just spray painted over top of it instead of just cutting out the rust and then spray painting it and then welding something in. Because quarter kits for this car from like right here and back to the taillight are like $80. Why? Who cares? Okay. The old window roller up or downer. That works, probably. I don't know, probably not. But yep, so this is the Supernova. You might, you know, this car is very nice. It's a very nice car. It runs, okay, it's smooth-ish. No, not really.
Hey guys, I'm Danny, and this is my ride. So this strange looking engine, it's 5 cylinders. It's from a Volkswagen Golf. It's a Mark IV Golf, actually. Just one like that. So the engine from that one and the gearbox from that one goes into this one. That's logic. So I had to make some custom engine mounts. Everything is custom. Intercoolers are from an old Kia, actually from 2 Kias. Turbocharger is HKS, I think it's 52 mil. Turbo on wideband. Honda's homemade exhaust. Actually have a cap on it as well. And yeah, so the whole engine packet, the gearbox and engine. The intake is from VR6 Golf, and I chopped off one runner and welded it with a plate. There's got a plate on the side, so it's now 5 runners. And fuel system, it's a dead end fuel system to avoid heating up the fuel so much. Yeah. Throttle by cable. So it's an ordinary bicycle, actually bicycle brake cable. And a standalone ECU. It's what is it? EMO Classic ECU Master. It's really good actually. Can do a lot of things. Blow off valve. Yeah. Turbo valve from a Saab. Always need to have some Saab parts in the car. The wheels are from Golf, and the stuff they are bolted onto is from the Golf. It's got wheelwood brakes, Dina Light I think, nothing fancy, but yeah, cheap enough. And the brake discs are Subaru brake discs, 290 millimeters. Originally this car had the fuel tank in front of the engine, inside the engine room, and it doesn't longer fit there. So this is a FIA compliant tank with all the bits and bases, aim fittings and fuel regulator. Never mind the wiring, it's really crappy. Radiator from Saab 900 Turbo. And yeah, that's what's in the front.
Hey guys, welcome to the Renson's Yard. Today I'll be attending the DeBus Garage International Car Show with my 1998 Suzuki Carry. If you've never seen this vehicle before, come on closer. I'll show you around. This little truck started its life in Japan, and it was imported to Canada about 4 years ago. I've been caring for it for about 3 years now, and since then I've done quite a few modifications to it. Starting off with the wheels. As in Japan, these trucks are equipped with 12-inch rims. When they're brought into Canada, in order to pass the safety inspection, they have to be upgraded to either 13s or 14s. And this is the wheels that the import dealer put on. But I find that they're a bit too fancy for my liking. So I found those wheels off of a junkyard Kia. They're just basic steel wheels, and they came with a set of tires, so it's a good fit, and I don't have to worry about scratching them when I go out in the bush. Because I use this truck mostly for work, but I also enjoy bringing it to local car shows on the weekends. It's really the best of both worlds. Another really nice feature is that it has the dumping box. So if you come into the inside, I have a little electric button that powers the hydraulic pump to lift up the bed. Easy as that. And then, if I want to take off the sides, that's something I can do. You can just dump right off like that. Or I can put the back up. After my first winter with this truck, I found that it had a real hard time starting in the coldest conditions. So I have upgraded the battery to one that has double the factory cranking amps, and I also upgraded the starter wires to some thicker gauge. Here at the back, I've upgraded the taillights to some LEDs, and I also added these bump stops I borrowed from a loading dock. As a bed liner, I'm using this mat that's from a horse trailer, and it's very nice when I'm hauling around some firewood or some rocks. After my first year with the truck, I also decided to give it a bit of a paint job, as when I got it, all the panels were a different shade of white. So I pulled it into my garage and gave it a homemade paint job. It was my first time doing paint, and I think it turned out pretty decent. On the inside, you'll notice that this is a very rare left-hand drive model. It actually came from Japan like this. On the inside, I've put in a radio and using some speaker from a home theater system. I've added the storage compartment. I upgraded the defroster with something a bit beefier to keep everything warm in winter. Because interestingly enough, these trucks don't have an actual heater core. They just deflect air off of the main radiator and bring it into the cab. I also trimmed the bottom of the dash to give myself a bit more legroom. That's the height at which it used to be all the way across. That's the controller for the dump bed. This is my favorite mod that I've added to this truck. It's an auto dimming mirror that also has the thermometer and compass function. This is off of a GMC Yukon that I parted out. The sun visors I got from the same Kia as I did for the wheels. And coming down to the engine compartment, which is below the passenger seat, I used basement waterproofing membrane as sound deadener, because that thing's actually just a few cents per square foot. And overall, the biggest mod I did was to replace the carburetor. And I used one that's off of a Yamaha ATV, because that's what was available to me. They're both rated for a 600cc engine, and it runs good. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed this look at my mini truck. If you have any questions, please leave them in the comments. And make sure to check out the DeBoss Garage Car Show website and vote for your favorite car. Good luck to everyone!
Hey everyone, I'm Mike and this is my entry for the ICS 2021 event. I have a car that I think will fit in really well. I call it the Basket Case BMW. The car is a 2001 BMW 330i. I found it on Facebook Marketplace, super cheap. Of course, it was cheap for a reason. But I figured I could get a distressed BMW 3 Series, fix it up a little bit, and have a fun weekend car. I was mistaken. Very mistaken. Anyway, let me introduce you to the car. Here are some of the photos from the Marketplace ad. You can see it's missing the front bumper, the left front fender is mangled, one of the taillights is smashed. Also, the interior was completely trashed. That stuff didn't bother me much because it's not that hard to fix. I made several trips to the salvage yard to get various parts for the car. I replaced the missing front end, the mangled front fender, and a bunch of underbody parts that were missing or broken. I also picked up a few odds and ends. Things were looking up. I was eager to take it out for a drive. But that changed in a big way. While it was idling in the driveway, I heard some strange noises from the engine, then the valve train started rattling like crazy. I figured the oil pump was going bad or something like that. So I pulled the oil pan and found this. That used to be one of the timing chain guides. Some of that debris got sucked into the oil pump pickup and clogged it. There was also a lot of sludge in the oil pan, and if there's sludge in the oil pan, then there's sludge in the cylinder head too. When I removed the valve cover, I found this. The sludge was so thick you could scoop it out with a spoon. It looked like somebody tossed a bag of charcoal into the cylinder head. Same goes for the oil filter housing. First I cleaned out the sludge from the cylinder head and oil pan. I scraped out the big chunks, then chemically cleaned the rest. Next I replaced the timing chain guides and the timing chain. I installed a bunch of new gaskets and seals, fixed some leaky plumbing, and performed a bunch of routine maintenance that apparently the previous owner couldn't be bothered with. After all that work was done, I got in the car, crossed my fingers, and turned the key. Next, I did what any guy would do after resurrecting a car from the dead. I immediately took it to the drag strip. It was an hour drive each way, plus the racing, of course. The car took it like a champ. No leaks, no breakdowns, no broken parts. Here's one of the runs. I guess this is the part where I say mission accomplished. But this project isn't finished. I have big plans for this car, and saving it from the crusher was just the first step. If you'd like to see more, check out the Michael Blacktree channel on YouTube. I already have several videos about this project and many more on the way. Also, I'd like to give a big thanks to DeBoss Garage for hosting the event, and thanks to the judges for volunteering their time. And I'd like to thank my friends in the E46 Fanatics web forum for their help along the way. People like you make me proud to be part of this community. Anyway, that's it for this video. See you next time.
Alrighty, why don't you introduce you guys to my motorcycle. So what it is a M1030 B1. Which is a marine motorcycle. So what they are, it's military's version of a KLR 650, which is a big enduro. So I'll walk around here. Now, so these are on off-road bikes, so I am street legal, but still run a 21 front, 17-inch rear, like a dirt bike. Now this is modified from stock by a good amount for what I like to do, which is kind of long range off-road riding. I don't race or anything like that. So like this is a 7.5 gallon gas tank, which is absolutely massive on a motorcycle, especially when I get 45 miles to gallon. That's a whole lot longer range than you want to be sitting on that seat. Motor wise, so they're a 650 single to start with. This one's rather dirty because I didn't clean it up last fall. But so 650 single. I've got this bored out to 719. I've got shaved head, shaved cylinder on it, dryer compression. It's a forged lightweight piston, oversized valves in it, big cams, a ported head, reworked carb, sorry. Still stock size carb. Pretty heavily modified airbox to try to feed that carb. It's got an exhaust, which is, it's a factory header, but it's like 1.5 inch header on a single cylinder. That's fine. The muffler is gutted with an 1.5-inch hole with an 1.5-inch outlet on it. So she breathes pretty good. There's a wideband O2 bung on it. I just use that for kind of working with my tune on the carb. Try to get that a little better. Let's see. I have to run heavy clutch springs in it because I was slipping the originals. And then that's when I switched to a hydraulic clutch here. There was originally a cable clutch, which was just an absolute bear to handle. That didn't work so well. Custom 1/4-inch skid plate covers the whole bottom of the motor. This does not come on regular KLRs, but comes on the marine version of them. Things I've done is I've broken this foot peg off. I sheared the bolts. They must have been a little loose. So then I sheared them, but I also broke this section of frame apart. So I've had to re-weld that. My lithium battery. Saved that 2 pounds. It actually just cranks better and doesn't last only for 1 year. Another interesting thing about this, it has no key. It looks like a key, functions like a key, but you can't pull that out. That's permanently in there. So no keys to lose on it, which is kind of nice. With this motor in it, it's definitely a lot better than stock. It will do 100 miles an hour, but 100 miles an hour with this tall of a bike and you're sitting straight up and down on this knobby of a tire, it's pretty sketchy. I would not suggest it. Close course only, of course. Would never do that on a public highway. But it will take you where you need to go. It's pretty ugly. I like it that way. I purposely don't paint it. I personally prefer the look of it. So, yeah.
Well, I figured since I was out here, I'd give you guys a tour of my camper bus. So that's it right there. That's bus number 6. She got some rust on her, but she's done. We took her camping twice last year, so let's go take a look at the inside. It's got the Cummins in it. She runs pretty good. I don't know if the battery's dead. I'll take you guys on a tour of her. If you look up in here, we've got 2 seating areas, tables. You sit down there, yeah, all right. So then we've got some cabinets, one over here, and we got one over here. And we got some bunk beds right there. Got one over here. I bought a huge queen-sized mattress. Oh, there's a TV I was gonna mount that I never did. And then we got this huge memory foam mattress. It's pretty nice. Take a nap. Anyhow. And then this is like down under here is nothing. And then over there we got this corner potty for the kids. 12-volt system working on. I don't know if it'll fire. We'll see if she'll fire up. Let's try her here. Cold start videos today. It's only 45 degrees, so. Uh-oh. Not gonna make it. We can bring a little car over. Negative. Not gonna happen. But she's a good runner. Well, I couldn't let you guys not hear it run, so the service VW bug to the rescue. I'll give you a walk around the full view while we're waiting for it to charge. There she is in all her beauty. The Cummins camper bus. Now we'll see if she got enough juice. smoking a little bit. Get her a little warmed up. There's some rust. Put a piece of tin behind it, rivet it yellow. Mint. Runs good. Nice and quiet. Oh yeah. About 1,000 magnet clips that we use for curtains. Yeah, she's the hillbilly Cadillac. Sounds good.
Where's your hat?
Hi guys, here's my entry in the Revive and Drive. It's a 1940 Dodge sedan with a flathead 6 motor, originally 218, found in a barn, proverbial barn actually, nearby, about 2 miles from here. I heard about it sitting at a local bar where a guy was saying that he was moving out and selling everything. And looking at the internet photos of what was a 40 Dodge sedan, I was interested and bought it from him. It was supposedly just about running, needed a battery charge. It was far from that, but still made it run. The engine was seized solid in rust. The tires were weathered, cracked. The interior was full of chicken. It was gross, but a surviving body. So I took the engine out and studying those, found out that they were made for quite a long time, from 218 cubic inch to 265, up until the 70s in industrial applications. So I found another motor out of a portable water pump at 265 that I then modified, because I also researching it found that these things were hot rodded back in the day quite a bit. So it now has triple carburetors, dual exhaust, more compression, bigger camshaft, bigger clutch, light on flywheel. So then it could be driven. But brakes were very inadequate for today's traffic. So they were changed for Ford Explorer discs in the front and the whole axle out of a 99 Mustang in the back with associated discs. It then drove. I added a little electronic speedometer that is actually just a tiny GPS unit projecting into the windshield, because it was the easiest way of having an accurate speedometer. Didn't intend on leaving it there, but I like it, so I leave it there. The whole dash, which looked good but didn't work, none of the gauges worked, had to be redone and none of the parts were available. So I redid a dash, a custom-made dash for it, then drove it some more. It was quite good. I drove it to commute to work, 150K, or for those in Myanmar, Liberia, and the United States, about 100 miles. And last winter's upgrades included overdrive transmission out of a 1950 Plymouth. It used to have a quite elaborate automatic actuation mechanism, which I didn't keep. I now have a flasher switch, motorcycle flasher switch on my shift lever, which actuates it manually once when needed. I also changed the triple old-style Carter ball-and-ball carburetor, which I could not tune to my satisfaction. I changed them to triple sport bike carburetors out of a Honda 1100. And preliminary driving with those gives quite good results. I've also upgraded the master cylinder to a Willwood dual output circuit, and the stereo system, which now has a head unit in the glove box and a rear view camera and steering mounted controls, remote controls. Under the hood, we have dual brake master cylinder reservoir, main relay, which switches everything on and off, like a motorcycle. When a key is on, everything is on. Stock style, but bigger, inline 6 flathead. Custom linkage for the triple carburetors. These are actually shortened Harley shift levers. Air horn, which is quite loud. Carburetors over there, and MSD ignition box over here on this side.
My name is Trevor. I'm coming to you from southern Alberta, Canada. I'm a late comer to the party. I did not know this was a thing. I just learned about it the other day. And so I am not in the finished type position as maybe some of the others are in. But I'm gonna do a video anyway. So I have a 1947 Studebaker truck. It was originally a 2-ton grain truck. The cab is on a 1984 GMC crew cab 1-ton dually chassis. So I've been making a really big push to get this truck done by spring. So just kind of an overview here. Taking the side mount fuel tanks off. I'm going to cut the frame in this sort of general direction. And this frame section is a straight ladder frame section from the original 2-ton grain truck. Interestingly enough, they are dimensionally the same as the square body one. So right here before the hump, I'm gonna cut it off, put this on, and then this is gonna be a car hauler. I have semi airbags to go in the back. Probably not till winter, but eventually it's gonna be a triangulated 4-link with air ride so that I can just drop the back and drive on, no ramps. I also have airbags for the front. They will be getting done right away. I'm making this video after finding out today that there's 1 day left to submit. So, big news. This is getting cut out, and I have a 12-valve Cummins. My 12-valve Cummins truck runs and drives, it's registered. I tow trailers with it all the time, but that engine transmission is going to be stuffed into this. I already have the engine mount swap kit on the way. There's going to be a little bit of massaging of this general area, which is why I have this piece of cab. This general area has been massaged already, and we'll be doing a CAD cardboard aided designed firewall cutout that I can just transfer onto that without cutting it all up and hack and cut and hack and cut until it fits. So here's the 12-valve truck. I'm not going to try and start it because it won't start. Small block and turbo 400 that was in the square body F450 fuel tank that I picked up for 50 bucks. And this is a budget build. There's my 12-valve. 440,000 kilometers on this. Original engine, original transmission. I think it still has the original radiator in it. To get my cabs around in the garage, I made this little cart out of wood and stuff. And I use this side by side for hauling my stuff around the yard. And on the back of the square body chassis here, I have, where is it? It's over there. I have a device that I made to fit on my engine crane. So you take the hook out, put a socket extension through these holes, and then I can lift the cab through the door jambs with my engine crane. And I guess some more about my story. My friend Alan has a 37 Chev 2-door businessman's coupe hot rod that he's been building for 15 years. He's almost done. And I bought a 1950 5-window GMC half-ton from him. And I decided that was really nice and I didn't want to rat rod it and kind of wreck it. And he had this truck sitting around, and I looked at it and thought it was kind of cool, but the more I thought about it, the more I liked it. So I decided to actually sell my 55 window, which was a dream truck of mine. And I bought this from Alan. Well, I more or less inherited it because I work on his hot rod all the time for him.
(1948) Willys Sieging. It's about as factory as you can get, with a few altercations that some nitpicky people will know. And you'll have to excuse for the rain, but it makes for some good shots anyway. flathead 4-cylinder L134 Go Devil engine with a T90 transmission and a 2-speed transfer case connected to that. 4-wheel drive, selectable with the levers on the dash after flipping the hubs. No power steering. The assistance of a steering knob. Got a basic cluster panel, your temperature, gas, which isn't hooked up, speedo, amp meter. You have your basic transmission setup with 4 speeds. You got over, down first, back up, forward second, back straight back third, and reverse. An overdrive, which was not a factory option, but it was something later introduced. Then 4-wheel drive, high-low. I might have gotten those mixed up, but who's asking questions? No customizable seat options. It was a basic pad. I'm pretty sure this came from the factory. Your light panel, and with your switch on the floor for highs and lows. The fun thing about this Jeep is the key that you see right there does not turn the engine over. It is in fact a push button start from 70 years ago. Starting to get kind of bad, but however we shall proceed. I'll show you inside the engine bay. So inside the engine bay, got some water leaking on the hood. Inside of here, like I said, our 4-cylinder flathead, single barrel carburetor, Carter carburetor, oil element, oil air cleaner, big old battery, mechanical fuel pump, which is currently not operational, so we have it hooked up to a Ching Pal Special, a horn off a 69 Roadrunner, headlamps here that move back and forth for illuminating the engine bay.
Yeah, your truck lights are on. Okay, so the point of our voting is to narrow down each category to the top 25. From there, each respective YouTuber will pick their favorite from that 25. I think Vice Grip Garage has over 800 submissions, so we need to narrow that down for him. And it's in your best interest to pick the best vehicles out of that category. So this year, we're giving you guys a chance to win over $7,000 worth of prizes. We've got tools, we've got gift cards, we've got car parts, and a pile of other stuff. So you get 50 votes, and each one of those votes is a ballot to all the giveaways that you've picked. Still vote for your buddy, but you really want to spend those other votes on vehicles that are gonna make it to the top 25. Because each vehicle that you voted for that makes it to the top turns that one vote into 5. So potentially you could have 250 ballots instead of 50 towards the prizes that you chose. But wait, there's more! So if the judge picks the winner and you voted for it, it's worth an extra 20 points. So you really want to go and see what the judges are looking for and pick the car that they're more likely to pick, because that benefits you.
What?
So this is my 1950 International Metro, former oil service truck. Pulled it out of the woods with a bobcat and a chainsaw. Took about 6 months to build. It's a 1996 Buick Roadmaster chassis, shortened about 14 inches. Airbags, obviously. The interior is all tobacco lath. Got about 150 hours in the woodwork, like an idiot. Back of the center console's got a wheel chock for a motorcycle. Goes pretty good, 90 up the highway all day. I got about 3,000 miles on it. The month after I finished it, took it to Pennsylvania for swap meet, New Jersey for a motorcycle show. Seats are airplane engines. Bear with me, it's my first video ever that didn't have my in it. Fire it up. Got train horns, locomotive horns. Interior. Center console, air ride controls, wheel chock, 12-inch sub in the floor. That folds down to a bed or a bench seat. It does burn out, but I don't have anybody to film it, so tough. Over here in the junk pile, it's a 1946 Cushman step-through that rides in the back, sits in the wheel chock. It's got a 150cc 4-stroke Kimco driveline in it, kind of chopped out. Looks cool in there, I just don't want to dig it out. And, yeah, that's about it. Send me some money.
This is my 1954 Chevy pickup that I call the rat rod. No reason why, it's just I kind of wanted a rat rod, and I mean it really didn't turn into one, but this is it. So it's got a 283 that's bored out 60 thou. Aluminum rad, street signs as the inner fenders. Another truck that you might see on the channel, I have an 82 S10 that I LS swapped. That engine that's in this now came out of it. It's got a wood bed floor in it. And yes, we're gonna go driving today. So I have the jerry cans in there. I need some more fuel so that I can heat up the shop. But we'll get you from inside here. You can see what I see. So I got camshaft as my door pull, and I got an old an adjustable as the handle to open the door. And then I really wanted electric windows, so we had a parts truck behind the barn that had some electric motors in it, and I got some relays down there to reverse the polarity on a micro switch I have in this wrench, so that you can flip it either way, so that the window goes up and down, and both sides are done like that. And I got a rat trap as my gas pedal, GPS speedometer, some gauges from Canadian Tire and Princess Auto. Reused the original shifter for the T5 that's in it, that's out of an S10. And then I got a Canadian flag as the headliner, old Cadillac seat that we had laying around. And it's sitting on, it used to be a 1-ton truck, and it was a flatbed. So it's sitting on the original frame in the back, and the back frame is just C-notched, and it's got a 2000s era Jimmy rear end with disc brakes all the way around. It's got a 70 Nova front clip that's grafted on, and then I'm running like S10 spindles on the front just to make it easy when I go to get parts, so that I don't have to mix match stuff. It works all together. But yeah, it's a pretty sweet truck. I bought it, I think I was like 17. I always wanted a truck like my dad's, but to buy a 57 Chevy truck in good condition, it's a bit of money. So this came up for sale. It was pretty cheap, and it turned into what it is today. So we'll get some beauties of it driving, and maybe we'll even stop at Timmy's, because that's the most Canadian pastime you can do. Also, here's a picture of it the day I picked it up. It was pretty rough, and I got a picture of halfway through working on it, and a picture of my dad's truck is going to come up that inspired me to build this. So now to the cruising.
Alright guys, what's going on? I'm Herb with Love It Speed Shop. This is my official entry to the D-Boss Garage International Car Show. And we're going to go ahead and sign up for the factory class. So I'll show you a little bit what I've got, what I've been doing with this car, and the project I'm working on. If you haven't seen my channel, go check it out. Love It Speed Shop. And I'm a hobbyist, guys, and like to do this on the side. So I'll show you what I've got here. So our car is a 1955 Chevy 2-door sedan. That's what we've been building. It's what we're going off. Ha! Just kidding, guys. This is actually a 4-door sedan that I am doing a 2-door conversion on. So with this car, guys, if you go back to check my videos out, I am doing this car on a budget. First one I've ever done. And I wanted to do it with trying to not throw a whole lot of money at it. Just spend money where I absolutely had to spend money. So just like you've seen on the other side, there's no new quarters in this car, guys. So I took the rear doors out, cut the outer skins off of it, you know, made all these quarters. And for what I'm doing, guys, the car has turned out pretty straight. This one has a little bit of body work done on this side. This side has none. And as you can see where I've made these quarters. So with saving the money on the quarters, just like I just said, spend money somewhere else, I did save the money from the quarters, and I put a brand new one-piece floor pan in it. The car originated from an old man that had it, I think he had it about 30 years or something like that. It sat in his barn, and he never done anything with the car. I found out about the car through a mutual friend, got a pretty good deal on it, went and bought the car, you know, and it was a four-door. It's a true Bel Air car that was four-door, and you know, I didn't know what I was going to do with the car. You know, it was a good deal, and I was going to, you know, fix it, flip it as a four-door. Got it home, you know, a couple days went by, a couple weeks, you know, hey, why not try a conversion? The car has a 283 in it. That does run and drive. It was in the car when I got it. The car originated with a 265. At some point in time, somebody thought that they needed some big horsepower, so they put a 283 in it. Factory power steering car, still on generator setup. And as I'm building this car, guys, and like I said, when you go to my channel and check out how I put that floorboard in, reason I done it like that, this car is still under turnkey. Fire up, pull it out, whatever you want to do. The sparkulators with the lightning bolt back there, 283 horsepower, or cubic inch, not 283 horsepower. So to make that a little bit faster, we done some weight reduction, got rid of the seat because it still has attached the old 2-speed fast and faster cast iron power glide in it. For the time being, all that's going to be in the car until I get metal work done and all that stuff. When the metal work gets done, we are going to put ALS in this car, automatic transmission. So the goal with this car is going to be cruiser, or take it to the track, play with it, drive it across country, whatever you want to do. No $100,000 ride here. Just a guy in a garage building a car to cruise.
Hey guys, I'm Chris from Ironhead Garage. I've been building this 55 gasser, built the tilt front end on it, while D-Boss Garage this year is putting on another car show. It's called the InterNEtional Car Show. We joined last year with the truck. We did pretty good. So I built a lot of brackets on this car, so I'm going to enter the bracketry class. So you guys check it out, D-Boss Garage, InterNEtional Car Show. Go on there, put in your vote. There'll be a lot of cool rides. It's for a good cause. Well, guys, let's check it out what I've done. Alright, so here's my 55 Chevy gasser I've been building. I built a tilt front end on it. Let's check it out. So through the headlight there you can see some of the bar structure. So here is the main bracket, and that's the guide bracket. It slides through this bolt. When you tilt it, keeps it from lifting up too far. That's the main pivot bolt there. So to open it, pull this Zeus clip out, open this flap door so the hood don't hit the scoop when you go to tilt it. Got a Zeus clip down here. Pop that one loose. Takes some guys 2 hands to lift their hood. We'll lift this one with 1 hand. Opens up nice and easy. So there's the structure. Don't get much bigger than that for a bracket. So there's those guide slotted rails, and that's where it pivots. And I put a greaser in the collar there so I can grease that. We'll tilt it down a little bit. Let you see that bracket work. Slides real nice through there. Let it go all the way forward. So there's those bars, inch by inch, 1/8 inch steel. I made some brackets to hold my grill sturdy. This front end I can run with the hood and the fenders, or I could take the hood off and just run with the fenders. Stays together. So up here I put guide plates, plastic pads there. They come down and ride on this 1/4 inch round bar on my cowl so it don't get hung up or make a screeching sound. Those there I can adjust in and out. Got the Zeus clip bracket there. It hooks around there at the bottom so those pads don't get caught. Goes up real nice. So there's my bracket. Got a lot more brackets on here too that I've built. So we'll close it. Grab it with 1 hand. Let her come on down. Close the flapper door. So there's my bracket, guys. All right, hope you like it. Everybody, good luck to you. Take care. Thanks.
This is my entry for the International Quarantine Car Show 2021. Revive and Drive. It's my 1961 Power Wagon Town Wagon. It used to be an army truck in Saudi Arabia before they smuggled it back in the 80s with the help of a general. It's got a 400 Chrysler motor in it from a Monaco. This is my voltage regulator. Just that light just lights up and drops it down a little bit. Suicide cylinder. Horrible Harley. Put this bumper on. Goes with the truck. See if anything's living in it today. Back door's open. 232,000 on the clock. But four-wheel drive, Hurst shifter, suicide knob. A lot of suicide going on with this build. Foot locker. Big bomb looking thing. Hold my beer at the car shows. All new wood floor back there. Air seat in the front. Just came up with this little hiccup of a problem. The advance plates loosened up in between. So another one bites the dust. Maybe I'll put money into it next week. Stay safe. Good night.
Hi, my name is Jamie, and this is my 1964 Volkswagen Beetle. I wanted to enter it into the factory class for a couple different reasons because of the stuff that's done to it. Frankly, I think it's ruined just enough to be cool. So, what did we do to it? This is Rust-Oleum Hunter Green from a can, and my lovely wife Chelsea hand painted these graphics, also Rust-Oleum. She had a little bit of active lightweight here, weight reduction, so I'll fix that with some sheet steel and pop rivets because I'm cheap. Lowered the front end a couple inches. What I'm finding is that somebody had this car before me and they changed a bunch of parts and made stuff different here and there. I'm pretty sure those are the wrong turn signals and those are the wrong bumper brackets because nothing fits just right. And every time I order something for a 64 Volkswagen, it's never the right size or shape or whatever. For the interior, Chelsea painted the dash again with green being there and got a really expensive radio in this hole here. That works great. I got the blanket seat covers that we clipped together with hog rings because, you know, that was cheap. Fixed the pans with some diamond plate. Let's see if we can see that real quick. I bet I can pull it apart. Underneath the battery, as Derek would say. Oh, I didn't even realize this is one of Derek's favorite batteries. Look at that, it's got a handle. Yeah, there it is. Diamond plate. Got the old Home Depot sound deadening because, again, don't want to spend the money, so we'll go ahead and put that back in there. Somebody reupholstered this seat a long time ago, and frankly, they did a good job of it, like that. Didn't want to pay to fix the sunroof there, so made some little brackets and riveted those in so that doesn't open up anymore, but it makes a fantastic rattle as you go down the highway. Really enjoy that. Got the chrome step, what are those called? I don't know. Yeah, we're horsepower, they're chrome. Got the original poverty caps on there. Them are gorgeous. Rear end's adjustable, it's lowered a couple inches, don't remember how far. It's got a rebuilt 1600 in it, allegedly. And then one of my favorite features is this anti-theft device. To get in underneath the deck lid, you gotta bend the bumper down to get in here, but you know, she's a cute little thing. It goes pretty good. If you look down here and you climb down, you'll find there's a handy fuel on, fuel off, fuel on, fuel off. And that's Coast Guard approved 5/16 line there, so you know it's good. Because apparently Volkswagens catch on fire, I don't know. Anyway, safety third. All right, have a look at that rat's nest. If I've ever seen a fire starter. Oh, look, actually, that's right, I did start a fire right here one time. One of my favorites on this car is, you'll see in this general location here is a lovely photo of my wife. That really brings the fellas in. I'll be honest, I saw a rack that looked like this on the internet and I was, you know, thinking I could make one of those. And so the night before the 2019 Oktoberfest, I decided, well, yeah, I'll have time to sand and varnish all that. Nope, not at all. Looks great from 10 feet away. Let's be honest, it's garbage. Did these little brackets and welded that up, and turned out it wasn't strong enough, so of course there's zip ties on there.
Hello Internet, my name is Charlie Hoffman. I am a senior at Miami University in Ohio. I'm in Naval RTC, so I'll graduate and hopefully go on to flight school in the fall for the Navy. And this here is Lucy, my 1965 Corvair. She is a 110 horsepower Monza, 4-speed convertible, obviously. I pulled it out of a place in Virginia, and it was kept in a barn for 40 years. It had rear-ended something up here. It hit supposedly right about thereabouts, so it messed up not the frame, supposedly, just the body, hood, fenders, doors. So those were all out of a blue car, and this was all originally red, about this color approximately. I think it was called Rally Red originally. Obviously I'm still missing a lot. Missing, you know, headlight or windshield bezel, headlight bezels, badges, you know, all that kind of stuff. But that's coming. I got all the original parts like that. Most of it's not even broken. Obviously the interior is not complete, and I have all the stuff, but it needs to be cleaned and fixed up and revived and put back together. I hesitate to use the word restored to describe anything about this car. Let's see if she'll start up real quick for us. You slide in here. She will. Good girl, Lucy. So this car was running when I bought it. It was kept running by the gentleman who owned it, who had a body shop, but that's all it did. It had 4 mismatched flat tires. It was like 3 or 4 colors, and no brakes, of course, none of that kind of stuff. And it didn't run very well. It needed carbs rebuild, fuel system all done, all 9 yards. So most of that stuff has been done. Obviously, it's not complete. I did a bunch of shoddy body work. You can see what I mean when I say shoddy. But hey, it's one color now. That works just fine for me, and I like it. I enjoy it. It's a cheap project for me that I could actually do, that I could learn stuff on, and it's just a really enjoyable vehicle for me. Even though it's still not registered and still hasn't been on the road at all, ever, it has been a lot of fun. It's surprisingly quick, and of course, you know, you got what used to be holes in the floor here. You can see I seam sealered over top of my welds, which is good because I would not want to show you guys my welds, of course, because they are bad. PR15 all over the floor, and yeah, all kinds of dirt and whatnot. All kinds of nonsense needs to get out of here. Yeah, I have the radio and all that stuff. The speedometer works, believe it or not. And look at the fuel gauge. It works. I did replace the fuel sending unit, so I guess that makes sense. That's not the main wiring harness, you know. Being zip tied with tiny zip ties to prevent it from dragging on the ground. I would never do a thing like that, you know. She needs to calm her idle a little bit. I do have the top for it. Obviously, I need to de-rust and POR15 this top frame before I put the new top on. But that'll go on at some point. But for now, it's fine. It's a convertible. It's supposed to be this way. So yep, this is my entry. I really appreciate everyone's contribution to this car show, and thank you very much. I enjoyed it a lot.
So we've designed merch around the car show, and the point for that is to have 100% of the proceeds go to the charity All Hands and Hearts. We've got the link down below if you want to check them out. If you take your ICS 2021 order number and enter it in the dashboard, you get an extra 100 ballots towards the prizes that you chose. All right, so again, we really want to thank all of the brands that we worked with that are sponsoring the show. So definitely check out everything that they have to offer. We've got massive companies and we've got local companies, so that's really, really cool. Some of these companies don't ship globally, even though this is a global contest, but they've made exceptions or are working with us to make that happen. We will get you your prize.
So what we have here is a 1965 Pontiac Catalina Safari Wagon 4x4 overlanding build. Really long name, but it is going to be a pretty cool car once it's all done. We're really close to being done. We did move mid-build so that there was a lull in our production, and now we're in a shop that we're also trying to build up as we go and get fitted as we go. So let's take a look at the car and we'll show you what we have done and what we have left to do as of right now. All right, we'll start up front since that's what I did first on the build. We have Method Racing beadlocks, Pro Comp MT2 tires, and then we have King coilovers, 12-inch travel, 3-inch bumps. That was from Filthy Motorsports. No parts in this car were sponsored. This is a Dana 44. It has a power lock in the front, 411 gears, disc brakes, crossover steering, PSC steering cylinder that we're actually working in plumbing right now. And then we have a steering brace that we made in-house using a spherical bearing as the pinion, or the steering arm brace. Okay, so this is a factory frame car. And then everything has been reinforced, and then we adapted all the triangulated 4-link long arms to it. So up front, we have all ballistic fab joints. That's front and rear. And then we have a Tom Woods drive shaft, hooks to a double cardian going to an NP208 with a Tom Woods slip yoke eliminator. The transmission transfer case on this car are temporary until we can do an upgrade later to a manual. And then the rear is really long arm, all ballistic joints, and going into a 14 bolt with a ballistic fab shave kit and a ballistic ring gear that is sitting in a box. It's disc brakes with a e-brake. E-brake disc brakes, the Eldorado calipers, reproduction though, they're new ones. 12-inch travel again. It does have the factory tank that's been modified for the EFI, and then we're running a Holley fuel pump, which you can see peeking around there. It's a frame rail mounted pump, and then going through all braided AN lines, dash 8. Front to rear, even with a dash 8 return line for future upgrades, so we can put maybe a little bit of balls in this thing. Not that these L83s are any sort of a slouch once you tune them. They're around 400 horse and have at least to that in torque. So pretty impressive little power plants, these direct injection motors, which we'll look at right now. All right, for up top of the car, we have the front bumper that's been modified for tire clearance. It wasn't a pristine bumper to begin with, so I didn't hack up some treasure of a front bumper. We also have an L83. This is a 5.3 direct injection motor out of 2015 Tahoe. And then we converted it to have hydraulic power steering with an ICT bracket, a C5 Corvette pump. Then we have a Hydro Boost that we adapted to the car, disc brake, master cylinder, and then a PSC steering box that has been ported for the PSC cylinder. That is not where the factory steering box belongs. That is a steering box out of like a ZJ, XJ, or I think it's a TJ. That's what that box is intended for. The factory steering box is it's a rear steer car from the factory. So we are going to be building a snorkel for this car. We will have to somehow incorporate the shaker hood onto the motor. I like the look of it, but it won't be functioning as a intake anymore. And we have the radiator system. All the core support's been fabricated for the new radiator and cooling fan and all that stuff. That just needs to be installed. And then out back, we are going to be Raptor lining from the trim down on the car after we do the rust repair. There's a few blisters. This is an older restoration, so there's a few blisters that came through. So we are going to cut those out, weld them in, and then we're going to wrap the line from the trim down so we can save this paint. This paint is actually pearl metallic, so I do not want to get into trying to color match it. That spoiler, it's ugly. I don't like it at all. It's off of Firebird as well, but it is glued on there somehow. There's no bolts going through the headliner.
All right, so here is my 1966 Chevy C10 that I picked up not so long ago, but actually longer than I probably realize. But she's a lovely old bird. She runs, she drives, and you know, she doesn't really have anything for electricity in her. You know, the headlights and taillights don't necessarily work, but they exist. And they're on it. So that's pretty much what they're there for, right? I mean, they look pretty good. But you'll notice that this thing has paint sponsored by Krylon, pretty much top to bottom, with the exception of the inside of the truck bed. It's got these fancy little sun dingle-dingles on the side there. Definitely don't need mirrors. Those are ridiculous. You don't need those. Now, the back of the truck bed was, of course, rotted because you don't really need the back of the truck. But what we did here is lay down some plywood of various sizes and thicknesses, and just collected a bunch of license plates from friends and family that were willing to give some up, and collected some road signs from around the neighborhood that were a little less than useful, and decided to kind of fill in the truck bed here just to, you know, be able to store some things, haul some stuff, mostly tools that the tow truck brings whenever it gets stranded somewhere. But you will notice here some of the wonderful features that the C10 came with from the factory in 1966. You got these wonderful trim panels that are weight reduced so that you let the air flow through the inside of the cab, so you keep the driver nice and cool when they're going at full speed. I installed these chrome window cranks, you know, because you got to be efficient. You need something good to grip onto, and you got to lower the window down and hop out at full speed. Was able to actually find a reupholstered bench, so this is definitely completely factory style here. Definitely the nicest part of this particular build that I have here. You'll notice pretty much nothing left of the sun visors, seeing as how we live in Phoenix, Arizona. It's not a really sunny place, so I don't really need them. You know, not much for sun here. We do have a 4-speed on the floor, reaches a top speed of about 57.5 miles an hour. We do have gauges. We have the extracurricular gauges that pick up the loose change. You know, when that speedometer tops out, it actually gets picked up on these other gauges over here. Definitely got a like 90s Blazer steering wheel, because this truck was way ahead of its time. It was very futuristic, so they actually put truck parts on it of vehicles that didn't exist at the time. It's pretty great. We've got the old 283. That's it's built for speed. You can tell by the supercharger on top there, the old 2-barrel supercharger, and I got a fantastic brand used battery in there. Got some gently used hoses, but you know, overall she does good. You know, she cranks right up right after about the 3rd or 4th time of pumping the pedal, and I mean, I'm pretty sure that was like that the day that it was rolled off the factory floor. But she's a real trooper, man. She does a great job. She's there for you. Now you'll notice that it actually still has a fuel tank located directly behind the seat. You know, in the event of a rollover, you just die immediately. That's pretty much the emergency exit right there. Is you just get shuttled straight to heaven. It's perfect. I mean.
Hi everyone, my name's Austin. This is my submission for DeBoss Garage's International Car Show here. And before I begin showing you my car here, apologize for the road noise. I can't really help that I'm on a main road here, unfortunately. So, yeah, first off, 66 Belvedere, Plymouth Belvedere 2, 4-door, slant 6. Got the old cop car wheels, and I like to call them. Gives it a nice look. Alright, pop the hood, if I can get it open. Here's the old slant. I did a couple things in here already, not really too much. I put a new oil, or not an oil filter, that's not an oil filter. Gas filter. And I put some fuel line up here, voltage regulator, battery cables, and I put a new starter down there, so that helped. This aluminum radiator over here obviously isn't stock. This is put in by the previous owner that got the car from. My brother got this car from a gentleman in Philly. It was sitting for a few years here in just a vacant lot. Unfortunately, wasn't really taken too well care of. So, we've got a couple issues on the car here. First off, this door panel right here is actually me. I was fixing the parts of the window in here because that kept falling down when I lowered it. So we also got a missing door hinge here, so that door really sags. So I gotta take care of that eventually. Someone decided they were gonna cut the door out. So, I'm not sure why I decided to do that. And on the back here, we got a nice character hole we got. That's character, I like to call it. And the back seat here is atrocious. But, what can you do? I'll just kind of pretend I didn't see that. Yeah, that's what I like to do. Alright, back here, nothing really special. So, I really liked this car here, and I intend this to make my daily driver. The reason why I wouldn't get something else instead of this car is that something about this car kind of has a nice character to it. You can't really replicate that in another car. And objectively, it's a pretty rusty turd here, but I like to call it my rusty turd, so that's really all that matters to me. In here, since that dash, there used to be duct tape residue like that on the front here on this dash pad. This is a cover I got for like 70 bucks here. Probably paid a little too much for that, but I got that cover on. And all of this dash pad was covered in this really disgusting duct tape residue here, so that's covering it up temporarily. I got some of the goo off. Painted the dash here. More like a mediocre job. But the car does run and everything pretty well. And just to my luck, it ran out of gas here as I was filming. Or right before I started filming here. My luck. But yeah, that's really it. So that's my submission for Boss Garage International Car Show here. Thanks for watching.
Chelsea. This is my 1967 Ford Mustang. It's a 200 inline 6, which means he's not got a whole lot under the hood, but he makes up for that in personality. I got him when I was 15 and a half with my dad. We rescued him from a pasture, and since then we've been trying to get him back to being a reliable workhorse. And he went from being a semi-reliable car when I was in high school, I only got stuck at school a few times, to an actual dependable car now, thanks to my YouTube certified mechanic husband who's holding the camera right now. and you'll hear him cut in to tell you the exact specifics. So all I said was make him go, make him stop, and make him reliable, and he made that happen. It has, believe it or not, fuel injection, thanks to a Holly Sniper that we did over the winter. Can't go anywhere without your parking brake. The thing I am most proud of is my car finally says Mustang. For the majority of its life so far that I've owned it, it said Mustang.
Have a look at those flux core booger welds. Well, something I'm really proud of is that fuel pump bracket right there. Yeah, that's off a Craftsman lawnmower.
So he looks dark blue, but if you check his VIN, he's actually the same green as bullet green. So we're gonna have to fix that one day. And you can see all three color transformations he's been through. If you zoom up here, dark blue, light blue, green. He doesn't know what he wants to be. One of the first upgrades my dad helped me do was we had a new headliner put in. When I was driving to school, I had the old leather headliner and it would melt in the summer and you had to hold it up using a 2x4, which looked really cool with my boombox in the back seat. Got the radio upgraded to this lovely thing, but as you can tell, doesn't really work well either. But I got 3 speakers, and at least one of them kind of works. There has been multiple times I have been absolutely terrified in this car, from jumping intersections, from just learning how to drive a stick shift. Even though there's only 3 gears, it's harder than you think. From jumping intersections because the brakes didn't work. Thank God my husband actually made them reliably work now. And one time we even came home and we heard this loud ka-chunk. Everything seemed fine. We get home, he opens it up, we look inside, and the throttle linkage is gone. So that was good, but it still miraculously worked, so it's a good one.
So we'll start with the good, I guess. Good thing is the dash is not cracked. It is wrinkled in places and worn, a little bit faded, but it's not cracked. It has the dash, or well, the glove box not installed, but it is there. I got all the dials and things and things slide and work. I don't know if the heater actually works yet or not. It's summer, so I don't need it yet. Yeah, all the knobs are there. Steering wheel, not so good. It's got, you know, it's all cracked and separating in places, so that's not great. Here, I'll get out and show you some more. The bad, it does not have its original bench seat, and the ugly as well is someone threw in these 2 random bucket seats and some weird center console out of something, and no, they're not secured. Here's some chance. They're just sort of sat in place, so they're not secure to anything. The good, the carpet is relatively new. Bad is it's sun faded over there. I do have floor mats over there too. They're a little sun faded as well. So those will probably have to get removed, cleaned, and re-dyed. I don't really like these seats because they come up like this, which is going to end up being, once I get proper brackets and stuff, it's going to be sticking up over the window even more probably than it is now. So what I'm thinking of doing is going and finding a set of bucket seats that have like the adjustable headrest and just removing the headrest and just having like short buckets in here. That makes sense. Good. Found a cubby hole. It's got parts in there. Bad. It looks like it only has one door card. So, and it's pretty beat up anyway, so I'm gonna have to replace that. All right, so that's the interior. Oh, yeah. Good. It has all the glass. Bad. The windshield is chipped and cracked, so that will have to get redone. The mirror is in place. The headliner is there, but obviously something's been chewing on it. So that's going to have to come out. It's actually a fairly decent sized hole right there. So yeah, that's going to have to be coming out right away. Probably I'll strip out the entire interior and then figure out what I want to do. All right. Let's go to the motor. Engine, motor, whatever. Get this open one-handed. There we go. Here's the motor. I believe it's 302. It's definitely not original to this car. I think it's out of something slightly newer. I'm not sure what. I haven't actually located the numbers on it yet to determine exactly when and what it came out of, or when it was made and what it came out of, I guess. Check the oil. It was nice and clear, but it looks like someone changed it recently at some point. Same with the transmission fluid, so it's a little hard to tell. Speaking of the transmission, the transmission lines, cooler lines just come up and make this little loop here. So there's no actual cooler for it, so I'll probably have to fab something up for that. What else? Oh, there's some sort of generic aluminum, I think it's a dual plane intake on it. There's no numbers or any name on it, so I think it's just some generic thing. There's an Edelbrock carb. It's I think it's a 600 CFM. There's something wrong with the choke and stuff because it won't idle, so I'm going to get a rebuild kit. I'm not sure if it's something's gummed up or if there's a spring or something missing. Yeah. Oh, and the other bad is the solenoid, starter solenoid is not working, so like in the last video I had to jump it with a hot wire and get it to turn over that way. It does run nice. It doesn't burn any blue when it's running. It's just I can't get it to idle. In case you're wondering, it is a manual brake but power steering car. So that's kind of interesting. I'll have the bumper is in pretty decent shape too. It actually has most of the bright work. I think it actually has all of it. They even have this piece that goes right here on the front, behind the seat. This one's dented a little bit.
Hi, my name's Pete. I'm from Sydney in Australia, and I wanted to enter this, my Datsun 510 or 1600 in the International Internet car show for DeBoss Garage. So firstly, the inside of the car is full of just cool old interior bits like these genuine 1980s crushed velour seats out of something. Maybe they were out of a Datsun. I've got no idea. They've got holes in them already. You can see it down the bottom of the seat there, but they're just beautiful. And of course, my genuine gritty, I'll just home in on the writing there. If you can see, it says gritty, literally says gritty, which is good because that's what the steering wheel is. It's this nasty, nasty old thing that I found in a Jap wrecking yard, and it's held together by super glue and who knows what. My gear knob, I don't know if you can see the gear knob there, but that's actually made out of my family's old piano. Yeah, that's right. I cut up a piano and I've made it into a gear knob. And you can see just above it, I've got a broken cassette player for all the hipsters. Actually, my stereo is just a dodgy Bluetooth speaker that lives in the glove box, but don't tell anyone there. The other great feature of this car is the speedo. I don't know if you can see that, but it's got genuine kilometers an hour stuck over the top of the mile an hour. And that's really helpful because to be honest, under about 40 mile an hour, the speedo needle just shakes all over the place and you have no idea what's going on. The heater isn't sort of connected at the moment, but I have got this awesome Bosch fan, and it helps in all sorts of different ways. What it doesn't do is really keep the car cool, but you know, that's all part of the fun. Aside of that, the rest of the car is sort of original spec, except for the seatbelts, which were just so terrible that I had to replace them. Now, of course, one of the finer points of any classic car is its paintwork. Finer or not so fine in the case of my car. Although, you know, I like to think that it's got lots of great features, like for instance these full depth scratches right down to the metal where it's continuing to rust nicely through. And of course we've got a genuine rust bubble in the front there. And there's another mark here on the bonnet. I've tried to get rid of it, but yeah, this paint ain't going to polish out. It just will polish off. So I've given up on that. There is not a straight panel on the whole car, which is something I like as well because, well, you can't really hurt it any more than it's hurt. One of my other favourite things about the bodywork on this car is this lichen. It was in various places and I've tried to hang on to it because that's patina, right? It's got to add some value. I don't know if it's going to help the rust or stop it, but what the heck, I like it. Now let me bring you to the part of the car that you guys really wanted to see, and that is a genuine Datsun 180B or 610 L18. It's got some red twin SU carburetors on it, and as you know, the red paint makes them faster, and hopefully the red air filters, which are currently filthy, as you can see, also make them faster because it needs every bit of help it can get. It's put out a genuine 67 horsepower at the wheels. That's right, at the wheels, as dynoed by the great Stuart Wilkins. It leaks a bit of oil, but it sounds magnificent through the 2-inch sports exhaust, and I give it a flogging. When I got this car, I was told the engine was seized. The previous owner was wrong though. In fact, it was only the fan belt welding itself to the pulleys and the starter motor. In true Cold War Motors fashion, and I just got to give a shout out to Scott Newsted and all the agents there who taught me everything about starting junkers. Once I pulled the plugs and spun it over, actually it had plenty of oil pressure. Of course, I'd already bought a racing motor by then, but it's going to go in later, but that's another story altogether. You might also see a genuine China eBay radiator in the front there. It's a fantastic little unit, and I daily this in all sorts of weather, up to 100 degrees Fahrenheit and over. It never gets hot, and it goes really well.
Okay, so the point of our voting is to narrow down each category to the top 25. From there, each respective YouTuber will pick their favorite from that 25. I think Vice Grip Garage has over 800 submissions, so we need to narrow that down for him. And it's in your best interest to pick the best vehicles out of that category. So this year, we're giving you guys a chance to win over $7,000 worth of prizes. We've got tools, we've got gift cards, we've got car parts, and a pile of other stuff. So you get 50 votes, and each one of those votes is a ballot to all the giveaways that you've picked. Still vote for your buddy, but you really want to spend those other votes on vehicles that are going to make it to the top 25. Because each vehicle that you voted for that makes it to the top turns that one vote into 5. So potentially you could have 250 ballots instead of 50 towards the prizes that you chose. But wait, there's more. So if the judge picks the winner and you voted for it, it's worth an extra 20 points. So you really want to go and see what the judges are looking for and pick the car that they're more likely to pick, because that benefits you.
What?
I got T-boned in my dually truck, and fortunately no one got hurt except for my pride. I was able to drive it home the 15 miles, and I parked it in my yard, where it sat for the next 3 to 5 years, rotting away, only barely getting used. I tried to sell it, and the only serious offer I got was for a couple gray market AR-15s, which, no. So I needed a work truck, and I needed a shop truck. So I went ahead and decided I was going to build this. Since no one was appreciating my pile of cowboy Cadillac goodness, I had a decision to make. I really needed a shop truck to move parts and engines and everything else with, old cars. And, well, I had to consider my options. And finally, I made a decision. Since none of the trucks out there I really liked, at least not for the money I was willing to spend, I decided to go ahead and build my own. So I looked at a few different candidates for a donor truck and decided to land it on the truck that this frame is. Uh-oh. UPS warning system is here. Anyway, come take a look at this. We got this bitchin' C10 short bed. But when we got in close, uh-oh. Really, you don't say? Sure about that? I'll have to take your word for that. They went ahead and cut and spliced and shortened this C10 frame. On top of that, it had no engine. It did have a transmission, but it was the 3-speed, 3 on the tree. Nothing really all that nice. So since I already had a drivetrain I want, and I was gonna have to modify my frame with my idea, I went ahead and took the leap and bought the truck. And the amazing thing is, this engine, this setup comes with the basic computer for the same one they're using the LS engines. It has the 4-bolt main, it has the roller camshaft in it. It's all the good hot rod gear that you always want and always want to retrofit into your vehicles from the factory. And yet no one wanted to buy it, at least not for the price I was asking. Since this is my shop truck, I used the original floor of the bed from the dually. I narrowed it, cut it down. It's shorter, unfortunately, but I had to do that because the way the dually frame comes up and comes back to fit the axle and the suspension and everything, as well as the gas tank and the exhaust system. I lost some height. I used the gas tank from the original white dually. I had to cut it down a little bit to fit under the cab. I moved the inlet from up here and behind the driver's seat, so it's down here, and so there's no gas inside the cab. I put this upper step in the step side on both sides in order to clear the forward spring hanger on the 6-inch wider chassis. The rear axle is actually from a 90s Chevy cabin chassis. It's still a dually axle, but it's not my original dually axle from my original truck. It has the exact same width as a 70s Chevy pickup. And I had to put the locker in from my original setup because this was originally an open differential. Saucy!
Figured I'd try to do this international car show thing, and can't do it outside, it's rainy right now, but this is the car. It is a 1978 Camaro Z28. At the moment, it has a 5.3 truck engine out of a 02 Silverado, rebuilt because it was just a nasty sludge of an engine. Put a Summit 8701 cam in it, packed 1218 valve springs, and tuned it myself. Used stock computer, harness has all been reworked to only have the stuff I need. It clears the hood and basically factory accessories, water pump's been blocked off, you know, plumbing for the heater core. When I got the car, it had a 283 out of a 66 Nova. And I pulled that out to put this in over the winter one year. And the car looks pretty okay now, but when I got it, it was not pretty okay. I have a couple pictures. Both quarter panels were pulled off and replaced. It's got patches just about everywhere. That's the old 283. Still running a turbo 350 behind this. This does have some interesting modifications, such as that steel bar holding the frames together, because this car is rotten. It's got all new floor pans, well, front, rear, this whole passenger side. The only thing that's really stayed in the car is the driver's side floor pan. Interior is pretty much stock other than tack and a few other gauges and sparkles. Speaker box. It's basically just as budget build as can be, so I'll start it up, let you hear it. Runs pretty good for a car I tune. And that's it.
I built this whole thing by myself. I guess this is what I would put my vehicle under for the entrance here. I mean, it's nothing fancy. It's just a 5.3. Started out as a 4.8, put a big old cam in it, but didn't change the lifters, those bad. So I got this piece of crap 5.3 in here for 200 bucks, and she runs great for being a seized engine when I got it. But yeah, I did everything myself, including making the wiring harness, programming the computer myself, and by making the wiring harness, I mean thinning it out, getting rid of all the crap I didn't need, like downstream O2s, evap, all that useless crap. And then, yeah, everything else. I made my own mounts. I made these F-body manifolds fit. That's a F-body radiator, 4th gen, truck intake, my original 4.3 bracketry. It spaced right out perfectly with the stock water pump and crank on the 5.3. Did a AC delete on it. Put a newer style cruise control in it. I made all the factory gauges work. Everything reads beautiful, and it's nothing easy on the eyeballs to look at. That hood got mangled around a tree when I had it all apart. I sat outside for a winter, wind took the hood off, smashed a tree, or a shed with it actually, and I remangled it to make it work. Yeah, body, as you can see, it's got a different door. I wish I had pictures of it. This was my brother's truck. It was literally a clean one-owner truck I got for him from Pennsylvania. Didn't have the rust on it at the time. Then he proceeded to jump some railroad tracks with the thing and literally hit so dead nuts center right here, a foam pole. Didn't really mess up the frame. Completely destroyed the core support, the hood. This fender was crunched, which made that door crunch when the passenger got out. Everyone was okay, but the foam pole came down. Yeah, that's right, you hit it that hard here. Foam pole came down. And this whole quarter right here, where this window is, that was smashed in about 6 inches. Window was busted, that window was busted. I saved this truck. As you can see, nothing's straight, and there's holes in here because I fixed this panel from another truck, but in here it got so thin when I was welding, it just was burning through. And you know what, that was like 3 years ago, and I haven't fixed it since because, you know, it's kind of like the shoemaker's kids where they don't have their shoes, you know, they don't have good shoes. Yeah, same thing with me. I don't have time to fix my own shit. I get it good enough and I drive the fuck out of it. It's a good truck mechanically. It's just, like I said, nothing fucking pretty to look at. Ooh. I blew up the stock 7.5 inch rear end, like right out of the gate. Got a Ford 88 in there right now. It was the Ford term, LSD or whatever. But the clutch packs have seen their better day, and now it's a one-legger when it does burnouts again. But I got a 373 ring gear put into it, along with a Detroit True Track carrier I'm going to be putting in. So there's no clutches, just works on simple principles of gears. My motto is, we got the same two hands, so there's nothing stopping me from doing something that the idiots that design this, the engineers that design this, that make way too much money. Yeah, I got the same two hands and brain just like them. I don't know what's stopping people from building shit. It's easy. It's not that hard. It really isn't. So there's my 3 reasons why you should watch my channel. Just share it with everyone, you know. I do this for fun. Just show the world the craziness that goes on. Oh, and don't put your hands any place you want to put your dick.
This is my 1989 Dodge Daytona ES. For those that don't know, these cars are the descendants of the K car platform that Chrysler designed in the 80s. The K platform and its siblings were eventually what would become of the SRT4 and PT-GT platforms. The backstory on this car is I bought it for $600 back in 2015. It was so cheap because the previous owner basically left it to die in the parking lot of his apartment building because the transmission was leaking and they wanted it gone. So to give a quick rundown on what the car is this used to be a TBI motor, as in it was naturally aspirated, and all of this was made up of, like I've mentioned before, kind of just junk I had laying around or parts that my friends would give me. None of this was, I really went out of my way to get any of this stuff. A lot of this was just kind of just garbage thrown together. So to start from like the top down, the valve cover is from the original engine. The turbo models normally didn't come with these, but I think they have a better PCV design, so I went with that. The intake manifold I got off of Turbo Dodge forums quite a while back for almost nothing. The cylinder head came with that same purchase, so that's a turbo cylinder head. That's not really modified at all. The camshaft inside there is the original TBI camshaft, so it's from the naturally aspirated motor. It's considered a little upgrade, peppy pep, but whatever. The valve springs are the same ones I had in it, which were the 3.3 liter or 3.8 liter Caravan valve springs with an LS retainer on top and the original valve spring keeper. The lifters are from a PT Cruiser. What else is in here? Oh yeah, it's got head studs in it. I got for $50 shipped from someone that had already used them, so they're used head studs in there. The bottom end, and I'll put some overlays of stuff in here, is the block was given to me by a friend in St. Louis. The block was completely rusted up. I had to use electrolysis to get it back to acceptable state. The pistons I bought off of eBay for like $30 or $40 shipped. They're factory Mala pistons, so they're for a 2.5 liter motor. Weirdly enough, they're like brand new in the box, never been touched, factory original pistons, but they were for 30 thousandths overboard, so I got the block overboard. The rods are from a 2.2 liter T2 common block engine, so I guess it's from like 1989. The crank is the original crank out of the TBI motor. The pan is from is the original 2.5 liter one, and so is the pickup. So the engine itself is a 2.2 liter block with a 2.5 liter crank, 2.2 liter connecting rods, with 2.5 liter pistons, and the heads are the same. Going over the rest of the car, the radiator, as you can see, is the good old-fashioned eBay, like $40 ship to your door radiator for a Honda. I just made it work because the factory one wouldn't fit because the TBI one is too big. It goes all the way across here and you can't run boost pipes through the front. And the cars originally did have turbochargers on them with intercooler. The intercooler would sit right here. The turbocharger, I'll have to show a picture of it, is a $100 ship to your door max speeding rod eBay turbo. It's a T04E or 50 trim. The intercooler, which I'll have to show a picture of it because it's kind of hard to see in the front there, but it's a MR2 style intercooler with custom made brackets. The wheels on the car are from my PT Cruiser. I swapped SRT4 wheels into the PT, so I had these chromes laying around. I cleaned them up, popped them on. I didn't have the center caps to them, so I 3D printed some center caps with PTG. I don't know how well they'll hold up to the heat of the brakes, melting them, but I guess we'll see. I might have to print them in ABS. To be honest, I haven't really driven this car.
Right here is my 79 Spitfire that I brought back from the dead. When a car sits 20 years under a lean-to in a misty pasture, the engine, especially these lower displacement engines, sees up solid. And unfortunately, that was the case with the original motor to this, which I still have, but really, it's not going to be running ever again. So under the hood is your run-of-mill 1500cc 4-cylinder. Very common engine to see in the Spitfire. By no means is this a power horse. You're looking at about 55, 60 horsepower on a good day. So mechanically, this car is really standard. The only thing I've changed is out of convenience of what I had, which was an older style of a Stromberg carburetor with a manual choke that, from what I've heard, is the more reliable option to choose versus the automatic choke. Really, my goal with this car was to keep it as a driving barn find. So all the original paint, all the original sheet metal, really the only thing I did was spray WD-40 over everything and go over it with some fine steel wool, and really that brought a lot of that Inca yellow color, which I think is one of the coolest colors you can get on a Spitfire. Mechanically, there are some things you can't compromise with: brakes, clutch, radiator. So moving on to the interior, 90%, 80% of what's in the interior right now was not in it when I got it. The interior, apart from the door panels, was absolute toast. So luckily, with the 1980 Spitfire I got, it had a perfect wood bezel dash, and it had a perfect, apart from one crack, there it is, dashboard. Another car out of the 11 cars I bought had these really old school low back bucket seats. And these are really stock seats that were reupholstered with the headrest removed. I'm not big on aftermarket performance parts. I've always been into staying OEM, and I think putting a Jaguar tailpipe on another one of its British relatives is really cool. What do you say we give this guy a 25-degree cold start? Fires right up. There we go. Sometimes you gotta give it a little guidance.
So we've designed merch around the car show, and the point for that is to have 100% of the proceeds go to the charity All Hands and Hearts. We've got the link down below if you want to check them out. If you take your ICS 2021 order number and enter it in the dashboard, you get an extra 100 ballots towards the prizes that you chose. All right, so again, we really want to thank all of the brands that we worked with that are sponsoring the show. So definitely check out everything that they have to offer. We've got massive companies and we've got local companies, so that's really, really cool. Some of these companies don't ship globally, even though this is a global contest, but they've made exceptions or are working with us to make that happen. We will get you your prize.
Hey guys, Ben Karcha here from Kenora, Saskatchewan. Just wanted to thank Rich and Aaron and everybody else at the Boss Garage for putting on the International Car Show. I know there's a lot of work that goes into putting these events on, so it's really nice to have something where car community can come together, especially in the state of the world that we're in right now. Just showing my 98 K1500. So I know it looks like, you know, what's so exciting about your truck? It's kind of my quarantine project because last year I got a little bit, I wouldn't say bored.
Bored in the house, and I'm in the house.
But you know, in the house sitting around with quarantine and thinking about my projects and things I wanted to get done, and I was like, well, I need some practice on something. And I bought this truck a few years ago from a fellow that I used to work with, and he had taken really good care of the truck, but it spent a lot of time at salt, and so there was some real rust issues with it. And I, instead of, looking at buying a new truck, I was like, hey, I'm just gonna clean up the rust and maybe it'll be a little bit more practice for some of the other projects that I wanted to work on. So this is the truck. It's got 420,000 kilometers on it, which it's amazing that these trucks are just so simple and easy to work on, cheap to fix if you're breaking stuff. So that's what we did. We spent kind of part of the summer taking the hood off, taking the fenders off, cleaning it up, polishing areas that you could, cutting out some of the rust and doing some work that way. So that leads into other projects like, you know, I sanded off the wheels and tires on the truck, and it created a really exciting TikTok video. Apparently people don't like that you sand the paint off and just polish the wheels, but I did that instead of buying a new set of wheels. Sanded down the box, and I sprayed up the box and redid that, did under the cab corners. You can see that the truck is not perfect, and that's because it's used as a truck, and we drive it every day. It's got 420,000 kilometers on it, and these 90s GM trucks, I don't think they get the clout that they should online because they're super cheap, they're super easy to work on, and they're very, very reliable, and it's probably made me a GM truck buyer for most of my life. So there's a few little rust spots, but I picked up some Amazon taillights for $75, and it's amazing what you can buy online now for super, super cheap, and those work really well. We got a different third brake light that we swapped into it, polished up the tailgate a little bit, new mud flaps, cut out rust over top of the wheel well because that's always where they rust on these trucks, over the wheel well, so we cut that out. Cab corner, I made my own panel underneath the cab corner for the truck so that, there wasn't a hole there anymore. You can see that, of course, the paint's chipping a little bit, but that is just due to driving it every day and it being used as a truck. So when I bought the truck, the fellow I had it from, he gave me a grill and it was like a tan color. And he's like, I hit a bird with the truck before, so you got to put a new grill on it. But the grill was all smashed up, so we painted up this grill, and apparently it's suffering some rock chips too. But we painted up a grill, that looked good. Another $75 set of Amazon headlights, kind of cleaned up the front end, and threw a really cheap light bar on the front, just because, yeah, these trucks don't have good headlights whether they're new or not. So we swapped in those. It's got the 5.7 Vortec 350 small block with the 4L60 behind it. So people give the 4L60 a hard time, but this is the original transmission of the truck, 420,000 kilometers, which is, yeah, maybe 280,000 miles, that sort of thing. So I mean, it's held up, it's done really well. And at the end of the day, sometimes doing projects, you want to build something really cool, you want to spend a lot of money, you want to dump it into weird places, but at the end of the day, sometimes it's just about having something that's reliable, gets you where you want to go, gets you to work and back, and just looks good driving down the road. And you don't need to spend a lot of money doing that, and that's something that I really appreciate about Rich at DeBoss. He always was finding some new way to build something that, nobody had thought about, and it was just a way to save money and use what he had. And so that's kind of what this truck represents. It's not about being something super flashy. Eventually, I'd like to maybe put a 3-inch lift kit on it, 35-inch tires or something like that. But in the meantime, it's doing a great job at just being a daily driver. It drives us to where we need to go, and it looks pretty good doing it. So really appreciate the opportunity just to share a video. I'd like to connect with some more car people. Working on my own YouTube channel, and I posted some of the work that I did on this truck on that channel. So if you want to check that out, that'd be great. And yeah, send me a message. I'd love to connect with people. So thanks, guys. This is my submission.
Don't forget to head over to the Boss Garage's website and vote for the old F1 there. I'm entered in 2 categories. First one I'm entered in is the neutral drop burnout category. The second one I'm entered in is Junkyard Digs Revive and Drive. The Boss did this car show last year, and they raised a whole bunch of money for charity. I'm pretty sure it was Doctors Without Borders. Bunch of good people out there. And this year they're doing it for All Hands on Hearts. I don't even know what that is, but I'm going to look into it. They got a bunch of merch up for sale again, so I guess you guys can go over there, and if you want to buy some of that, you can go right ahead. Well, without any more dinking around, here is the life and death of the F1. Well there, ladies and gents, obviously Manitoba Slims robbed a bunch of important shit up here, and we're gonna have to replace that. The fan's not even partying with the rad. I thought it were. This ain't gonna be a fucking struggle to fire, I reckon, because well, she fucking died on the way in here because I bagged the fucking shit out of it, and the wiring harness there was partying with the front tire. So we got old Chev Greta here. We got the fucking nice wood stoppers going on, burnout pad, F1 ready to rock and roll, and let's get this done. gonna be the F1 last day alive, then what better way to go out than good old hot sauce? Yeah. That'll do, F1. That'll fucking do. I've never seen exhaust systems make the fucking radius arm cherry red before.
So this is my submission for the Revive and Drive. This is my 1993 Geo Metro. Now, this particular vehicle was actually left in a farm just outside of the metropolitan Phoenix area, and this was daily driven up until probably the late 2000s, and the owner was the father who owned this farm, and he went in and out of town just as a commuter in this thing, and one day he must have got another truck or something. He just left it in the field with some of his other vehicles that he decided that he did not want to drive anymore. So he left it to drive. And sure enough, this guy here, was actually going to look at another vehicle that he had when I saw this little fella out of the corner of my eye. Now, I just simply love these goofy little cars. Now, if you'll notice, this is the super sporty XFI edition, which of course includes many features. So first order of business of the Revival was actually putting air in the tires, which, if you'll notice, they seem very tiny. That's because they're 12-inch wheels. Look at that. I mean, my goodness, 12 inches. They actually only barely make those wheels anymore, or those tires. It's absolutely ridiculously tiny. They just, I'm pretty sure even bicycles have graduated to a larger tire size. I threw some air on the tires of this thing, and it had a tank just plumb full of bad gasoline. And you'll notice it looks like a Geo, but it is only absolutely covered in spiders, needles. Well, not even the needles that come off of a pine tree, but you know, there's probably a couple of little nests going on. I mean, you know, it was a great time. There's definitely some smell. It's pretty sweet. It's like wet graham crackers and hair. Just great. Anyway, so I pry the battery out of this thing, which of course take a look at this fella here. Went about the proper process of testing a vehicle before you get her started for the first time. Pry the old battery out, slap a brand used battery in there, wiggle and jiggle without even cutting it. Professional. Once I threw that battery in there, came over, did the professional thing, slammed the pedal on the far left all the way to the floor, pushed the pedal on the right all the way to the floor, proceeded to turn the key, cranked probably about 10 seconds, straight, she fired right up. But if you'll notice, look at how absolutely beautiful and clean this little resto car is. Ooh boy. Rescued this little fella from probably certain death of his kids, probably just giving up on this car and letting her die in the field, or possibly just selling to a scrapper. This little fella only has 86,000 miles on it. What a phenomenal little car. Goodness gracious, it is just so clean despite how absolutely wicked mistreated this thing was. But you know what? She runs and drives great, and now she's back on the road for yet another lifetime. I'm probably gonna teach my kids how to drive in this stinking thing. It's gonna be crazy. Yeah, they've got like 14 more years left to go, but who's counting? You know, it's whatever. She'll make it. Anyway, this is my revive and drive. Thanks.
So here she is. Pulling truck. It's got a 3406 Beat Cat. I shortened it up because it was ridiculously long. I'd like to get some bigger stacks for it. This is back half off of another truck. It's pretty rough on the inside because it's a farm truck. It's fired up. Cold start. Oop, she didn't like that. Maybe a little higher idle. She hadn't been started in a while. A little bit of blue smoke. She's cold. Right here, it's in this rag. It could be the fuel screws, but it don't even blow that much smoke. And I already adjusted the boost, the air fuel ratio. We don't run that much boost. Lot to do. This year I did install boost gauge. Put a pyro in, new pyro. The RPM gauge works when it wants to. It seems to be working now, and we're going 45 miles an hour. Sitting still. Got all the safety equipment piled on the floor with the push broom, the speaker, my helmet. She needs some work, she needs some love. CD player, you can't change the channel. Wipers are awesome, air wipers, fast. Heart attack when you go to shut it off. That's like there. Ah! Yeah. Anyway, she's a good old girl. Huge back window, backing in the pool. I love it. She does good.
Hello, my name is Charlie Hoffman. I'm a college student, and this is my TBI 350 94 GMC, Chevy, whatever, Suburban 1500 fully loaded. When I say fully loaded, let me show you what I mean. Not only does it have the 1 year only Arctic camouflage, that's a special option, you know, but it's also got beautiful interior. She's got the 4x4 edge. She's got 373 rear end with limited slip from the factory. Now, of course, the gears have all worn out because she's got that many miles. But watch this. Now, I'm usually not one for digital type stuff, but this is just impressive to me that this thing functions after that many years. And even that technology existed on a TBI Chevy Suburban. Well, GMC Suburban. You know, the door lock actuator doesn't work, whatever. You know, she's got some rustage. Yeah, they don't call these barn door Suburbans for no reason at all. It's a barn. That's for sure. And yep, she got the towing package. Oh, got these sickly rims that somebody put on at some point. And the amazing thing about this is there is very little weight reduction in the body. It's pretty nice. I mean, you got some up here, but this is just the skin. Even down here, it's really just the skin. It's not really a big deal. However, this, on the other hand, that, if I really tried, I could probably push my finger through. And yeah, I tried to jack her up there one time. I stopped jacking her up there. We just kind of let that one be. That is a new shock. That is one new shock. The other shocks are still original because I'm in college and I'm busy, or I'm just lazy. One of the two, you decide. You can see that the brakes are in perfect operating condition. See that spot right there? That's from a spark plug wire. There was a spark plug wire on this V8 that was sitting up against the manifold there, not on the spark plug. So she was running on good old 7 cylinders, cheeching on down the highway, and it got a good, 12 miles per gallon on the highway. Plus it's got these little 28-inch tires and 373s, so she turns somewhere around 2,700 at 70 miles an hour. Yeah, look at that light. And there's this little cool thing too. If I can figure out how it works. Maybe not. This light comes out and extends. It doesn't work anymore. I don't know if it's just a bulb or what, but I haven't messed with it. TBI. No power. That used to be four-wheel ABS. And that's what was causing the issue with the brakes. The rear, what's the fitchy on the ABS was all clogged up or something, and no more ABS because the brakes work now, which is great. So when you push in the pedal, you slowly come to a TBI style halt. It has AC, front and rear, of course. No, I have no intention to fix that. Yeah, I was intending to get a better brake line holder, but hey, you know, at least I used the, you know, copper brake lines. So that's cool. Every single brake line on this vehicle has been replaced, and the fuel lines. Most of them were done before they was given to me, which was handy. And then the one, this one here, that I replaced after it was given to me. Yeah, there's a reason I replaced that. She's been on road trips with 7 cylinders. She's been on road trips now with 8 cylinders. She has a frame that is highly questionable, and a paint job that is Chevy 90s. It's very classic. But I do enjoy this thing, no matter how fuel inefficient. And oh yeah, here's another special option. You know, guys gotta have some class.
I'm going to be entering my 1995 Chevrolet K1500 into the factory category, because I think there's a few things I've done to it, a few things Mother Nature has done to it that a guy might just appreciate. Well, I bought it about 10 years ago, drove it for about 6 years, and it's been my shed for about 4 years. In that time, I lived in a bunch of apartments, kind of scraping by, so the apartments, they don't like to let you do work in the parking lots, but you just gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. Results in some this or there fixes, you know, you'll see what I'm talking about. So let's dive in. Bought it like this, 3-inch body lift, different rims that give it a slightly different offset. If you ever notice on those 90s Chevys, the kind of factory rims kind of suck the tires into the sides a little bit. This is a little bit better of a stance. Bought them, probably going to take them to my next project. Start off with some good handiwork right here for the 3-inch body lift. That one may or may not have cracked when they did that. I think it's been like that since I've had it. This is what they were going for. I mean, it works, right? Ooh, some of your Wisconsin weight reduction. We'll get to that. That's the good stuff. I'm going to start off with my anti-theft device. You know, these old computers, they didn't have the anti-theft like the new ones, so you gotta be tricky. Oh, how many pedals are there? Well, it has 0 wide one. Well, just how many shifters does a fellow need? You gotta confuse people. That way they can't steal your ride. Now, this is just, in fact, the cheapest, dirtiest way to do an NV4500 swap into a Chevy, and that is to take anything that came half ton with a 4L60 or a 4L60E up to 95, in which case the 4L60E case or the 4L60 case is only a ½ inch longer than the NV4500, and you can just change the input shaft on the transfer case that came, or change the input gear on the transfer case that came with it, disconnect the harness, slap it in, and go. Shifter is a little bit of a story. The Fix 'em all tape is on there because of the 3-inch body lift. And the Chevy shifter, it's an early Chevy NV4500. It's a 92 to 95, I believe. The shifter, you know, right off the top of the case, kind of jags over real harsh. because the GM just kind of sucked the transmission right up to the transmission tunnel. So I got the early Dodge shifter, which just kind of pokes up and straight a little more, adds a few inches. Figured it'd be good for that body lift. But I told you told everyone here I was living in some apartments that wouldn't let me do work. Well, I was borrowing a buddy's shop. I was running behind schedule, and I just wanted to get it done. Fan shroud delete. Well, that's because the old idler pulley here decided to seize the bearings, and I mean shoot little balls out on the highway about 30 miles from home. So that was a fun trip of bungee cording another battery in right here, and jumper cabling it to my other battery. Luckily it was about 0 degrees out, so I didn't have to worry about it overheating. Battery situation, that's factory. She's got the reverse air conditioning delete, where it's there and adds weight and belt drag but doesn't really do anything. Let's see. That's how you do a brake line right there, guys. You just kind of forget that the old one's laying there. Ooh, piece de resistance. Frame. Oh yeah. Yeah, she's toast.
I did the restoration of this 1997 F-250 over the winter of 2014. Truck was about 70,000 miles and pretty rough. The first thing I did was remove the box, and starting to disassemble the front end, I removed the old Western plow mount, which wasn't going to be used, and continued to disassemble the front end so I could get the engine out of it. It's a 351 fuel injected engine. The engine was pretty rough. It was pretty rusty. I had actually a leak in the soft plug, broken off spark plugs, broken motor mounts, broken exhaust manifolds. Here's the motor out of the truck. You can see it was pretty nasty. I started disassembling it, pulled the timing cover off. Here's one of the broken spark plugs. I had to use an easy out to get out. Here's the engine upside down. New soft plugs are installed. New oil pump. New water pump and timing chain set. Your new rubber gasket. New rear main seal. Oil pan is rotted out. New oil pan. Here's the timing cover, or the timing chain on the front. And all new gaskets. A fresh coat of paint. Top and bottom. And here I am reassembling with a new cap, rotor, wires, plugs, the whole 9 yards. New exhaust manifolds, new motor mounts, and dropping it back in the painted frame. And reassembling the intake manifold and things like that. I moved on to the bodywork. Here's the passenger side floor of the cab. I ordered sheet metal from Raybuck Auto Parts, raybuck.com. And moving the rocker panel here, removing the rocker, and installing a factory style rocker panel. I also replaced the passenger side door. Here I'm checking the rocker to door clearance. It's important always to have the doors installed and lined up when you're setting rockers and cab corners in place. Here I'm tying the inner cab corner to the rocker panel. And moving on to the floorboard, replace most of the floor pan on the front up where there was rotted there. And here's a tip. I use a slip-on rocker panel to cut up to make the pieces with a factory joint similar to how the Ford was here with the kick up to the door panel on both sides. You can see the front part here. It's an easy way to replicate the factory look. Here's the entire passenger side and primer. And the driver's side was pretty rotten. I needed whole floor pan, rocker, and also the cab mount was pretty bad. So I got in there and I had to order a cab mount from Ford, I believe. or maybe, yeah, I think Ford. Ended up replacing the cab mount and fit the rocker, entire floor pan up to the transmission, up to the four-wheel drive shifter. Getting welded in place here. And same process as the other side, using the slip-on rocker to make the dog leg extension. And I had to make a custom piece here. And tying the inner cab corner in the back in. And some weld through zinc primer. Here the cab corner is installed and the everything's primered. Here's the cab corner here. And after some body work, I painted it, new white paint, and here it is, pretty much all done. I ended up painting the rest of the wood black after this, but I owned the truck, put a few miles on it, or put about probably 10-15,000 miles on it for a couple of years, and it works great. It rides good. It's got tons of traction. I put a glass pack on it. It sounded great. And my friend has a farm, and he saw the truck and had to have it. So it's living its life on his farm now, still working every day. So thanks a lot for watching. And this has been the Quick Speed Shop.
Okay, so the point of our voting is to narrow down each category to the top 25. From there, each respective YouTuber will pick their favorite from that 25. I think Vice Grip Garage has over 800 submissions, so we need to narrow that down for him. And it's in your best interest to pick the best vehicles out of that category. So this year, we're giving you guys a chance to win over $7,000 worth of prizes. We've got tools, we've got gift cards, we've got car parts, and a pile of other stuff. So you get 50 votes, and each one of those votes is a ballot to all the giveaways that you've picked. Still vote for your buddy, but you really want to spend those other votes on vehicles that are going to make it to the top 25. Because each vehicle that you voted for that makes it to the top turns that one vote into 5. So potentially you could have 250 ballots instead of 50 towards the prizes that you chose. But wait, there's more! So if the judge picks the winner and you voted for it, it's worth an extra 20 points. So you really want to go and see what the judges are looking for and pick the car that they're more likely to pick, because that benefits you.
What?
You've seen this car on Power Tour, on Drag Week 2019, and on episodes of Roadkill. But what is it? An Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme? Or a Pontiac Bonneville? Let's find out what is this thing and what makes it tick. It was a 1981 Pontiac Grand Le Mans Safari wagon. Pretty nice, till the master cylinder failed and we hit a car with it. The 1-year-old header panel was unobtainable, so eventually we got an 85 Bonneville 4-door parts car. I got the whole front clip, drove it 100 miles from York, PA down to Annapolis on the back of a Rampage, so we could fix the car with the doors and the front clip from that 85 Bonneville car. From front to back. Well, trying to save weight wherever I could. Got this homemade, out of leftover parts, bumper cover core, aluminum radiator. All right. To try to grab a couple horsepower with underdrive pulleys. That's a 62 F85 pulley on the water pump, and it's a short water pump, and a 260 Olds V8 small crank pulley. So I don't know if that's any good, but it works. I don't know if I'm getting a couple horsepower or what. Milodon 7-quart pan, longer upper control arms with tall ball joints to correct some of the front end geometry. And you can see the front wheels don't tilt in nearly as much with that. 204R transmission, of course. Crown Vic cross member or town car or whatever. Fits really well. I had to make these little metal pieces to kind of make it flat for the bolt, but works great. Makes room for that 3-inch exhaust with the X-pipe and Flow Pro afterburner mufflers. And fuel system upgraded to an electric fuel pump in tank. There's your inline
fuel filter, and you can't see in the tank, but you see I got more wires coming out of it. And I got rid of the rubber back here at the fuel tank, so that's all metal lines that come apart right there, and of course they're getting rusty. And then back here we got our T-type 8.5 rear hanging on UMI upper and lower control arms, non-adjustable ones. And got the airlift airbags, new springs, KYB shocks. Sound like a commercial all of a sudden. Well, the old Buick V6 is long gone. In its place, a 71 Olds 455, rebuilt back in '82 with a W30 cam and forged pistons and a nice balance job. It's got a Performer RPM air gap intake now. Got a Holly base carburetor I put together myself. It's got Hooker Super Comp headers, homemade aluminum block off plate for the fuel pump because I'm running an electric fuel pump with return. Got an aluminum water pump, aluminum radiator with plastic tanks, 97 Malibu fans, C130D alternator, S10 manual steering gear, Jeep Cherokee steering shaft, S10 manual brake setup with a aluminum proportioning valve. Got an aluminum custom air pan that I built with a Cadillac air breather lid, but it seals to the Oldsmobile aluminum hood to have real cowl induction. And of course, got to have a matching header panel. And I even had to put the marker lights in some old Ford plastic headlights. All this to save some weight and go faster. And that's what's under the hood now. What motivates this Calico wagon to mid-12s in the quarter mile at over 105 miles an hour.
This is a 1982 Dodge W350, 1-ton 4x. It's an automatic it's an automatic trans. It gets hot the way it came from the factory. Originally had a 360 engine. So this was my grandfather's truck. He bought it brand new in '82. And it was, I can show you later on, but it was originally a metallic coffee brown. And actually it was, I don't know, it was a bit of a debate whether I would have done that or this green like I did here. But this green is actually the same green that you could buy the 77 through 79 Dodge Warlock trucks, I think. They were a half-ton step-side adult toy truck that Dodge had, and this was the green that they came in if you wanted green. So it turned out wicked. I had a body shop do the fill and paint on her. And this was 4 years ago, just prior to graduating high school. I built this truck all through high school. So bit of kind of my pride and joy, you could say. So oh, what have I done? Well, barring the obvious nice paint job, I also had to do a bunch of work on the drivetrain. The 360 block I took and had it bored to 40 over, and I had it stroked out with a 4-inch crank, and so now it's what you would call a 410 cubic inch stroker. So doesn't look like it's got power, but yeah, it definitely does get up and go. Set of Hooker headers work really well, fit nice. So if I had to guess, I don't know if I'm hitting the 400 horse mark. They are factory heads. They're a domed piston to give it about a 9.5 compression ratio. So I don't know, 600 CFM Edelbrock carb, with a spacer and adapter for the spread bore. Manifold, which from what I understand, that came off of a 70, I got it at swap meet and the guy told me it came off of a 71 340 car, or 340 small block engine. So I'll take it for what it is. It fit, bolted up real nice, and it runs super well with that Edelbrock carb manual choke. So factory rad. I got an air compressor there. It runs the big old train horns in the front. Didn't have a horn, so why not put the loudest one I can put on there. I got it all fixed now. It's got a A518 4-speed overdrive with a lockup in it now, so it cruises really well. And the NP205 transfer case bolted right up to that. So yeah, I guess I'll fire it up for you to give her a listen. Oh, I better show you this too when I walk out. There's a switch there for my mean green lights that I've got to match the Persona. Just to give it a little bit of character, more character rather, with the green lights. So, pretty simple exhaust. Just basically 2 straight chunks of pipe all the way to the back, and then I've got them on they come out on an axle dump. Tips with a 3-inch base that further come out to 4 inches, and then have a little bit of curl at the end. It doesn't wrap like a truck does if it's got small pipes, but it does hammer. My entry is a 1984 Ford 3/4 ton HD to F250 HD. It's an HD because it's got a 6.9 diesel in it, 4-speed manual, four-wheel drive. I got this truck coming on 3 years ago. Yeah, it'd be about 3 years ago I got this truck. I was looking for an IDI to drive, mainly because I wanted an older diesel truck, and what they wanted for a first-gen Cummins, it didn't turn my crank. But you know, with this research that I did on these old engines, they're just they make no power to hurt nothing, and they just go and go and go and go. So hey, what have I done? So for the Get Her Done mods from Weckler Farms, this truck is a bale truck. I bought it with it had a hydraulic pump on it, minus the deck. So I was able to acquire this one from a neighbor, totally rebuilt it, new hoses, cylinders, bone stock, little wore out 6.9 diesel. It's got quite a bit of blow by, but I wonder if that's almost a factory thing, something about the rings and the end gaps. They left a huge end gap for some kind of theory for making power or having reliability. So I got that coming out of a road draft tube on the frame, and it spits out good amount of smoke when it's idling. To be plugged in, instead of the block heater, I've got a circulation heater down there. Gets this under hood toasty warm, and it fires right off in the winter, even in the minus 30 we get here in Alberta. That's the hydraulic pump that the truck came with and runs the deck. I can give a short demonstration later on here. Motor's not been touched. I haven't touched the injection pump. I don't need to. I've got plans to build another 6.9 engine and put a turbo on it, and so I'll have a new pump and new injectors and an intercooler, all to make some better power out of this thing. This grill guard bumper I got here, I built. The grill guard came with the truck with the just mounted over top of the factory bumper. And so I just took some heavy grater blade and built it in. Left space for the light bar. And down here I've got a little scoop just to pull some air from the bottom up into the rad, because that is all rad down there and it doesn't see air. And in the summer, it does get warm when I'm under load. I got a bank of relays that I built on a bracket. They got a light bar in the front. I got a light bar on the headache rack in the back, and then the two trailer lights to shine down the side of a gooseneck. That's 3. And then the fourth one runs my custom heated mirrors that I built. I opened them up, took the old bad glass out, and put new glass with the heated pads in the back, and that's on a switch in the cab. Works really well. Starts right up when it's warm. There's the tack. It's pretty accurate. So there, I'll get out, turn on the switch, and then pull out my custom snake for my bed. Top down, I've got lift, squeeze, and extension. The square left picks the arms up. I got a chunk of pipe in there just for lifting stuff up onto the deck. Super handy for hauling quads and stuff. If you can see it, there's the bit of squeeze that it's got with the pipe in it. Got a pretty good range on it.
Okay, here we go. There's a reason he's got those flashing lights on.
All right, I want to introduce you guys to Sparkles. Sparkles the fire truck. I know some of you guys at least one person's gonna complain that it's actually a fire engine, not a fire truck. But I think we're past that stage. So what it is, it's a 1985 E1 Hurricane, 4-wheel drive, that I've done a little bit of work to, and I have a little fun with. So, as we're walking around here, so obviously one of the big things I did is I lifted it about 6 inches front and rear, and then put these tires on it. These are 54s off military transports, 1600 R20s, for those of you that care. These are 54-inch tall tires. The originals were 42, so they'd be about there. So quite a bit smaller. This thing runs a Detroit 8V92 TA, so a big V8 two-stroke. It's got a blower on it, needs that to run, and then it's got a big turbo that feeds that. A little later I'll jump up there and show you that. Won't be a cold startup. Motor's probably at 40 degrees. Come on, girl. Oh, starting to see some smoke come out. I don't think I've driven it in 2 weeks, so there she goes. Now she's a happy Detroit. A little bit of that action. this came factory 4-wheel drive. As you can see, big pumpkin under there. And then, so the long-term goal for this is to turn it into a camper. But that's a couple of years down the road yet. So what I do in the meantime, car shows, parades, that kind of thing. But the really fun thing is truck pulls. So just exhibition class, but I'll go and I'll pull the sled, and the crowd usually likes it quite a bit. To do that, one of the things I did, built a big hitch for it. Started out as a factory Ford hitch off an F350 or something. I basically just needed a general shape to start welding to get it going. The motor, when I bought it, was set at 430 horse. I'm somewhere over 600 at this point. Some nice big injectors in it. Gave it a little more RPM. It's a Detroit, so you gotta straight pipe it. Just got a 5-inch straight pipe from the turbo back. Gonna hop up in here, give you a little look-see at that. So, as you've noticed before, so it is mid-engined. This is not a cab over. So, I sit completely in front of the engine. I had an exhaust leak at one point, ignore the soot. So, a turbo, big enough to suck your face into it.
I'm Johnny.
I'm Graham.
And this is Grandma's Garage.
So, this is our 1985, well, it's really technically his 1985 S15.
See this one?
It's got a
oh yeah.
It's got a 2.8 4x4.
Yep.
5-speed. It's a sweet little truck. Short bed, standard cab. He actually bought it, and this is what started our YouTube channel.
Yep, this truck right here.
So we did a lot of work to it. We had to tow it home on a trailer.
It did not run. Well, kind of. It struggled hard.
Well, it doesn't help that it had like 4 gallons of coolant oil mixture in the engine.
Yeah.
That was literally pushing its way through the PCV valve onto the ground.
Yep.
So we had to drain it.
We'd drain it and then get that peanut butter mess. We kind of nicknamed it the milkshake machine. It didn't really stick, but it was nasty. It was bad. Caramel milkshake.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And so it had a bad intake, so we replaced that, and then we went on to we broke her bolt off.
On the thermostat.
On the thermostat.
Oh my
re-drill
gosh.
that.
That was a fun episode.
Rebuilt the car, and we chopped the exhaust off in my work parking lot because it died on me and didn't want to start. Turns out I had a spark plug back lines crossed.
I thought it was the ignition module.
We don't know. We just threw parts at it for a second, and it worked.
We messed with it a little bit. I want to say it was more the ignition module. The timing seemed to be okay because we put it in with the diagram.
Yep.
But after we deleted all the vacuum in the parking lot and cut the exhaust off, and it sounded like a Harley, we then we got it home, and we had to basically go back through it. So
yeah.
And we also messed up all the spark plugs in the parking lot. But that's beside the point.
So we revived it. We brought it back to it being dead, just sitting in someone that we worked with, his driveway or in front of his house, dying there, and we picked it up for a real good price of almost $395.
Right.
And so we got it. We put it back to life, and I could drive this safely on the highway.
Well, right now we're in the middle of working on it. Still, but it's drivable, it's legal, it's
tagged, it's insured,
right? It's good to go, except it's a little Fred Flintstone-y right now because the floor pan on the driver's side's kind of missing. So we're working on that, and that's coming on. But we basically got it back on the road, running, driving, and stopping correctly.
Oh yeah, we replaced the front brakes. I had to put a brake line from the master all the way back to the rear hog head. It was a mess. Yeah, we started it, and I was like, I don't think this thing has any brakes. Master cylinder was just empty. Reservoir, empty. Put some in, I get home, and it's just dripping. And I did 70 on the highway for 30 minutes with no brakes, apparently.
So yeah, we had a good time with this one. We're gonna keep it going probably. There's really nothing major wrong with it right now, but
it's just rust. That's what we're fixing.
Right. That's basically the enemy in this area. So
yeah, these trucks are getting harder and harder to find. They're not really catching on. They're not really desirable.
Right.
I think it takes a special person to really just love it. Yeah, we keep getting to it.
Yeah, it's been a fun project, and we plan to do more to it. But right now, for this category, we revived it. We're driving it.
Yeah.
And it's a great little truck. It's a lot of fun. It ain't the flashiest looking thing in the world. It ain't the most sketchy looking thing in the world either. It's actually pretty decent.
Maybe one of these days we'll get there.
I think we're gonna have to winch this one. I think it's got too much coolant in that oil. Yeah, it's too much coolant. It's got too much.
Okay, so here's my Vortex project. I've got the front end painted, gearboxes in. I've still got to finish painting the interior, but it's coming together. Got the console in, got all my pedal box in. Handbrake cables are all hooked up, brakes are all bled, except I've got a leak. That doesn't look good. I've still got to paint the rest of the body shell. Got to paint all the boot. There's all the bits. They've got to go back in. Piles and piles. I'm going to repaint the dash at some stage. And maybe make a new surround for it. Needs a bit of work. But yeah, it's getting there. It'll be good when it's finished.
Hello everybody on the internet. This is my 1988 Ford Bronco XLT Lariat package. I bought this truck off the previous owner about a year ago. Actually, just over a year ago. Her birthday was on the 9th. And she sat for over 6 months. No battery, not even running, in the previous owner's yard. I went over there and I literally put the steering wheel back on it because this truck had a major issue. I'll get to that in a minute. And I drove it home. She has had very few issues, minus a leaky a front main seal and the oil pan itself, because she sat so long not getting very many miles that all the gaskets shriveled up. So when I bought this truck, the first thing I noticed on it was the intake manifold has been painted very fancy, along with the valve covers, the exhaust shielding, the exhaust manifold, the oil pan, and the block. I mean, the block's been painted red. I mean, not what I'd do to a Ford personally. I mean, it should be Ford blue. And the previous owner deleted the smog pump, all the smog lines, which gives a nice place to put a quart of oil, and a nice place to put a quart of Mercon 5. He put a pressure regulator, and he replaced the distributor cap because he felt like it. Now, I did delete the evap canister because I was having problems pumping this thing with gas, but that's beside itself. So, other than noticing the minor things about the engine being painted, meaning that the engine's been pulled, I went inside this truck, and previous owner said that he had this thing for over 6 years. The tires, he said that he bought the tires when he first got the truck. The tires are 2014 on them. This truck came with the original owner's manual. And this is what led me down the rabbit hole for everything else.
inside this manual, I found the original owner's data card that comes with the VIN number on it. And I was able to track down the original owner, and I actually contacted him. When I contacted the original owner, I found out a lot of information about this truck. I am the third owner of this truck. The original owner of this truck, he's now 77 years old. He sold this truck. He sold this truck in 2014 to the next owner because he got tired of working on it and he didn't want to restore anything on it. But apparently, after he put 90,000 miles on this truck, which if you look at the odometer says 119,8691 on it. Apparently, he sat there, pulled the motor at 90,000, and he got bored, and he put an E303 cam in this truck. Now, the distributor firing order does say it is a 1.5 firing order versus a 1.3 if you track all the wires on it. And I got a minor tear on the seat. But yeah, the guy he sold it to didn't realize this thing had a cam on her, and he added more performance to it. And then he decided to delete my entire interior, which is the reason why she has a blue rear half. And she has no headliner. And when I bought this truck, she had no carpet. The steering wheel was removed. And a few other things were missing on this truck when I got it. Now, she does have a Thrush X-pipe muffler with dual glass packs behind it, so it does make it a lot quieter. She runs and idles just nicely. She has a good bit of rev to her. Let's let her get down to idle. Now, I should add some pictures to prove it. This truck's gone through 3 bumpers already. Late 80s bumper. These things are almost impossible to find. So, yep, you can hear she's loping on the cam. The 4-wheel drive works.
So we've designed merch around the car show, and the point for that is to have 100% of the proceeds go to the charity All Hands and Hearts. We've got the link down below if you want to check them out. If you take your ICS 2021 order number and enter it in the dashboard, you get an extra 100 ballots towards the prizes that you chose. All right, so again, we really want to thank all of the brands that we worked with that are sponsoring the show. So definitely check out everything that they have to offer. We've got massive companies and we've got local companies, so that's really, really cool. Some of these companies don't ship globally, even though this is a global contest, but they've made exceptions or are working with us to make that happen. We will get you your prize.
The Boss Garage is hosting an online car show. And I figured I'd throw my hat in the ring. I don't really have a car. I just have a collection of vaguely assorted parts that kind of looks like a car. But hear me out. They added a Gearhead's Choice category, which will focus on YouTubers/builders. So since I have about 25 videos on this build so far, I figure might as well throw my hat in the ring. I'm also going to submit this to the Ingenuity category because 1, I'm hoping Skid Factory will get a kick out of this build, and 2, the category states unique builds with limited resources, and I think this definitely hits both those categories. So let me walk you through the build thus far. The build is based on a 1994 Ford Explorer, and the end goal is to put this 12-valve P-pump Cummins in this little Explorer. So my crazy idea was that I wanted a 12-valve Cummins in an Explorer. I had a Ford Explorer as my high school off-roader, and I really loved this vehicle. I really loved the chassis, and I just wanted to do a build that was a bit silly, a bit ridiculous, and would just be a riot to drive. Now, I'd considered lots of other options, including a 4BT and whatnot, but in the end I decided 4BT costs twice as much for half the power. If I'm gonna do it, I might as well just go big and go with a 12-valve. Obviously, this is a pretty silly build, and I know that. It's not exactly meant to be practical or sensical or anything like that. I just think it'll be fun. And that's sufficient reason. So Once I figured out what I wanted to do, first things first, I needed a vehicle. The local high school auto shop had this white Explorer, and the auto program was being shut down. He actually ended up selling this to me for just $100, and it ended up being a parts car for my high school Explorer for a long time. But this Explorer is much cleaner and much nicer than my high school Explorer ever was. So it ended up being the basis for this build. Once I had an Explorer, I had to get the drivetrain for it. So I managed to find a Ram 2500 parts truck on Craigslist, and in true DeBus fashion, ripping the 12 valve out of that, and the rest of the truck, once I get everything I need out of it, is going to be scrapped. Now the only issue with that parts truck is that it was a 2-wheel drive truck. Honestly, if it was a 4-wheel drive truck, I probably would have decided just to use the Ram's chassis with the Explorer's cab, but since it was a 2-wheel drive truck, I ended up going with the Explorer's chassis. So the Explorer's chassis was going to need a lot of modification, so first thing was first, I needed to find out a way to get this body off that chassis in my little 2-car garage. I ended up rigging up a cherry picker to make it work. So that body's been on and off a couple times for fitment now, and next things next, I needed to start working on the chassis. First thing I wanted was to make sure that I had axles under this chassis that were going to hold up to the big diesel engine. So I took the Dana 70 out of the Ram parts truck, and that's what's going in the rear. It's a full float Dana 70, pretty nice axle. And then for the front axle, since that was a 2-wheel drive truck, I had to get something else. I ended up getting a Dana 50 TTB out of a junkyard. Most people hate TTB, but I'm actually a fan of them. So this is kind of a weird axle, but $200 at a junkyard, and this came behind power strokes and everything else, so it should handle up great to the Cummins. I ended up having to fabricate custom mounts and do a lot of modification to get this to work. And then while I was at it, I also added mounts for some custom radius arms. Once I had 3/4 ton axles in the front and rear, I wanted to get the drivetrain to fit. So I cut the stock motor mounts out of the chassis of the Ram, and I modified them and welded them here to the Explorer chassis. For now, this is how they sit, but they still need some boxing, as does the cross member here needs some boxing, but then the engine fit. After that, I needed to get the transmission to fit, so I made a custom transmission cross member for that. Now the transmission I ended up going with, the Ram came with a 47RH transmission, which is an automatic. I really wanted a manual transmission. In my opinion, I just think they're more fun, even if they might not necessarily be as good off-road. So I went with a manual transmission. This is an NV4500 out of a Chevy pickup. I got a advanced adapters bell housing for it, as well as a new clutch, flywheel, all that stuff. This ended up needing a new input shaft in order to bolt to the Cummins, so I went ahead and did that. And then I grabbed this NP241 DHD out of a Ram 1500 from Craigslist again. And this also needed a new input shaft in order to bolt up to the NV4500, so that got a new input shaft as well. And at that point, the whole drivetrain bolts together, and it also bolts into the chassis. Once the drivetrain bolted into the chassis, the next thing that I wanted to do was make sure that this frame was going to stand up to it. This isn't strictly necessary, but I'm hoping it will help this frame a little bit off-road. So what I'm going to be doing is boxing this frame. I ran some finite element analysis on this frame, and it turns out that I can actually make this Explorer frame as rigid in torsion as the Ram frame just by boxing the thing. So that was good news. I went ahead and I prepped the frame by wire wheel and removing all the rust from it. And I painted the inside of the frame with some stainless steel spray paint, which I'm hoping will hold up to me welding. But once I weld the plates on for the boxing, then I'll know whether I need to do something else to coat the inside of the frame to prevent corrosion. But for now, I'm hoping the stainless paint on the inside will prevent any corrosion on the inside, even after welding. That's the history of this project. What I still need to do is install shocks front and rear. It needs steering, brakes and fuel lines, the clutch ramp, gauges, and at that point, it's going to be running and driving. And that's my goal right now, is I want this thing to be running and driving. I have lots of mods planned for it once it is running and driving, but for now, that's the first goal.
Hey guys, it's Lynn for GMP Custom Fabrications, and my entry for the InterNETional car show is one of two. This video is going to be about my truck rat dually. Started as a 49 Ford F6. I'll show you some pictures here, what it looked like when I got it. And been working on it for off and on for 5 years, job allowing. And I've taken it on a few road trips. I live in Cuba, Missouri, and I've driven it down to Fort Smith, Arkansas for a couple years for a car show down there. And this is it. It's sitting on a 86, on what's left of an 86 Ford chassis, F350 chassis. It's got a Crown Vic front end on it. Currently running a Ford 460 in it. I'll show you that in a minute. I have an air system in it for my air ride. I'll show you that. I want to thank Rich from the Boss Garage for cluing me into this. I love that. I'll show you what I got underneath the hood. Okay, now under the hood, I've got a Ford 460. It's just a stock out of a motorhome. My air compressor for my airbag system, York 210 on it. Kind of grungy, kind of ratty. Not real polished, but it works. Rat dually. Interior got chain steering wheel that I built. I have a video on that on my channel. Instrument cluster, also have videos on all this. And my shifter, I think if I go for brackets, that would be because of my shifter and the mechanisms that I made to make that work. I'll show you a little video clip of that here.
And yeah, if I can cut off some kind of indicator, show what position I'm in, that'd be awesome, but it's not critical. Yeah, there's 4 down here.
My gauges for my air ride system, the controller for my Crown Vic, variable speed steering, my controls for the remote airbag system, and my fire extinguisher for when it goes all wrong. Seats are out of a Cavalier. And that's it. That's for my 49 Ford F6 truck I lovingly refer to as Rat Dooley. You can check out my channel, G&P Custom Fabrications, on YouTube, where I cover a lot of the build, different aspects of what all I've done to Rat Dooley. And thanks for watching. Or as I like to say in my videos, this is Glenn for G&P Custom Fabrications, living the dream till the freaking phone rings. Thanks for watching.
No weird taps. Nothing. Just throaty as fuck.
What's up, YouTube? It is that time of year again for the D-Boss Garage International Car Show. Last year I entered this turd, and then pretty much haven't worked on it since because I got something else, and I'll be entering that today instead. We'll go to what it is in just a minute. It is actually not here with me. It is in storage over the winter. It was my dad's car since I was a kid, probably about 25 years ago. He got it probably when he was my age, and actually on the same street that I live on now. I think about 7 years ago he passed away, and my brother somehow ended up with the car. I'm not sure how. But last year my brother phoned me and said, I haven't done anything with Dad's car. It is just taking up space and I have to move. I don't have room for it. Do you want the car? I showed the next day with the trailer, brought it home. I did do on my YouTube channel an 11-part series about it. So I'll try to take clips from that, kind of mash them together here and probably talk over them about the car. As you can see, it's a 67 Beaumont, which for those who don't know, that's a Canadian Chevelle. So apparently this car is one of 14, not a big block car or anything special like that, or 4-speed, just the white with the white hardtop and no post. Apparently when you ordered these cars white, they came with a black vinyl top and a post in the door. As you can see, this one is white on white with no post, and that is the original paint. I don't know how true the 1 in 14 thing is, but that's what I've always been told. Apparently, a local Beaumont club told my dad that when he got the car, so we've just been running with it. Started life with a 6-cylinder engine. When my dad got it, he swapped that out for a peppy small block Chevy. He kept the Power Glide. It ran 15.1 1/4 mile. When I was a kid, I thought that was really fast and cool. Now I realize that that's kind of slow. When I got the car, the small block was long seized, so I ripped that out and put in a nice big 454 that I had to cut the hood to fit in. I also had to make my own headers out of square body Chevy ones because I couldn't afford the proper ones. I also cut apart and made with sheet metal from a tailgate, a modified 90s Chevy big block oil pan to fit under it. The headers themselves, as you'll see in a clip, only are like an inch off the ground, if that, so they need to be shortened a little bit more. Interior wise, I haven't done anything with the interior. It's all how my dad had it. He was super happy when he got these bucket seats and the center console. I have no idea what they're out of. The car still is kind of the column shift, but it's now also the floor shift, and the seats are bolted down with 3/8 grade 5 bolts. So it's extra minty. I found out also while working on the car why it was so slow in the 1/4 mile. It was 308 gears in the rear. I'm hoping to swap that out, and also it was open, so I'm hoping to put a spool in there. Hopefully make it a little faster, especially with my big block in it. As I said, car's in storage right now because of winter, but I love the car to pieces. I do have a fender to fix the body a little bit, but I don't think I'm going to do much with that, and probably just have it kind of how my dad had it and just beat the crap out of it like that, at least for a while. So that's my entry and story of my 67 Beaumont. I hope anybody watching this has enjoyed, it. And like I said, I did an 11-part YouTube thing on my channel about the car, from when I got it to when I put it in storage, basically how it is now. So if anybody wants, they can feel free to check that out. Thanks for watching.
Guys, it's our first time ever entering. We're entering the ICS, the Boss Garage car show for probably factory and revivers, the vice grip and junkyard digs categories. Literally 3 days ago, I found this thing. Been standing for easily 15 years, 10, 15 years she's been standing. We call it the barnacle. As you can see, she has lots of weight reduction. Custom lights, custom grills. These are metal, welded. She's well weight reduced for speed. Everything's 100% factory, as in real factory. Except maybe the branches and the HER on that. Ventilated. Fuel can between the legs. Even started growing its own bug shield. You leave them long enough, they customize themselves. Blew the phone right out of my hand, boy. But this is fucking even idling on the main street.
Okay, so the point of our voting is to narrow down each category to the top 25. From there, each respective YouTuber will pick their favorite from that 25. I think Vice Grip Garage has over 800 submissions, so we need to narrow that down for him. And it's in your best interest to pick the best vehicles out of that category. So this year, we're giving you guys a chance to win over $7,000 worth of prizes. We've got tools, we've got gift cards, we've got car parts, and a pile of other stuff. So you get 50 votes, and each one of those votes is a ballot to all the giveaways that you've picked. Still vote for your buddy, but you really want to spend those other votes on vehicles that are gonna make it to the top 25. Because each vehicle that you voted for that makes it to the top turns that one vote into 5. So potentially you could have 250 ballots instead of 50 towards the prizes that you chose. But wait, there's more! So if the judge picks the winner and you voted for it, it's worth an extra 20 points. So you really want to go and see what the judges are looking for and pick the car that they're more likely to pick, because that benefits you.
What? Alright, so this is my first YouTube video, and this is going to be my entry for the 2021 InterNEtional Quarantine Car Show. This will be an entry for the Junkyard Digs channel, the Revive and Drive category. My name's William, and this is my 64 Dodge. It's a 64 Dodge Dart, 270, and this was my daily driver. I revived it last year during the middle of summer, actually. It was my grandpa's car. I did that doing air quotes because not really my grandpa, but he's been like one to me my whole life, so yeah, we'll see. This car has a 225 slant 6. When he bought it in 2003, I believe, it was locked up. It also has a factory 4-speed transmission. There's the slant 6, 225 lean-in tower power, aluminum radiator, Chinesium, works great. It's got a 160-degree thermostat in it. I put it in there before I drove it home from their property because it gets freaking hot out here. And that, I think Kevin is gonna like. So, this is a California car. It's lived in California its whole life, and this is proof California cars aren't so great. I don't know if you guys can see all that rust, but it ain't good. As a matter of fact, I'll show you guys a couple holes in the car, because California cars, they rust too. No one seems to believe it. I talk to guys out east all the time like, no, California cars don't rust. You sure about that? I live in California. There's a hole right there. So I told you guys the rear end went, and that is the new one. I don't know if you guys can see it. The lighting sucks. That came out of a 67 Mustang. That's a 4 to 8 inch. It's basically a miniature 9 inch. If you noticed, the drive shaft is dangling because I have the wrong U-joint to hook it up. Otherwise, this would be a video of me driving the car. Here we go. Here's the back seat. I have the trim panel for the headliner. Headliner is actually in amazing shape. And here's the seat itself. I don't know if you guys are picking that up or not. All the door cards are in fairly decent shape. This one's missing the original handle. That one doesn't even have one at all. There's the driver's door card. It's in the worst of the shape. As you can see, my hand goes right behind it there. So this car did not have seatbelts in it when I bought it. My mom made me put them in it. So far, the only thing in this car that doesn't work are the 2 temperature gauges. It's got 2 of them and neither of them work. There's one. I don't know if you guys can see it. This lighting is terrible in this car. And then the other one's right there in the middle. I'm sure you guys can't see that one. But so I got the ignitions on right now. You'll see the fuel gauge is reading empty, and that's because it is. It actually works. I don't know if you guys can hear that. The heater works. You guys definitely can't hear this, but the radio actually works. See if I can't get it to be louder. It's AM, so there's no channels going on it right now, but it does work. The dash lights work. Wipers work. Headlights work. Hazards work. And for you, Kevin, horn works, but so does this one. So I guess we'll make sure this car is in neutral. Give her a couple pumps of the gas. It is a manual choke car, and I'm not going to pull it. I may have to, which is fine. It's been sitting for about 4 or 5 weeks now. Told you it runs good when it's got gas in it. And the exhaust dumps out right there. And we'll open up. This is the weirdest thing about this car. I never understood it. You guys probably can't even see it. There is a valve right here that I'm turning with my hand. Plumb to the exhaust. Yep, there it goes. It died again. Yeah, this valve opens a piece of piping underneath this car right there that straight pipes it. Thanks to Rich over at DeBoss Garage for putting this thing on again, and good luck to everybody out there.
This is my 1991 Mazda Miata /76 MGB that we call the MG Beast. Now, I picked this car up from my buddy James down in New Mexico. He's got a channel called Low Buck Garage, and he actually took this totaled Miata and what was left of a 76 MGB and made this awesome widened flip front for it because he always wanted a British sports car. When I got the thing, we basically took it all apart, painted it green in one day in a chicken coop in his yard, and I drove it all the way from the Mexican border in Las Cruces, New Mexico, all the way up to southern Indiana for the Gambler 500. Now, this thing is pretty much full race car. It's a flip front, all custom work here. You can see where James actually added a bunch of metal and we bondoed the thing, and it's pretty straight, pretty good. As long as you keep it dirty, you can't really tell. It leaks pretty much every fluid except the brakes. So about every other time I fill up, I add oil and coolant to it, but that's not a big deal because it doesn't really get that hot and it doesn't really hold that much oil. No biggie. It is sitting on a 3-inch Paco Motorsports set of lift blocks. We've got Maxxis Buckshot 2 mudders on it and the very finest and inexpensive coilovers. The Chinese max speeding rods, fully adjustables. They're like $300, and because it's a race car, I had to have just, you know, the best suspension there is. Up here, necessary, it's probably the most important mod. We gotta let everybody know what exactly the hell we're doing with this thing and why. Gambler 500 window banner. Come over to the other side, you can kind of see, I mean, It's basically a trophy truck at this point. There's like a foot of suspension travel. You could do the Rubicon with this thing. It's just, you know, pretty well rally spec. Interior here is bone stock, still covered in dirt from New Mexico that I never cleaned out. Some cigarette burns in there. I broke the knob off the heat, and there's like a phone charger that's hot wired in there, so it's pretty well ready for another cross-country road trip. I also added this eBay roll bar. It's well, it's not really installed correctly because I did it in a car wash when it was like 10 degrees out. So we're gonna get a better roll cage in here before we race it. But for now, this thing does the job. It's good enough, right? It'll sort of maybe slow down my head getting squished. Back here, more fake European mods. I believe this is a Porsche 914 rack for luggage, which I use to carry around tires and maybe one day a mini bike. I'm thinking somewhere in the middle here we'll get something going with that. Whole lot of orange peel on the paint. It's a race car, so you know, what can you do about it? But overall, this thing is just an absolute ripper. I've had it out on snow and ice. I've had it out in the mud. We just drove it up on this log. Thing's awesome.
So it started as a 1974 Plymouth Duster. Put a 7.3 in it out of a 2001. Originally had an 85 6.9 IDI diesel in it, and then that. So I swapped this in. It's a 7.3 Power Stroke. I just use the same frame rail from 85. You just have to modify the motor mounts a little bit, but this the 95 to 99 they had a vacuum brake booster, and then from 99 to 2003 they switched to Hydro Boost, turn off hydraulic pressure. So instead of doing the easy way of putting Hydro Boost on this, I just kept the old vacuum one, and I ran the vacuum off my AC compressor. I can't remember which line it is. It's been a year since I built this. I haven't been able to take it to any car shows because of the pandemic. But this, I think this pulls there and this pushes there, so it pushes. There's oil that sits in here, and it will push oil out. So I put this on here, and every now and again you have to put oil in there. I haven't yet, but it doesn't spray a whole lot, but it works out pretty good. It's almost too easy to press the pedal now, so I need to, you know, put a vice grip on here, so it's something hack, I guess. And like I said, the motors have a 2001 Ford Power Stroke. It had 322,000 miles on it, so it still gets up and goes, but it's a pretty tired motor. I just put on the 74. I pretty much cut out all the floors from here back. They're all rusted out anyway. I bought the Duster for $500. It was in a pasture setting on ground, so once it sinks, they're pretty well rotted by then. And I had to, in order to fit, I had to cut 22 inches out of the frame there. And what I did here is I chain binded these together, and then I can slip that over, and then I put a bunch of plug welds all the way around, and then I plated in the inside, so it's plenty stout. It's 4-wheel drive. It's got 1-ton spacer blocks in the back. 411 rear end, that's original to the 85. Kind of got this cool stitch weld look on. Did the same, you know, X and then stitch all the way. I did the same up here. Front grille here. It's off a Chevy. You got this bar that goes all the way along here. Push it up till these line up, and you can pull this out. Yeah, it's hard to do this one hand. It works. There's the, that's out of the 2001. That emblem I actually found when I was cutting this out here. It actually fell out when I was cutting that out, so put it up here. Here's my chip, and then I got beer cans as my gauge bezels, and then my shifter. It's automatic, but it's just an inline shifter. It's got like a dirt bike piston with the shell as the button. Same with my headlight. And then my horn. I can't remember what the other one's for. Yes. These are out of the Ford. Seat covered them.
Well, I'm entering my fiance's 1950 Chevy. It's the deluxe model. I think it's Style Line Deluxe Rat Rod, and it's going to go in the factory category. Now, see, I finally got the interior out of the car because at some point, probably longer now, because she wants to replace the entire floor pan in that because it's pretty bad. But the 66 Thunderbird interior in this car, because it's got really good leather seats, is going to go in the 50 Deluxe. But anyway, pulled the carpeting out. It's indoor-outdoor carpeting. That's definitely factory. Of course, with walnuts and metal shavings, and of course there's glass, which I actually found the glass the hard way. I stuck it in my finger the other night and bled everywhere. So yeah, and of course then you got pieces of clips and metal and whatever that is. I'm not touching it. It's some kind of cream. Well, also walnuts. Eaten walnuts. So somewhere in this car, I think there might be some squirrels hiding. Of course, when you get to the car itself, when we look down inside here, we see all the wrong wires going to the starter. That's definitely factory. Of course, it's got Wi-Fi, suspension, and steering. That's definitely factory. And of course, it's got the old transmission cooler wired up. That's definitely factory. And of course, it's been chopped. You know, nothing kind of lines up anymore, so that's definitely factory. Actually, I'm getting new doors for it so I can replace everything it's missing. Lots of weight reduction, lots of holes, lots of rust. And there's some more weight reduction there. Of course, you got this. And then under the dash, of course, you've got wires hanging everywhere. You got cut wires, and of course, someone wired in a drop cord. So that's great. Factory. Of course, they've got all different kinds of sheet metal in there. Down there's one plate there, there's another plate there, and it's held on with sheet metal screws, wood screws. There's some carriage bolts there. And of course, you got, yeah, all across the back there, the sheet metal screws. And of course, that's the original factory master cylinder. It's going history. That's gone. And Derek, out of curiosity, how much more horsepower do I get for this vintage steering wheel? And I got a nice big old dice on here. Yeah, it's very cool. 10 more horsepower? Yeah, we'll say 10 more horsepower. Weight reduction, and of course walnuts. They fell out the doors when I opened the door up. One of them fell out. Squirrels. Of course, while pulling out the seats, I found this. It's the hammer and sickle on it, so this might be actually a Russian mafia factory car. And of course, I got the glove box I can't get open yet. It just won't open. It might be full of that. I don't know how much that's worth. It's got a 3 on it though. And whatever it is back in there, I am not touching it. And check it out. We've got expandable foam, and we've got plywood, and a nice gap back there in the window. More expandable foam. And a little more weight reduction. Ooh, check that tire out. This car is so old, I forgot. It's actually got stalactite scoring in it. That's factory. Yeah, check out the expandable foam. That's awesome. Of course, now we're under the car, and yeah, that's factory. And I pulled the seats out. Of course, that fell off. And this is the driver's side. Yeah, that's all factory there too. Yeah, we got a squared off U-bolt, and that's totally safe. Yep. And oh yes, there's that drop cord, orange drop cord, running all the way from back to front of the car. That's factory. And of course, we have Wi-Fi for the emergency brake. Here's the trunk. And Gail just walked out of here, and she doesn't want to be in the video. She's camera shy, I guess. But yeah, everything in this trunk is factory. We got starter, and we got an alternator, and we've got power. Or we got a water pump and fuel line. Ooh, we got this light right here. See if we can get that in place. Ooh, fixed. All right. So, yeah, this is about the best piece of metal in the whole thing. It's the trunk lid. It's in perfect condition. So everything in this trunk is factory. And check out this tire. Oh yeah, there's still a few miles left on that. I might have to put air in that and see if it holds some air. Factory. I might be picking this car apart a little bit because it's for the That's Factory category. But Gail just informed me I'm replacing this whole floor pan. She's going to order it, so she's going to do it right. This will be a very nice car. I love this car. I may be kind of picking on it, but it's for a reason. But it doesn't have a front window yet. I guess for some reason she wants a front windshield in it. So, you know, it's free air. But yep, this is a 51 Deluxe. So this is Gail's car, and here you go.
Hello everyone, and welcome to my channel. My name is Craig. The channel name is Bone Crusher SS, and the car we've got behind me that I'm submitting for the DeBoss Garage International Car Show is my 2005 Chevy Corvette. I've had this car for just over 14 years, and we've gone through a lot of different build series on it. And we've been documenting this on YouTube for the last 3 or 4 years or so. And currently in its state, it is making over 705 rear wheel horsepower. It's got a supercharged LS3 with E85. It's got a cam, ported heads, a whole bunch of engine work. We swapped out the stock transmission and differential for some Z06 running gear because those are a little bit stronger. We've done a bunch of interior work, including seats, steering wheel, center console. We added a roll cage and a bunch of other stuff. And we've also gone through a couple brake setups. And currently we're on a set of Z06 brakes with Z06 rotors and some Hawk HPS pads. And I wanted to submit my car for the International Car Show because, you know, I watched some of the videos last year and I really liked it, and I wanted to participate this year. And I think we're at a good starting point. And with the modifications and changes that we've done on this car, I never really wanted to make it a dedicated track car, dedicated to one thing. I've kind of done modifications to where it'll be allowed to race in certain events, whether it's autocrossing, drag racing, half-mile competitions, road course racing. You know, I've tried to make it, you know, a built street car, but I also want to keep it street. So the roll cage that we put in, you guys will see, has door bars that are removable. So we're able to take that out, and it's still able to drive the car, you know, and it's not fully like a full race car. And also the safety harnesses that we're putting in, they can come out and, you know, they just unbuckle from the roll cage. But beyond that, I've really enjoyed building this car for the last 13, 14 years that I've owned it. And we've documented a bunch of it, you know, the last 4 or 5 years on YouTube. And now we're going to cut to a time lapse of the build from the last couple of years. You know, we replaced a bunch of things, upgraded a lot of parts, differentials, transmissions, clutches, a bunch of stuff. And I thought that everyone would enjoy it. So here we go.
we've designed merch around the car show, and the point from that is to have 100% of the proceeds go to the charity All Hands and Hearts. We've got the link down below if you want to check them out. If you take your ICS 2021 order number and enter it in the dashboard, you get an extra 100 ballots towards the prizes that you chose. All right, so again, we really want to thank all of the brands that we worked with that are sponsoring the show. So definitely check out everything that they have to offer. We've got massive companies and we've got local companies, so that's really, really cool. Some of these companies don't ship globally, even though this is a global contest, but they've made exceptions or are working with us to make that happen. We will get you your prize.
Hello, my name's Max and this is my W124 Super Turbo Diesel Sleeper. Now, this 31-year-old car looks like something you'd see at a taxi rank, but during the summer months I make the odd trip out to half-mile roll racing or mile top speed challenges, and I give the opposition the willies because this car is actually really quite quick. It's not particularly surprising. On the rolling road, it makes 541 horsepower and 550 foot-pounds of torque. That's with 2.4 bar of boost. Well, currently I'm running 3.1 bar of boost, so it's actually between sort of 550 and 600 horse. So yes, it's quite a rapid beast, but you'd never know it from the outside. Just look at it. It just looks like an old Mercedes because that's exactly what it is. But underneath, it's something quite special. I'm particularly proud of this car because I did a lot of the work myself in that little shed just there. So here, of course, is the main event, which is the engine. It's an OM606 Mercedes turbo diesel unit. It has 6 cylinders, 3 litres and 4 valves per cylinder. It's indirect injection, not direct injection. It has a Hulsa HX40 Super Turbo with a split housing on it and a 6-branch exhaust manifold from KKD. The turbo itself produces 3.1 bar of boost, and that is fed into some 3-inch charge pipes, which are very carefully radiused, and they go through that front mount intercooler there, which is mostly pokes out the bottom. The charge pipe comes back up this side and goes into the plenum, and you can see here it's modified. You can see all the welding around there and the welding for the sensors. And that charges the engine from that side. The fuel system itself is a Bosch mechanical fuel pump, which has had the 5.5mm elements replaced by 8mm elements, so it produces a lot more fuel. That in itself has the fuel provided by a regulated return fuel system, which is powered by Bosch 44 underneath the fuel tank. On top of that, we have a little bit of water meth, so I keep that in the washer bottle because it's quite a good screen wash as well. That's 50/50, 1200 cc, and at 20 pounds of boost, the pump down there pumps a bit of this water meth into the engine just to keep, it does give it a bit extra power, but the main reason I use it is it keeps exhaust gas temperatures down. In fact, it knocks 200 degrees off the exhaust gas temperatures, which is absolutely fantastic. The engine is really quite sturdy, and we're well known for being particularly robust. This one revs beautifully. It revs up to 6,200 RPM, no problem, sweet as a nut. One of the standout features of this car when I first bought it was, of course, the condition of it. And the interior is no exception. It's absolutely fantastic in here. It's a really nice place to be. This, of course, will present a load of problems in itself. So, for instance, here we got the instruments. Now, they, of course, were originally connected to a ECU and the petrol engine. But, of course, now I've put a diesel engine in, none of it worked. So I managed to get all those to communicate with the diesel, including the speedo, which used to be mechanically driven and now is electronic, because, of course, I've changed the gearbox. Down here used to be the automatic selector, but not anymore. We've now got a manual gear lever, and, of course, I had to build the gear linkage for that as well. I also had to build, of course, a reverse lockout, which you don't think of these things at the time, and then you have to produce it yourself. So what an absolute pain in the ass it was. But as a place to be, it's absolutely fantastic. Driving this thing around is absolutely great. It's a really nice, comfortable place to be. 205 section tyres and between 550 and 600 horsepower are not great bedfellows. So this thing is really at its best at half mile and top speed challenges, where it's actually surprisingly quick. Over a mile, the best result I've had is 184.1 miles an hour. That's from a standing start, and that's a measured mile with a calibrated kit. So it's actually really quite rapid. In fact, it's 2 miles an hour faster than the new Ford GT650. And that doesn't have 4 seats and do 35 miles to the gallon. But yeah, as a car and as a driving proposition, it's absolutely fantastic. You can get your family in it, you can go places, and when you want to overtake things, it's absolutely comedy gold. You just fly past them. The kids love it. The wife is not overly impressed when I put my foot down, but there we are. She's getting used to it eventually. But all in all, it's everything that a sleeper should be, and what you'd want it to be. It's a really good car. I really enjoy the fact that no one tries it on. It means you can go places and just cruise about, and no one's trying to race you all the time. And then when you do want to use it, of course, it's got all that power there. It's really good fun.
Well, this is going to be my entry into DeBoss Garage's International Car Show. I'm going to enter in my my International Crew Cab. It's the truck I made. It's a couple trucks all smashed together. So it's basically the donor chassis is a 96 second gen Cummins. There's a long box extended cab, and I kind of scabbed the rest together. It was sitting in our bush out behind the house for as long as I can remember. I remember we bought it on the farm when we were still farming a long time ago, but I don't believe we ever used it. And yeah, what you see is the end result. I'll pretty much do a lapse here of everything that was involved to build the thing. So I'm going to compress it as tight as I can, so not to bore anybody. So, as you can see from the video, we nicknamed it the General. And that kind of came to us when we were building it. And then I proceeded to go with the Army theme. What you don't see in the video was I had a buddy make me some wheel adapters. And we are running the super singles all the way around. So, she's got a big footprint. The complete build took a little over 3 months, probably close to 4 months maybe altogether. So, again, thanks for watching, and see you later.
Hey everybody, this is my 1991 Nissan 240SX autocross car. I've had this car since 2007. Bought it as a bare bones shell that was all cut up and front end crashed after my last project car got tragically destroyed by the worst vehicle ever made, the PT Cruiser. After picking up the shambles that was that car and merging it onto this chassis, it has become a decade-long project, making it into a fun, streetable, but autocrossable car. It's pretty difficult to do anything with an S13 that is unique, but I fell in love with the idea of doing the night supercharged KA setup a long, long time ago. And when I got the opportunity to get my hands on the parts to put one together, I absolutely had to do it. Let's get into the part you all want to see. So under the hood we have a 96 KA24 that has been rebuilt to factory spec but with gapped rings to try to not explode under the boost of the Eaton supercharger off a Nissan Frontier. That is mounted to an adapter plate to the original intake manifold, driven off the alternator belt, and provides about 10 psi of boost at any RPM to this KA, which is honestly how they should have sold this engine and car. If they had done that, I believe the reputation of the 240 would have been a lot better, but I'm kind of glad they didn't, because think of how many more would have been wrecked by now if they did. This engine is running on a Megasquirt MS2 standalone computer. It has your normal kind of bolt-ons on it, otherwise the 4-to-1 header that has decided to become rusty and flaky and looking gross, but that's what they do. And a nice radiator on there to keep it cool. But other than that, it's pretty much a KA, including the throttle body, just with a supercharger giving it that little bump of power. And by a little pump, it puts about 250 horsepower, 240 foot-pounds to the wheels. This car is also aided by methanol, or most of the time, water injection, with a snow performance kit that provides some cooling for that direct blow supercharger that is not intercooled. Believe it or not, that does keep the temperatures down well enough that this car doesn't need an intercooler in its current configuration and runs and pulls great as long as you keep some water in there. Other odds and ends on the engine, we have gone with a coil-on plug setup instead of the distributor, and I've done a remote oil filter because the supercharger liked to eat through them. Other than that, pretty much a stock looking engine bay there. And really, there's not a ton of modification to the car either. This car did start life as a Hikist 4-wheel steering car. Unfortunately, it was removed before I ever got it, so it is pretty much a bog standard S13 now. It does have coilovers all around and, your basic suspension work. But it's a constant evolution. I ran the car in a street class that didn't allow a lot of modification for many years, but the car is now evolutioning again to be an extreme street car, which means it has a lot more modification. But there's one thing I'm never going to do, and that's I'm never going to cut up the body. I'm going to leave it nice and flat, not wide-bodied out, not cut up, It's going to look exactly like it looks now for as long as I own it. That is a decision I've made, and as time has gone on and seeing stock-bodied S13s has become rarer and rarer, I'm perfectly happy with that decision. Maybe sometimes I'll have a little less dirt and dust on it though, but that's not really important. Inside the car, I have done a suede flocked dash that is just a hobby that I picked up years ago and restores the horribly cracked S13 dashes, but also provides glare resistance. Most of the interior was missing when I got the car. However, I have put back enough to make the rules happy, and it's, you know, it's all it needs to be. At the back, we've got a J30 VLSD and a custom exhaust system that I run because I hate fart cans. And there you go, that's the quick and dirty of my 91 240SX. It's a pretty ingenuitous build, and I'm pretty sure I just came up with the word ingenuitous.
That's my entry to the DeBoss Garage online car show. This is Sandy, my 78 F1 Hundo, long bed, two-wheel drive, 302, 3-speed. Nothing fancy, she's kind of a rat rod build, if you will. But again, nothing fancy. I cut the bed floor out of it because it was completely rotted and just replaced all of it with some tube steel for now. Original Dana 44 rear end with a mini spool in it. Custom spiderweb tailgate, and this will actually hinge both ways and come off then, obviously. Just leave that hanging open for now then. Some speed holes in the original bumper. It's been lifted and tucked on just some brackets I whipped up real quick. Flip kit with DJM shackles and hangers, energy suspension bushings all through. In the front, same thing, DJM I-beams, energy suspension bushings all the way through. New brakes and bearings and everything. And I got to give a huge shout out to DJM because, as you can tell, I'm just a little rinky-dink channel, and they have hooked me up with all of that stuff. So I'm just eternally grateful for those guys. They sponsored this build. It's, again, just thank you guys so much. But as far as a list of other things, shaved mirrors. I just did the chrome trim on the drip edge as well as the window. Got the cruising mirrors. Up here, we got some white with some real heavy Roth metal flake in it. It was just a scallop I did. This is its original paint that I just feathered down and masked off that are at scallops. In here, I'm literally getting ready to do my floorboards right now. I'm just kind of seeing how it's going to go down for me. But everything in here is original, basically, besides the fact it was originally a 3 on the tree, poorly converted to a floor shift later in its life. But in the back here, this is just a Huffy I pulled out of a dumpster. Took down to bare metal, welded up some spider webs. This little project I'm working on that matches the tailgate. Little project I pulled out of a garden, matches the truck. So these are gonna roll around with it when she's all done. Unfortunately, the engine isn't done right now. It's actually sitting over here on the table. Here's this intake manifold, her fin valve covers, transmission with a nice Hurst shifter, like I said, little shorty headers. It's a 306 now, and I'm working on porting and polishing the original heads, throw some bigger valves in it. Mild cam, not a crazy build, be factory gears and everything, but this is it. This is my entry. Just my little ratty 78 F100 that's not quite done yet. My intentions are to run the hot rod power tour on it 1 year, hopefully next year. I'd like to have it done this year. Run power tour if the world turns back to normal next year. If I successfully manage to do that, I would like to blow it back apart and build a bigger, badder, gnarlier, oddball engine. I don't want to say what, because I don't know what yet. Just something oddball. Not an LS, not a 302, not a Windsor, something weird. But definitely much rowdier. I then come back and attack Drag Week in it. And we got just a little rusty Ranch Arrow, my little daily Ranger. The DJM also sponsored flip kit and stuff on that. So again, shout out to those guys. But that's Sandy, my little rusty entry to the DeBoss Garage Car Show. Hope you guys enjoyed it.
Started back in 1991 when my parents brought home a 1987 Ford Thunderbird. My love affair for T-Birds began. In 2006, my dad had brought me a project car I had found in the paper. It was a 1984 Thunderbird Turbo Coupe 235 speed. In its current state like this, the transmission was in the back seat. My dad and I went through everything on this car to try and make it nice. We just kind of checked over the motor. It had 127,000 miles on it, and we smacked a head gasket in it and decided to let her go. In 2008, I put it on the road, and it was my daily for quite a while. In 2009, we decided to paint it, and I drove it up till about 2015 in various times, until it sat for quite a while. Right now, in 2019, I was able to buy this 86 Thunderbird on Facebook for $500 because the 84 was so rotted out. I had a good Virginia shell to mess with this 86. This was a really solid car, but it had 175,000 miles on it and was pretty beat up. It had been in a few wrecks and whatnot. So I decided to take everything apart and paint it and try and clean up as much as I could on a really strict budget because I had lost my job due to COVID. Within 3 weeks, I had the motor in, transmission in, and we did a little test drive down the road with it just to make sure everything was good. And then I started working on the interior. Again, this is over the course of many months during COVID. I was able to find some cloth interior. The car was originally leather. We redid the front suspension, every part, new dashboard. A lot of this is a little bit off on my timeline, but bear with me. We were able to fix a lot of the wiring issues that people had hacked over the years. Just really attention to detail. I was able to make the factory alarm work, and at about this time now was time to drive it. So I had made it my daily for the summer in 2020 and had put about 3,500 miles on it, converted it to Magna Squirt, and at this time I obviously had gotten another job, but it was just such a fun cruiser, and I was able to make stuff like the factory trip minder work, factory radio I went back to with a decent amp, keyless entry, did my own style race car alignments. These pictures coming up here are definitely current. As of 2020, this is what she looked like. A lot of parts from the other car. Thank God I had the other car to use. It was pretty much a scale model, obviously, of what needed to go where, which was perfect. These pictures are current. Me trying to do body work, which is kind of laughable, but I'm an amateur and I'm learning how to do it, and I love it. I'm having a lot of fun playing with metal. I hope you guys enjoy this. It'll be pretty cool to be done with it. I'm going back to the factory paint scheme. This car was pretty loaded from the factory. So I want to keep it semi-original, but with modern tastes, like I said, the Mega Squirt and a little bit more boost and whatnot, but still want it to be reliable. So luckily, this has kind of kept me sane during COVID, and I really enjoyed working on cars again, thanks to people like Vice Grip Garage and Junkyard Digs. They've really made it fun again for me after being a mechanic for a long time. It kind of burned me out. But I really look forward to every day trying to build something cool. So I hope that you guys enjoy this.
Okay, so the point of our voting is to narrow down each category to the top 25. From there, each respective YouTuber will pick their favorite from that 25. I think Vice Grip Garage has over 800 submissions, so we need to narrow that down for him, and it's in your best interest to pick the best vehicles out of that category. So this year, we're giving you guys a chance to win over $7,000 worth of prizes. We've got tools, we've got gift cards, we've got car parts, and a pile of other stuff. So you get 50 votes, and each one of those votes is a ballot to all the giveaways that you've picked. Still vote for your buddy, but you really want to spend those other votes on vehicles that are going to make it to the top 25. Because each vehicle that you voted for that makes it to the top turns that one vote into 5. So potentially you could have 250 ballots instead of 50 towards the prizes that you chose. But wait, there's more! So if the judge picks the winner and you voted for it, it's worth an extra 20 points. So you really want to go and see what the judges are looking for and pick the car that they're more likely to pick, because that benefits you.
What? Alright guys, so this is my 91 Ford F-350. If you came to the show last year, you might remember it. It's a little bit more assembled than it was last year. It came with the 7.3 diesel in it. Pulled that out of there, put a Cat 3126 out of a school bus into it. Originally I had an Allison AT545 behind it. Worked alright for us, but not the right transmission, so we took that out. That's what kind of started the second phase of this project and tearing it all apart again. We got an Allison 2000 that we put into it. While we had it apart, I kind of took the time to make things a little nicer, paint things up, make it look clean. You might be able to tell it's still not 100% complete. I'll show you my good side. As of yesterday, it moves. We're still not completely done with the project. There's a lot to be done. And I still also need to get a TCM. Probably shouldn't be driving it around without that, but I wanted to get the shot. Now, Derek said that he wanted to see some different wheels on it. So I got black ones up front and kind of white rusty ones in the rear. And you can also tell we're running super singles in the back. I mean, 2 lug nuts is probably fine, right? You don't need to tighten them all down. Part of the transmission swap, I actually moved the whole engine forward, which kind of changed a whole bunch of stuff. We ended up building new engine mounts and modifying our front cross member. It gave us a little bit more room between the firewall and the engine. The new transmission is slightly larger than the old one, so it made things work a little bit better. Underneath the truck, you can see we got the Allison 2000, and then we also have a divorce transfer case running the Bluetooth drive shaft still. The transfer case is an NP205. We are using the engine-driven air compressor. There's actually a brake canister on the other side that runs my emergency brake. We don't really need that as much now because the Allison 2000 has a park paw. I'll probably still keep it because it's kind of cool. It's a nice flatbed, you know, rotten. Typical New York junk. I built the fuel tank for it. It's like a 55-gallon fuel tank. Kind of hurts when you fill that one up. It is a dump bed too. That was like part of the reason I bought the truck, was I wanted a dump truck. And you're probably wondering why the truck is basically like cut in half. You know, the front half is nice, the back half is nasty. It's like a mullet, but instead it's, you know, show truck up front, work truck in the rear. I do have plans to do some stuff back here, but everything else has been nicely painted since last year. And look at this. I got it a little dirty driving around my driveway, but really trying to take the time and make things a little nice this time. Up front here we got this nice intercooler that came out of an 06 InterNETional school bus. This is the power steering cooler. And
We got a nice big transmission cooler. It does have the AC condenser, but we don't have AC. I'd like to put it on there someday, so that's why that's still in there. Nice aluminum racing radiator, you know, because this thing's super fast. There's a lot of different parts that went into this build. Like I said, this came out of an 06 International school bus. The engine came out of like a 99 Freightliner FS65. Coolant reservoir came out of like an 09 Ford Freestyle. The Hydro Boost unit is off of a 2011 E450 van. This came out of a school bus. I can't remember what kind of school bus, like an International or something like that. There's no swap sites for Caterpillar swaps. So everything in here is homemade. You know, my shifter bracket assembly right there, that's all home fabricated. The bracket that holds the coolant reservoir, homemade. All my cooler brackets, made all those. Battery brackets hold these Group 31s. Those are homemade. So there was a lot of home engineering that went into this build. We do also have a 5-inch straight pipe exhaust, you know, so you can hear it. What good would a truck be if you couldn't hear it coming? Let's hop inside and I'll show you around. So I finally figured out how to fix the Ford gauges. I replaced them all with glow shift. So we got the Rip'ems, the mile per hour, speedy thing, water temp, fuel level. What is this one? It's been so long since I drove it, I don't know what that is. Oil pressure, air pressure. And then we got the train horn pull cable, power windows, power locks. We even got power seats. And if you notice, these ain't factory Ford. No, sir. These are out of a Chevy Silverado. Part of the reason for getting them seats was cup holders. These trucks had no cup holders. Absolutely ridiculous. These buttons over here, they do your cruise control, fast idle, and diagnostic. So cruise control on, off, and then this is your set, resume, accel, decel. Oh, that came out of a Thomas-built school bus. Yeah, I'm not sure what else to tell you. If this project interests you and you want to see more, I have a whole build series on my channel. I'll link to that up here. It's getting rather long at this point, and I will warn you, the beginning videos, like maybe the first 10 videos, absolutely suck. Don't let that discourage you. If you watch the first few videos and you're like, oh my gosh, this guy sucks at editing videos, I've gotten a little better. Skip ahead. Skip to like part 15, and I think they start getting better somewhere in there. But yeah, super stoked to be back at the show this year, and looking forward to coming back next year. Hopefully by then it'll actually be like we can start it up from the key, which would be totally cool. If you like the truck, be sure to head over to DeBoss Garage's website for the car show and drop us a vote once voting opens up.
How you guys doing today? My name is Tristan Volk. I'm from Tacoma, Washington. And this is my 73 Ford Pinto station wagon. I've had her a couple of years now. She started out life a little rough, and you can still see she needs some paint, but I kind of like her like that. Yeah, me and my dad bought this thing for $550. I found it on Craigslist and I just had to have it. That Pinto over there is my dad's original Pinto that we've had since I was a kid, and I always sat in the passenger seat as my dad would race that thing around Tacoma. He liked to hot rod the little 2-liter engines that come in these ones. In 71 to 73 they had a 2-liter, and in 74 to 80 they had a 2.3. My dad's favorite was the 2-liter, and the 73 was his favorite year. These ones had rack pinion steering up front instead of a goofy cable that the other ones had. But yeah, this is my Pinto station wagon. She's got some 15-inch American racing rims on her, wrapped in some Falcons. Those are awesome tires, and they sure do stick for the amount of horsepower I'm putting out. Probably about 95 horsepower, maybe. She's got a set of headers on her to a 2.5-inch MagnaFlow. Doesn't sound like your average 4-banger. It sounds a little bit different. She's got a Mallory distributor, Petronix ignition in there with the hotter coil. just to make it, you know, go up and down the road reliably. I drive this thing all the time. Every weekend, every sunny day I get. I love this thing. This is my $500 dream car. Fire it up for you. My dad's other one. We got him this one last year. We're Pinto people. This is the probably the world's largest collection of 73 station wagons in Washington. I'll say hi, Dad. There you go. There's his, the same. He got his headers a little different color. But yeah. Well, thank you guys for watching. I never done anything like this before. So, you know, have a good one.
This is my 1971 Chevrolet C10, affectionately dubbed Penny. I'm sure you can figure out why. She was bought new. My dad's dad bought it from a dealer in Fort Scott, Kansas in 1971. Pretty much as you see it now, with the addition of a few small touches over time. So my dad drove it in college for a little while, and then when I turned 14 he tossed me the keys and I tuned her up and got her running good, and ended up actually having to rebuild the engine in my senior year of high school. 250 inline 6 Rochester monojet single barrel. HEI converted. My points distributor was actually so worn out, the bushings in it were so worn out that the darn thing jumped time when I hit a pothole one day, so swapped that in. Haven't had an issue since. She's got split 3-into-1 headers, and they fit extremely poorly, but yeah, that gives it a unique exhaust note. Good old factory oil leaks, even though I rebuilt on her. Put in a 14-inch, 12, somewhere in there. Put in an electric fan because the old girl was running hot a few years back. Really the only thing I've touched on the brake system on this in the 4-5 years that I've had it as daily-ish. I drove it for 3 years in college as daily, and then after that I've been trading off between these two pretty regularly. The only thing I had to replace was the master cylinder. One of the seals blew out and I was rolling 40 miles an hour towards the intersection and I had nothing. So that was fun. A little bit of weight reduction in the bed as well. Yeah, we'll just overlook that. Rear bumper, my great uncle Merle built right after my grandpa bought the truck. Bolted it on there for him. Tailgate doesn't like to open, that's fine. So she's manual everything. 4-speed on the floor, I believe it's the new process, NP 435 gearbox. Manual steering, manual brakes, manual choke, manual windows. Yeah, manual everything. No AC, heat only. After I got the truck, I went ahead and my dad had put in a aftermarket radio but didn't cut the dash. I went ahead and chopped her out. You gotta have some proper tunage. You can't be rolling around without your Merle and Waylon and Georgia Jones. Come on, man. So I put those in. It's got 27-year-old Sony door speakers. They still sound okay. Also put in an extremely oversized tach just because water temp gauge hasn't worked in years. Fuel gauge always reads full. We're good. No, actually my fuel gauge is this tire rod. Just dunk it down in the tank. And, gives me an idea where I'm at. We got about half a tank. Get nice. Get. There you go. The seats are out of a 92 Suburban, I believe, split bench, and they've held up pretty well. The blanket, not so much, but my dad put these in when he was in college as well. And I really like them, actually. They're comfortable. But yeah, that's pretty much it. There's not much to say about this old rig other than she's been a workhorse for the last 46 years of her life, and I think I'll give her a proper retirement. I'll go through it one of these days and do a little restorating on it, and I'll probably keep most of the touches like the seat and the wheels and stuff like that, but just fix on some of the holes in the floor and take care of that, get her back to good running order, and maybe swap out the 410 rear gears for a 308, something that actually makes first gear usable. Yeah, that's pretty much it. The ignition switch is so worn out that you can jam literally any key. This is to the toolbox in the back, I think. I don't even know. You can jam anything flat in there and the darn thing turn on, turn over. I started it with a hatchet one day. But yeah, this old truck's been a good workhorse and will continue to serve her purpose for many years more. Anywho, thanks all for looking, and good luck to everyone else who entered.
Hello everyone, Canadian Rust here. This is my entry for the 2021 DeBoss International Car Show. This is my 1969 Fargo 100. I'm going to be entering in the factory and revive and drive because I pretty much bought this from the back of some guy's garage. Got lots of pictures and all that, but so as you can see, license plate covering up speed holes. The bed's a mess, but there's more there and there's more under here, but it's all a mess. So what I've done, it's got a slant 6 225 in it that I converted to a 2-barrel. It's a Rochester.